Chapter 1312. Zi Chen appeared to be very focused during the massacre. He was also very decisive when killing people. With every slash of his blade, a person would die without hesitation. Such a person was both calm and terrifying. The impression Zi Chen gave him over the past few days was that he was calm and somewhat afraid of trouble. He couldn't see anything else about him. He is very powerful to have such skills at the middle stage of the emptiness realm. This calmness and coldness are rare. He must be a decisive person. Ling Dong commented. The video of the massacre ended. In this battle, Zi Chen single-handedly killed a group of late-stage corporeal realm experts. This greatly impacted Chuanxing. After a moment of silence, Chuanxing asked, "How many years ago was this?" "Not long ago. About a year ago," Ling Dong said. "That's impossible. How can someone break through 2 realms in a year?" Chuanxing didn't believe it at all. What, 2 realms in a year? Could it be that Zi Chen's true realm is the early stage of the corporeal realm? Ling Dong also found it hard to believe. Go investigate this Zi Chen. Yes. Ling Dong received the order to investigate Zi Chen's background. This task wasn't difficult because when Zi Chen first appeared, he started a massacre. Many people witnessed it. At that time, he was only at the early stage of the emptiness realm. It was very easy to investigate Zi Chen's incident in Huping City. Ling Dong only needed to eat 2 meals to find out. He was undoubtedly shocked by Zi Chen's deeds. From the early stage of the emptiness realm to the early stage of the corporeal realm, Zi Chen had only used 2 short years. This kind of growth speed was rarely seen in one's life. In addition, Ling Dong also found out that Zi Chen and the others had gone to the Hengduan mountain range. After several meals, Ling Dong found out all the details that outsiders knew. Then he returned to Chuanxing to report. Zi Chen and the others didn't mention these details. I knew there was something strange about them. However, no one saw if there was anything else inside. Perhaps after 70,000 years of being sealed, the forbidden heaven and restricted earth destroyed everything. Chuanxing said, "If everything was destroyed, where did the illusory dragon items come from?" Ling Dong questioned. "Therefore, the most important thing right now is the illusion dragon's world, and the last one to come into contact with that world is Zi Chen," said Chuanxing. "According to the information I obtained, the 5 worlds didn't collapse. They only collapsed after a period of time had passed." Ling Dong told him everything he knew. Chuanxing continued. "So, something must have happened during this period of time. But as for what happened, only Zi Chen knows." This time, the key was once again Zi Chen. However, this kind of thing naturally couldn't be asked directly. It was enough to have a guess in his heart. "What should we do now?" Ling Dong asked. "Don't worry. Let's wait for news from the Hengduan mountain range first." While Chuanxing was suspecting Zi Chen inside Hunter's castle, Ling Xing and the others were celebrating the 5 prefecture tokens. The tokens of the Manor Realm would appear under 2 circumstances. The first was random, and they would appear in any corner of Shantian Prefecture. There weren't many random tokens. These were the tokens that hadn't been collected in time after the Manor Realm closed, so they were automatically thrown out by that world. As for the second, they were distributed. These tokens were distributed entirely by Shantian Prefecture, and they were evenly distributed among the 108 cities. However, it was worth mentioning that during the distribution process, the tokens were distributed according to their ranking from highest to lowest. In other words, the tokens of the Manor Realm would only be distributed to Huping City, which was ranked 108th. Yanba Castle was ranked 98th, so it was obvious that all the tokens had been distributed there. However, it would probably take hundreds of years for the tokens to reach Huping City. Hundreds of years sounded like a long time, but it was only a short moment in their almost endless years. Speaking of which, the tokens had changed hands 107 times. By the time they reached Huping City, there were only a few left. All the cities had reserve tokens, and Huping City was the last to receive them. Of course, this could also be called an equal distribution. This was also one of the rules of every prefecture. It followed the law of the jungle. This time, Zichen and the other 4 had received tokens of the Manor Realm, which was definitely a pleasant surprise. Zichen and the others went into seclusion again, while the reality of Yanbao Castle began to search for the treasure maps. The directions recorded on the treasure maps were all the same, other than the easiest route, which had been broken through by Zichen and the others. The other routes would still be dangerous. Chuanxing was no longer prepared to ask Zichen anything, as he knew that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. Next, Chuanxing thought about how to contact Zichen. Half a year passed quickly, and Zichen and the others still hadn't shown up. The reality of Yanbao Castle and the others also came up empty-handed. They even lost a few powerhouses during this time. What should we do? Ling Dong came to look for Chuanxing. Don't worry, we still have a lot of time. Chuanxing seemed very calm. Huping City looked very quiet, but Hunter's Castle wasn't at all quiet. Ling Dong and the others wanted the people of Yanbao Castle to leave quickly, but they didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. Another half a year passed quickly, and these people had been here for more than a year. In a year's time, Zichen's realm was also slowly increasing in Heaven Number 1. In a short 4 years, his reality, which was only 1 meter long, had already expanded by 1 meter. Zichen's reality was only 3 meters wide. Once he reached the limit, Zichen would be able to break through. He was now 1 meter away from the limit, but Zichen would need another 4 years to break through this 1 meter, even if he spared no expense. Zichen had been in seclusion for 4 years, and so had Shang Guanhong and the others. In the last year, they had also broken through their realms one after another. All 4 of them had broken through to the late stage of the reality realm in the last year. However, before they could rejoice over their breakthroughs, Yanbao Castle's exploration of the reality of the Hengduan mountain range ran into trouble, and they asked for help. Although Dongqing's strength had broken through, as a beast tamer, she had expended too much energy last time and hadn't been able to replenish her energy for a long time. 80% of her combat power came from her beasts, so she naturally couldn't go out to battle. In the castle, Mingchu had arranged for Manshur to follow Dongqing to capture beasts, so only Shang Guanhong and Wu Xie could go out to battle. The 2 of them could only follow these realms to the Hengduan mountain range. 3 months later, news came again that they had accidentally triggered a great formation, and the 2 of them were trapped inside. When Dongqing and Manshur, who were training in the Hengduan mountain range, heard the news, they joined the rescue team. But this time, not only did the rescue not succeed, they even lost their lives. In desperation, these realms could only return to ask for help. Coincidentally, a few days ago, Yanming had made a special discovery in this area and summoned many realms to investigate. At this time, the only one who had authority in the entire castle was Lingxing. Just as Lingxing was thinking about what to do, Shangguan Mingxing and his wife arrived at the castle. Although they didn't cause a ruckus in the castle, their worry for their daughter's safety put a lot of pressure on Lingxing. Helpless, he could only search for a formation master while sending someone to inform Zichen that he had come out of seclusion. Zichen, who had come out of seclusion, was brought directly to the meeting hall. As soon as he entered, he saw Shangguan Mingxing, and his expression changed drastically. "What's wrong?" Lingxing noticed the change in Zichen's expression. Zichen's expression returned to normal, and he said without batting an eyelid, "Nothing. I just feel that this senior looks a little familiar." Lingxing nodded and said, "Of course he looks familiar. He's Shang Guanhong's father, so it's normal for them to look similar." The corners of Zichen's mouth twitched when he heard this. At first, he was surprised by the other party's identity, but when he looked at Shangguan Mingxing and Shang Guanhong, he realized that the 2 didn't look alike at all. Instead, they looked very much like their mother. Shangguan Mingxing glanced at him indifferently and didn't seem to have any intention of greeting him. Instead, Shang Guanhong's mother looked at him and nodded. But Ziqin could see from her eyes that she had just cried, so he immediately asked. Something happened to Shang Guanhong. Shang Guanhong's parents raised their heads and looked at Ziqin in surprise. Ziqin had come here as soon as he came out of seclusion, so it was obvious that he didn't know about Shang Guanhong's situation. However, he was able to guess quickly, which showed how sharp his observation skills were. Ling Xing's expression turned serious. He indicated for Ziqin to sit down first, and then said, Shang Guanhong isn't the only one. Wu Xie, Man Shi, and Dong Qing are also in trouble. Ziqin's expression immediately changed, and he asked what happened. They're trapped in a formation. Those in the domain realm can't pass through, so only those in the corporeal realm can. What's going on? Weren't the 4 of them in seclusion? How did they get involved in a formation? For months ago, the 4 of them came out of seclusion one after another, and their strength also made breakthroughs one after another. Then, the people from Yanba Castle encountered trouble while exploring the Hengduan mountain range, so they sent people to ask for help. Dong Qing and Man Shi couldn't leave, so they could only arrange for Shang Guanhong and Wu Xie to go out. However, news came last month that the 2 of them were trapped with the others. When Dong Qing and Man Shi heard the news, they also dared to go rescue them. But when the news came again yesterday, they were also trapped. Ziqin listened quietly. Beside him, Shang Guanhong's mother had already begun to weep. Ling Xing continued, I heard that the formation there is very strange. Before calling you, I found a few more formation masters, so that you can go rescue them. Ziqin muttered to himself for a moment, then said, Of course there's no problem with rescuing them, but what? Beside him, Shangguan Mingxing said unhappily. Ziqin smiled and said, Uncle, don't be so agitated. There's no problem with rescuing them. But before that, I want to reforge my weapon. Hong, Er's fate is unknown, and you still have the mind to reforge your weapon? And Hong, is still so devoted to you. Brat, are you even human? Shangguan Mingxing was furious. He slammed the table and stood up. Ziqin didn't get angry. He smiled and said, Reforging a weapon is also a big matter. If I don't have a suitable weapon, how can I rescue them? Brat, I think you're doing this on purpose. You're taking revenge on me because of the Hengduan mountain range, right? My treasure pavilion has tens of thousands of weapons. You can take whatever you want, but you have to leave tomorrow at the latest. I really don't know what kind of eyes Honger has to actually fancy you. Chapter 1313. Shangguan Mingxing completely lost his composure in front of Ziqin, but Ziqin could understand his feelings, so he didn't take it to heart. What happened in the Hengduan mountains? Ling Xing suddenly asked. Ziqin smiled and said, It's nothing much. It's just that Uncle has been chasing me for a month. Chased? Ling Xing was a little surprised. He naturally knew that Ziqin had an ambiguous relationship with Shangguan Hong, but what was this about? At that time, I thought it was a chase, but now I think it shouldn't be. Ziqin smiled faintly. Shangguan Mingxing couldn't help but feel embarrassed when this matter was brought up again, but he quickly covered it up with anger and shouted, Boy, are you going or not? Of course I'm going, but the prerequisite is that I have to reforge my weapon. Ziqin's insistence made Shangguan Mingxing so angry that he wanted to slap him to death. Mother Hong was even more sad. I've been to the Hengduan Mountains, and I know the restrictions there. They're very powerful, but as long as they don't die immediately, they shouldn't die so easily with their strength. Ziqin's original intention was to reassure them, but his words made one more angry and the other more sad. Is that Senior Refiner here? Ziqin looked at Ling Xing and asked. Ling Xing looked at Ziqin and then at Shangguan Mingxing, then nodded and said he just happened to come back. It said that he'll be here for a long time, so I didn't inform you. Ziqin's face immediately lit up and he said, That's great. I can reforge my sword and shield. Beside him, Shangguan Mingxing suppressed his anger and asked, "How long will it take to reforge your weapon?" Zichen shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. Last time I was in a hurry, so it took me 9 days. This time I'm not in a hurry, so I'm going to take a little longer." His daughter's life was at stake, and this was called not in a hurry? Shangguan Mingxing trembled with anger and almost couldn't control himself from attacking. Zichen nodded at the three and then left. Revenge. He is taking revenge on me and the whole Shangguan family. Shangguan Mingxing was furious, but he didn't count on Zichen anymore. He was going to find someone to help him. Zichen was indeed taking revenge because Shangguan Mingxing had scared him out of his wits. It was the first time he had ever been hunted down by a domain realm expert. Hearing Shangguan Mingxing's roar, Ling Xing suddenly laughed out loud. "What are you laughing at?" Ling Xing laughed out loud, attracting the two's gazes. "This is the first time I've seen you so angry, so I can't help but want to laugh. Do you think it's ridiculous for a father to get angry because he's worried about his daughter?" asked Shangguan Mingxing coldly. Ling Xing shrugged and said, "All right, just pretend I didn't say anything. But don't be too sad. Maybe things aren't as bad as we think. If it's not bad, why did you ask Zichen to come out?" "I heard that he's the trump card of Hunter's Castle," Shangguan Mingxing said sarcastically. "Indeed, that was what I thought before I saw Zichen. But after seeing Zichen, I suddenly understood. You understand that my daughter isn't as useful as Zichen, right? You don't think it's worth it to sacrifice Zichen's life to save my daughter, right?" Shangguan Mingxing retorted. "Old friend, you have to think positively about everything. Although I don't know much about Zichen, I at least know a little about him. It's said that he went completely crazy after the Storm Eagle died. He lost his mind and fought against the alien race's Mirage Dragon. Do you think that a person who cares so much about an animal will ignore one? No, for living people? Not to mention that your daughter is among them. Even a fool can see her feelings for Zichen. Even if Zichen doesn't want to, he won't ignore her life," Ling Xing said with a smile. Naturally, Shangguan Hong had told her parents about this matter. Back then, it was to give Zichen extra points and leave a good impression on them. Her mother was very touched at the time. However, now that she saw Zichen, not only did he not lose his mind after hearing the news, but he was even laughing and joking around. This made her very confused. She asked doubtfully, "Could it be that Zichen is doing this for a deeper reason?" "Deeper my ass. He's just taking revenge," Shangguan Mingxing said angrily. Ling Xing stroked his beard and said indifferently, "The target of the siege isn't the four of them. Or rather, it shouldn't be the four of them for now." "What do you mean?" "Maybe these people wanted Zichen to go from the beginning, but Zichen didn't go. That's why the siege happened. I think Zichen also guessed it, which is why he's so calm and focused on refining his sword and shield." "Who are these people?" "They're from Yanbo Castle. Aren't they here to investigate the alien race?" "Why are they looking for Zichen?" "They have a grudge with Zichen. This matter was kept a secret at the time, so I didn't tell you. Maybe their real goal is the Mirage Dragon that was killed, or the things left behind by those experts. I didn't think too much about it before, and thought it was just a coincidence. After all, the Hengduan mountain range is very strange, and anything can be found there. But now that I think about it carefully, maybe it really is a scheme against Zichen." Shangguan Mingxing was angry when he heard this. Damn it, they almost died in order to kill the alien race, and now the people from Yanbo Castle are still thinking about them. Her mother asked worriedly, "If that's really the case, won't Hong, and the others be in danger if Zichen doesn't go?" "That should be the case for a short time. But if he doesn't go for a long time, there might be trouble," Ling Xing said. Shangguan Mingxing was anxious when he heard this. "Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and find someone to reforge Zichen's weapon. I won't let them go for daring to attack my daughter." Zichen went back to his room and began to prepare. In fact, there wasn't much to prepare. He just checked the state of the slumbering soldier spirits and the sealed soldier spirits. The sealed soldier spirits were very active, while the original sword and shield soldier spirits were in a deep sleep. Before long, Ling Xing came to find Ziqin. "Are you ready?" Ling Xing stood at the door and asked. Ziqin nodded. The two left the castle and walked on the city's main street. "Why did you deliberately anger Shangguan Mingxing?" Ling Xing broke the silence. Ziqin smiled. "It's not anger. I just spoke the truth. But you didn't explain it clearly." "Senior should have already explained it for me." Ling Xing sighed and said, "I'm ashamed. I only realized it after you left." Ziqin smiled. "Senior is wise." Ling Xing laughed and scolded, "Wise my ass. You're old and muddle-headed." The two of them laughed. On the way, Ziqin asked, "I can guess that they're deliberately targeting me, but I can't figure out where they got the confidence to deal with me in the Hengduan mountain range. I don't understand it either, but we mustn't be careless. After all, there are many powerful existences in this world. Let's not talk about other places first. Take Huping City as an example. Even a domain realm expert would be in trouble if they barged in recklessly. This time, Yanba Castle's people ran into trouble. They've already summoned many domain realm experts and sent some over. Ming Zhu and the others have left, so I'm the only one who has authority in the castle now," Ling Xing said. Ziqin nodded. "By the way, aren't you afraid that Shangguan Mingxing will make things difficult for you in the future and stop you from being together with Shangguan Hong?" Ling Xing suddenly asked. Ziqin was stunned when he heard this, but then he smiled and said, "I can't help it. However, he did scare me quite a bit last time." Ling Xing looked at Ziqin meaningfully, but he did not say anything. The two of them walked to the city gate. Ziqin asked in surprise, "We're leaving the city. That senior is outside. He's a strange old man. He doesn't want to live in the city. By the way, it's best if you don't talk to him when you see him. He's weird and has a lot of problems," Ling Xing said. If the city was a paradise for corporeal realm experts, then the outside of the city was a world for virtual realm experts and Earth Prime experts. With Huping City as the center, there were traces of cultivators within a radius of 10,000 miles. These cultivators had gathered here and formed one force after another. They ruled the world outside Huping City. The flow of people here was no less than in Huping City. One after another, huge trading markets were located here. There were all kinds of things being traded here. Although the quality was very poor, sometimes one would come across one or two good things. Ling Xing brought Ziqin to a huge trading market. There were rows of buildings here. Many virtual realm experts and Earth Prime experts were entering and exiting. Moreover, hawking could be heard from far away. It was very lively. These people could not sense Ziqin and Ling Xing's realms at all. Therefore, even though there were many unfriendly gazes around them, nobody dared to cause trouble along the way. They watched the two of them enter the trading market. The two of them walked into the depths of the trading market and arrived at a place that specialized in weapons. This place was in the center of the trading market and had a very good geographical location. However, Ling Xing's target was not the tall buildings around them. Instead, it was the rundown house in the middle that looked like it could barely block the rain. There was a large window on the wall of the house. A row of weapons were placed outside. These were all earth weapons and virtual weapons. They did not seem to be of high quality. At the moment, a few virtual realm experts were looking at them. "There's a domain realm master here." Ziqin was puzzled. Ling Xing walked to the door. He pushed it open and entered without knocking. Ziqin quickly followed him. As for the few virtual realm experts at the side, they looked at the two of them in surprise. Those who had stayed here for a long time knew that this seemingly rundown shop sold good things at low prices. However, there was a rule in this place. No one was allowed to enter. All the transactions were done outside. If they saw something that was suitable and had a price tag on it, they could just put down the money and take it away. At this moment, the two of them entered rashly. In the eyes of the crowd, these two outsiders did not know the rules. "Get lost. Who let you in?" Sure enough, a shout came from the rundown house. The entire rundown house shook. It was obvious that the owner of this place was angry. In their minds, these two people would be thrown out soon because the owner of this place had an extraordinary background. Chapter 13-14. Everyone was a little confused when they heard this. They really couldn't think of anyone who had spoken to the owner of this place in such a tone in all these years. It was said that the owner of this market had to be respectful and courteous to this owner. Immediately after, the quarrel and cursing started again. The loud and clear voice shook the entire rundown house. The two quarreled like this for a few minutes. When the two were tired, Ling Xing said, "I'm here to ask you to refine something." "I'm not refining." Zi Chun followed behind Ling Xing and saw the owner of the dilapidated house. It was an old man wearing a dirty black robe. He was not tall, and at the moment he was bent over like a dwarf. His beard and hair had almost grown together, making it difficult for people to distinguish them. At this moment, the old man was busy in the room, hammering a mineral material. Every time the old man hammered, the mineral material would change shape. However, Zi Chun found that he couldn't hear any hammering sounds. Ling Xing didn't give the old man any face. He shouted, "This time, you have to refine it, even if you don't want to." The old man smiled coldly. He turned around and looked at Ling Xing with disdain. He said with a mocking smile, "If you want me to refine it, that's fine. Beg me, beg me. I might be happy and help you." "Pfft, you want me to beg you? Dream on. Haha, then it's over. Last time, you cheated me of my good stuff. You dare to come again? Ling Xing, I didn't chase you out and even gave you a chance to beg me. I'm already in a good mood for not making you kneel." The old man didn't even look back. "You dare to talk about last time? Let me see what kind of broken thing you've refined. It's only been a few months, and it's already broken beyond recognition." Ling Xing was angry. "Bullshit. Do you think my products are defective?" The old man was clearly angry. He turned back and glared at Ling Xing. However, his eyes soon widened in disbelief because he saw the knife and shield he had refined himself. The veined patterns on the black saber were broken in many places. Moreover, there were many gaps on the black saber's blade. The saber's body was full of bumps and hollows. It looked terrible. The battle armor wasn't any better. There were many cracks on it. As for the scale shield flame full soldier spirit, he couldn't sense its existence. The old man looked at his product in disbelief. Then he raised his head and looked at Zi Chun. With a face full of shock, he asked, "Brat, did you do this?" Zi Chun smiled faintly and said, "I used it, but someone else did it." Who is so capable to actually injure a top-grade sword-shield combination to such an extent? The old man was still somewhat shocked. "Grandmaster Li, don't say that I'm looking down on you. I think you gave me a substandard product." Ling Xing said disdainfully, "Substandard? Have you ever seen a substandard combination of swords and shields?" Grandmaster Li stared at him in dissatisfaction. Ling Xing spread his hands and said, "The truth is right in front of us." Grandmaster Li ignored Ling Xing and picked up the black saber to inspect it. The black saber had already recognized its master. He was already considered an outsider. There was no way to tell anything from the surface. Then he pointed at the black saber. Every time he pointed, a trace of power would enter the black saber through the veined patterns on the surface. This was a method of activation. However, Grandmaster Li pointed at the black saber more than a dozen times, but the black saber didn't react. Then he took the battle armor and tested it with the same method. There was also no reaction. He put down his saber and shield, shook his head, and said, "The weapon spirits have been severely damaged. Even if they are repaired, their abilities will be greatly reduced." "Boy, what did you do with them?" "They are such good things, but they have been destroyed in your hands for only a few months. Do you know how much effort this old man put in to get these two weapon spirits?" Grandmaster Li's face was full of regret. Zi Chen smiled apologetically and said sorry. Then he took out the two sealed soldier spirits and asked, "Senior, I wonder if this will help repair the soldier spirits. What is this? A sword and shield. It's actually a sword and shield soldier spirit. Grandmaster Li didn't care at first, but his eyes soon widened. He snatched the sword and shield, then released his spiritual senses to inspect it carefully. The expression on his face changed rapidly. In the end, he was extremely shocked. He blurted out, "This is a king-level sword and shield soldier spirit. Where did you get it?" Zichen was also stunned. He said in surprise, "What? A king-level soldier spirit?" A king-level soldier spirit was equivalent to a human's domain realm. In other words, the two little beasts that Zichen saw back then were actually in the domain realm. This shocked him. Seeing Zichen's shocked expression, Grandmaster Li said, "Boy, you're lucky to have gotten such good things. With them, not only can your sword and shield combination be completely restored, I also have a way to turn them into real spirit weapons." Real spirit weapons? What do you mean? Zichen was puzzled. "It means a weapon that can be upgraded," Grandmaster Li said. "What? You can do that?" Zichen was even more shocked. One had to know that under normal circumstances, spirit weapons that could be upgraded would grow with their owners, just like Zichen's Dragon Soul Spear. Spirit weapons that were obtained halfway couldn't be upgraded, but from what Grandmaster Li said, it was obvious that he had a way to upgrade the sword and shield. Grandmaster Li said proudly, "For us, this thing isn't difficult. The only thing we need to pay attention to is to make the soldier spirit itself drop a realm. However, very few people use this method because once it drops, it becomes very difficult to upgrade it again. Although your two soldier spirits have suffered injuries, their original realm is still there. It just so happens that I got some good things last time that can restore them to their peak in a short time. However, their realm will drop very quickly, and then they will fall into a weak state. They need to slowly grow." Zichen thought for a moment, then said, "All right, take out some essence blood, and then there's nothing else for you to do. Just go outside and watch my business," Grandmaster Li instructed. Zichen nodded and then forced out some of his heart's essence blood. Zichen's blood was golden, and there was clearly a wave of pressure coming from it, which made Grandmaster Li Xian very surprised. Next, it was Ling Xing and Grandmaster Li's business. Grandmaster Li controlled the heat, and Ling Xing began to melt the black blade. At the same time, Grandmaster Li added some very strange materials. "You want to refine a domain weapon?" Ling Xing asked after seeing one of the materials. "That little guy can't use a domain weapon. I just want to make this weapon stronger," Grandmaster Li said. Zichen, who was watching the business outside, walked in unknowingly. He looked at Grandmaster Li and asked, "Senior, I have something here, but I don't know if I can add it." "Oh, what is it?" Grandmaster Li looked back curiously. He saw that Zichen took out something, but there were two. Each of them was as big as a wash basin and emitted a bright silver light. Seeing this, Grandmaster Li's eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief again. Even Ling Xing looked back curiously. He only felt that this thing was extraordinary, but he didn't know what it was. "Can I?" Zichen asked. He had hesitated for a long time before deciding to take out this thing. It was to increase the attack and defense of the blade and shield. "Yes, of course you can." Grandmaster Li didn't care about controlling the heat. He went forward and took the two things, then rubbed them with his hands. After a while he praised, "This is really good stuff. Kid, you're really lucky." Zichen smiled, then bowed deeply to Grandmaster Li, turned around and walked out. Grandmaster Li naturally understood what Zichen meant. He looked at Zichen strangely. "What is this?" Ling Xing asked. "Dragon scale," Grandmaster Li said. "Dragon scale?" Ling Xing couldn't believe it, but he suddenly thought of something and stopped asking. "Looks like this kid got a lot of good stuff. Hey, what did he do this time?" Grandmaster Li asked curiously. He teamed up with a group of strong people from 70,000 years ago and killed an alien race. That alien race was a dragon, an illusionary dragon, Ling Xing said. There was no need to hide this. With Grandmaster Li's identity, he could easily find out. Grandmaster Li exclaimed, "So that's how it is. If he really did get a dragon, then 2 pieces of scale armor would be too little. Give me more, and I can make some really good stuff for him." Ling Xing glanced at Grandmaster Li Yi and said, "Back then, there were other people who participated in the battle. Maybe he only got these 2 scales. The people of Yanbo City also came because of this matter. This time, the reforging of the sword and shield is to deal with this matter." Grandmaster Li immediately understood what Ling Xing meant. He nodded and said, "Indeed, I can completely hide the aura of these 2 scales. If there are more, then I can't. It looks like this kid is also a smart person." Ling Xing snorted and said, "This time, Huping City's Hunter's Castle's ranking depends on him. Don't you think he's smart? There's a chance this time. If the 5 of them can successfully reach the domain realm, it won't be a problem for them to be ranked more than 10 places ahead. Well, in that case, the fee will be waived this time." Grandmaster Li seemed very excited. "What, you want to charge this time?" Ling Xing asked unhappily. Then there was a quarrel, accompanied by energy vibrations. However, there was still no sound of ores being polished. Zi Chen was doing business outside, and the 2 people in the room were busy. Grandmaster Li took out the sealed soldier souls and injected them with a special item. Their realms were instantly restored, and the aura of the domain realm burst out. This aura rushed out of the rundown house and spread in all directions. Everyone who sensed this aura was shocked and frightened. This aura disappeared in a flash and was suppressed by Grandmaster Li. Then the domain realm soldier souls easily devoured the sleeping soldier souls. Grandmaster Li then began to merge everything. Chapter 13:15. The newly refined shield did not look any different from the original. But as the owner, Zi Chen could clearly feel that the newly refined shield was different from the previous one. The patterns on the black blade were much finer and more compact than before. At the same time, they formed a perfect pattern. It was the pattern of the blade GoldenEye beast, but it was formed by layers of formations that could increase the power of the weapon's soul. This time, Grandmaster Li was clearly more attentive. He had Ling Xing refine the dragon scales, while he mainly carved formations on some special materials. The newly refined blade's offensive power was naturally stronger. As for the armor, the defensive formation patterns were carved with great care. The armor's defense could be said to be perfect, and a strong material was added to the chest area. In addition, because of the addition of high-quality dragon scales, the black blade and armor's quality had greatly increased. Although it was still a true spirit weapon, its quality and toughness were no weaker than a domain weapon. However, the weapon's soul had become slightly weaker after the fusion and refinement. It was even weaker than when Zi Chen had first obtained the shield. However, as long as there was enough time, the weapon's soul could fully mature. More importantly, the weapon's soul could grow, and it could be upgraded. Zi Chen was extremely happy with these 2 items. He was also very satisfied. Satisfied? If so, let's go. Ling Xing nodded in satisfaction as he watched Zi Chen put away the shield. "We're leaving now." Zi Chen was stunned, then asked, "What about the fee? We're all on the same side, so there's no need to talk about the fee. Let's go. Saving people is more important." As he spoke, Ling Xing pulled Zi Chen and left. At the same time, he smiled complacently at Grandmaster Li. Grandmaster Li curled his lips as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't. He only looked at Ling Xing with eyes full of disdain. Zi Chen and Ling Xing returned to Hunter's Castle. Shangguan Mingxing was already waiting there. He seemed to be very anxious, and his patience had probably been worn out. Apart from Shangguan Mingxing, there were also 2 formation masters. These 2 were twins, and they were quite knowledgeable about formations. They were both nurtured by Hunter's Castle. The older brother was called Gowin, and the younger brother was called Go Chang. As soon as the three of them met, Shangguan Mingxing urged them to leave quickly. Zi Qin did not delay either, and the four of them left Huping City. It was worth mentioning that the four of them had changed their appearances when they left. There were only 4 people on the flying boat. Shangguan Mingxing was worried about his daughter's safety, so the flying boat flew very fast. Even though Zi Chen had only joined Hunter's castle for a few years, he was very famous. When the 2 brothers stood next to him, they couldn't help but feel a little restrained. As for Zi Chen, he was thinking about something, so he was also very quiet. Along the way, the 4 of them did not speak a single word. Just like that, they arrived at the Hengduan mountain range. If this is really a scheme, Senior, you still have to be careful. You are our final trump card, Zi Chen said after jumping off the flying boat in a hidden place. Shangguan Mingxing nodded. The 2 of them had already left a message. The 3 of them advanced into the depths of the dense forest. After traveling for about 50 kilometers, Zi Chen gestured to Gu Guqiang to look for the contact person. Just as Gu Guqiang was trying to contact the other party, his older brother, Gu Wen, looked at Zi Chen and asked carefully, "Do you think we can succeed?" Zi Chen saw his nervousness and chuckled. "Why not?" Gu Wen thought about it seriously and said, "The power of the formation here is very strong. It can even trap a domain realm cultivator." "It's dangerous," Zi Chen patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Things aren't as bad as you think. If they were trapped by a restriction of that level, they would have died long ago." Gu Wen nodded. His slightly nervous mood eased a lot. Zi Chen instructed him, "Remember, no matter what happens, you have to protect yourself first. Only when you are alive can you help and save others." Gu Wen nodded. He felt like a little brother in front of Zi Chen. "How was it?" Zi Chen immediately asked when he saw Gu Guqiang walking back. "They said they will be here soon," Gu Guqiang replied. He then stood side by side with his older brother, looking very reserved. Zi Chen was too famous. He killed people without batting an eyelid. This made the 2 brothers, who were focused on studying formations and had introverted personalities, feel a lot of pressure. The 2 brothers stood together, while Zi Chen leaned against a big tree with a weed in his mouth. Sometimes he would look at the 2 brothers and shake his head with a smile. It was hard to imagine that in a place like the Jianwu continent, where killing was the main thing, there would be such introverted weirdos like the 2 brothers. For hours later, Zi Chen heard the sound of something breaking through the air. He spat out the weed in his mouth and stood up. 5 cultivators, all of whom were at the late stage of the corporeal realm, came from the horizon. The leader was Ling Dong of Yanba Castle. "You are Zi Chen." As soon as Ling Dong arrived, his gaze fell on Zi Chen. Zi Chen nodded. "I am Ling Dong. I have heard of your great name." Ling Dong stepped forward and shook Zi Chen's hand, appearing very friendly. "What happened? Did you discover something?" Zi Chen asked after the 2 shook hands. They didn't test each other's strength. "I am not sure yet, but the formations here are too terrifying. Our formation masters accidentally touched the formations several times, causing many people to be trapped," Ling Dong said dejectedly. "Many people are trapped?" Zi Chen frowned slightly, then asked, "Can you confirm that they are still alive?" Ling Dong nodded and said with certainty, "Yes, they're definitely alive." "Then let's hurry up and leave." Zi Chen and Ling Dong conversed. The 2 brothers followed behind Zi Chen without saying a word. The 8 of them hurried on their way. It was obvious that the people of Yanba Castle had been too active recently, causing the war beasts here to be extremely low-key. They didn't encounter a single war beast along the way. Zi Chen and the others used several days to enter the depths. Because they were going in a straight line, their speed was faster than the first time they came. Zi Chen suddenly thought of something and asked, "You followed the treasure map and went deeper. Did you encounter any dangers?" Of course there were dangers. Along the way, other than the formations, there were also some sealed war beasts. They were very strong. However, we also opened a few passages, but there was nothing in the end, Ling Dong said. Zichen nodded. He guessed that those powerhouses had already known about the loopholes in the formation, so they left a backup plan. After reaching the depths, Ling Dong, who was leading the way, became cautious. It was obvious that they were about to reach an area with formations. Follow me. Don't take the wrong step, Ling Dong instructed. Wait, what is that? A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. His figure flashed and shot to the side. Where are you going? Ling Dong turned and asked. At this moment, Zichen was already hundreds of meters away. He didn't answer Ling Dong. His figure quickly disappeared. No one knew what he was going to chase. Ling Dong's face became a little ugly. After hesitating for a moment, he chased in the direction Zichen left. His speed wasn't slow either. It was obvious that he was extraordinary. After chasing for more than 10 miles, he saw Zichen. However, at this moment, Zichen's face was very gloomy. What's wrong? Did you find something? Ling Dong asked. I saw someone who seemed to be following us, Zichen said with a gloomy face, but I didn't catch up. The other party's concealment method is quite brilliant. Who dares to follow us? Ling Dong was very puzzled. Zichen shook his head and said, Forget it. Saving people is more important. Ling Dong nodded and led the group forward. This time, nothing unexpected happened. The group entered the depths and stepped into the range of the formation. After another 2 hours, they stepped onto a stretch of restrictive barriers. Next, the restrictive barriers released a wave of light and their figures disappeared. It was like a teleportation. The next moment, the group appeared in another place. Zichen looked at his brother, Guwen. The latter said cautiously, We just stepped into a teleportation formation and left the original place. A teleportation formation. Zichen frowned slightly. Yes, this is a teleportation formation. When we first found it, we were also very surprised. We suspected that it led to another place, Ling Dong said. We shouldn't be far from where they are trapped, right? Zichen asked. How do you know? Ling Dong asked in surprise. I've been to this place before. If we continue to go deeper, we won't be trapped. We will die directly, Zichen said calmly. Ling Dong chuckled and continued to lead the way. After traveling like this for 2 days, Ling Dong brought Zichen to a patch of fog. He pointed at the fog ahead and said, They are just ahead. When the fog disperses occasionally, we will be able to see them. The 3 of them looked at the fog in front of them. Perhaps they were lucky. The fog dissipated at this moment. Zichen saw the 4 of them. Other than that, he also saw more than 10 trapped cultivators gathered together. It's them. It's really them. They are still alive, Guwen shouted. He seemed very excited. Before they came, the 2 of them had seen the portraits of the 4 of them. Looking at the front, Zichen suddenly felt that something was wrong. He turned around and looked behind him. Ling Dong, who was supposed to be standing behind him, had disappeared. Even the 4 of them were gone. Not good. Zichen felt that something was wrong and exclaimed. The fog that had just dissipated appeared again. Then, white fog appeared in the surroundings and shrouded the 3 of them. We are trapped. We are trapped too. Guwen, who was shrouded in the fog, shouted, we are trapped. But we didn't do anything. Guwen was puzzled. Zichen, who was beside him, was very calm. He said indifferently, We didn't do anything, but it doesn't mean that others didn't do anything. What do you mean? The 2 brothers' faces turned pale. Zichen smiled coldly as a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He turned to look at the 2 brothers and said, What you 2 need to do now is to protect yourselves. Only by staying alive can you have a chance to leave this place. Remember, defend yourself first. Don't worry about anything else. The 2 of them nodded blankly. Chapter 13:16. After personally witnessing Zichen's group being trapped, Ling Dong's mission was complete and he turned to leave. He didn't plan to fight Zichen head-on. The next task would be left to the array masters. As Ling Dong left the battlefield, a person soon appeared from the shadows. It was Zhou Chong from the city's army. How is it? You caught them? They're trapped by the array. Ling Dong met Zhou Chong when he was investigating Zichen. Coincidentally, Ling Dong had some ideas about Zichen's group. The two hit it off and used the Hengduan mountain range's restriction to trap them. They must have something good on them. Don't let any of them go, Zhou Chong said coldly. Are you sure? Ling Dong asked. Of course. Zhou Chong smiled darkly. But now that things have come to this, even if I'm not sure, I'm sure they'll die. Ling Dong nodded and didn't say anything. As the two moved forward, they saw more realms. They were all hiding in the shadows. After a year of searching, they hadn't found anything, so they bet the only thing they had found on Zichen's group of 5. If they couldn't get anything after killing these 5 people, they could only return home. Ling Dong saw a cultivator in black, and his face immediately turned cold. Didn't I tell you? Zichen's senses are very sharp. He won't let you follow him. Did you know that he almost discovered you just now? The cultivator in black was stunned. Big brother, what are you talking about? When did I follow you? It wasn't you. Ling Dong looked at the cultivator in black. Of course it wasn't me, and it wasn't our people. I'm sure all of us are here, the cultivator in black said. Ling Dong looked at Zhou Chong. It's your people. Zhou Chong spread his hands. Of course not. How can my people be so stupid? Then who could it be? Are there others? Ling Dong frowned, puzzled. Suddenly his face changed. Oh no, what's wrong? Zhou Chong and the cultivator in black looked at Ling Dong in confusion. We've been fooled. This Zichen is indeed not ordinary. As they spoke, Ling Dong led the group back to the moment when Zichen discovered the anomaly. In fact, there was nothing out of the ordinary. Everything was just Zichen deliberately mystifying, and the only purpose of this was to allow his real body to escape. After that, his real body followed Ling Dong and the others into the depths until his clone was trapped. Zichen's real body watched Ling Dong leave from afar. Just as he had guessed, there was another way out here. Or rather, there were more ways out. And this was a trap that was specifically targeted at him. After Ling Dong left, there were still a few people who stayed behind. They were all array masters. Zichen heard someone laugh from afar. Hee hee, I heard that this person's battle prowess is very strong. But in front of an array master, individual battle prowess is nothing. Another person said, it's never wrong to be careful. Besides, there are 2 array masters inside. Don't be careless. The original person sneered, TSK, so what if they have 2 array masters? They can't compare to us in terms of numbers or attainments. The third person shouted, all right, cut the crap. Our goal is to kill. As they spoke, the 4 people here began to control the array. A murderous intent surged in the fog. This was a sign that someone was about to be killed. Suddenly, one of the array masters saw someone walking towards them. He was very puzzled. He looked at the other party and asked, Who are you? It was a young man. He looked familiar, but he couldn't think of where he had seen him before. The other 3 people looked back in confusion. 2 of them didn't recognize the other party, but the third person's expression changed drastically when he saw Zichen. He exclaimed, Were you trapped in the array? How did you come out? The other 3 people's expressions also changed when they heard this. They finally understood why the other party looked so familiar. What array is this? Zichen stood 10 meters away from the 4 people and asked. The 4 people looked at each other and saw an inexplicable fear in each other's eyes. Then, the 4 of them nodded heavily and controlled the array flags to attack Zichen. Swoosh! Light flashed under Zichen's feet and his entire body disappeared. It was as if he had teleported. In the next moment, he appeared in front of a cultivator. He pointed 2 fingers at a sword, and a golden sword aura shot out. He controlled the sword aura to slash at one of the cultivators. Crack! The late corporeal stage cultivator's defense was broken. The sword aura swept past his neck, and his head flew high into the air. It was a simple kill, but a strange look appeared in Zi Chen's eyes. The opponent's defense was surprisingly strong. This attack of his had actually taken a lot of effort. When he arrived in front of the second person, the black blade appeared in his hand. A dark light flashed across the blade as it slashed through the second person's body. It had to be said that with the black blade, Zi Chen's killing became much easier and saved a lot of effort. Uft! Light flashed again, and the third person was also killed by Zi Chen. His head flew off, and his corpse fell into a pool of blood. In the blink of an eye, only one of the 4 array masters was left. This person had completely switched from his previous attacking mode to a defensive one. His eyes were filled with terror as he looked at Zi Chen. Zi Chen gripped the long blade that was dripping with blood and stood 10 meters away from the array master once again. He asked indifferently, "What array is this?" This is. The array master's teeth were chattering, and he could not speak clearly. It was obvious that he was terrified. "Speak slowly. Don't be nervous." Zi Chen smiled faintly. However, this only caused the array master to feel even more terrified. This is a type of death trap array. It borrows the power of the restrictions here. The array is very powerful. It can kill anyone below the domain realm. "Oh, then how do we break the array?" asked Zi Chen. The array master looked at Zi Chen in horror and said in a trembling voice, "Breaking the array is very troublesome. We need to break 99811. While the array master was speaking, Zi Chen's indifferent expression turned extremely cold. He gripped the blade in his hand and slashed down. A 10-meter-long blade ray shot out and chopped off the array master's head. Looking at the headless corpse that was spurting blood, Zi Chen said coldly, "I hate being played by others. I hate it even more when people play tricks in front of me." It was obvious that this array master had experienced many things. Although he was terrified, he had his own calculations. He was stalling for time and waiting for reinforcements to arrive. After killing 4 people, the death trap array was not broken. Zi Chen pressed one hand on the restriction and then said, "Try your best to break the array." Zi Chen believed that his voice could be heard by the 2 brothers in the array. At this moment, the 2 brothers were following Zi Chen's instructions. They took out array flags and formed a defense in front of them. Moreover, the 2 brothers had joined forces to block the first wave of attacks. However, the second wave of attacks had not arrived yet. "Brother, what do we do now?" "Zi Chen, where did big brother Zi Chen go?" The younger brother, Go Chang, asked as he controlled the restriction to be on guard. The older brother, Go Win, shook his head and said, "I don't know, but he just disappeared. He should have used a clone. Maybe he's fighting outside. Let's hold on for a while longer." As soon as the older brother finished speaking, the 2 of them heard Zi Chen's voice telling them to break the array. "It's big brother Zi Chen's voice," Go Chang said in surprise. Go Win nodded and said, "Hurry up and break the array." The 2 brothers began to use the array flags to break the array from inside. Without anyone controlling it, the array's power would naturally be greatly reduced. At the same time, Zi Chen was also looking for the array's weak points outside and then used his black saber to break the array. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Zi Chen slashed several times, and each slash hit a point. Following that, a surge of power erupted. An entire array began to tremble. Ling Dong and the others were still very far away, but they could hear the trembling of the array. The entire ground was shaking, and this made his expression turn even more unsightly. Boom! Another rumbling sound was heard, and the array was broken by an attack from the inside and outside. The 2 brothers rushed out with array flags in their hands. When they saw Zi Chen again, the 2 brothers were very excited because they had just brushed shoulders with death once. "Let's go. They should be nearby." After saying that, Zi Chen walked into the depths of the array. Although Zi Chen didn't know much about the restrictions and arrays here, with Go Win and Go Chang around, it wouldn't be a problem for them to pass through the array. Not long after Zichen and the other two left, Ling Dong and the others arrived. When they saw the broken array and the 4 headless corpses on the ground, their expressions turned ugly. Chopping off the heads when killing people had almost become Zichen's trademark. Damn it, it seems like he already had his suspicions, Ling Dong cursed angrily. The black-clothed cultivator said indifferently, "This kid is cunning, but so what? As long as we join forces, we'll definitely be able to kill him." Zhou Chong had seen Zichen kill people with his own eyes, and he had always been very afraid of Zichen. Now that he saw Zichen escape, his expression turned ugly, and his heartbeat sped up because of his nervousness and fear. "What should we do now?" "Zichen has already gone to save them," Zhou Chong said worriedly. "Call our people and fight together," the black-clothed cultivator shouted. "Let's go take a look first." Ling Dong rushed forward. In fact, after a year of development, this place had already been flattened by them. Although there were dangers, as long as they were careful, they wouldn't come into contact with them. After the 3 of them passed through several dangerous areas, they found traces of other cultivators. They were all people from Yanba Castle. As soon as they saw them, Zichen heard angry curses. "You bastards, you ambushed us here. When our reinforcements arrive, you'll all die without a burial place." This was obviously Wu Xie's voice. Soon, another indifferent voice sounded. "Humph, you've said that countless times already, but what's the result?" "The result is that it's not time yet. To tell you the truth, although I'm powerful and have an immortal body, the leader last time wasn't me at all. It was someone countless times more sinister and cunning than I am. He'll definitely come to save us. You're talking about Zichen, aren't you? He might already be dead by now." A cold laugh sounded. No, even I can sense that this is a conspiracy. How can he not know? I can already see the scene of one of you being chopped to death with a single slash. Chapter 13:17. The 4 of them had been trapped for a long time, and there were battles happening every day. This restriction was somewhat similar to the heaven and earth restriction from before. The 4 of them couldn't display their full combat strength and could only barely resist. As for Wu Xie, he could only talk about it every day after the battles were over. However, he didn't expect that someone would actually speak up this time. Someone would answer him. Moreover, it was an existence that he deeply hated, yet very much looked forward to. Why did he say that he hated it? It was because he followed Shangguan Hong out. Not only did they not develop any feelings for each other, but he also saw Shangguan Hong's longing for Zichen. Even if she was trapped to death, her mind was filled with Zichen. Therefore, he hated Zichen and wanted nothing more than to kill him and replace him. However, in their current situation, in the entire Huping City, or even the entire Jiangwu continent, the only person who could successfully rescue them was probably Zichen. Therefore, every day he hated, looked forward to it, felt conflicted, and waited. Finally, he waited. The moment Zichen's voice rang out, the eyes of the 3 people who seemed listless immediately widened. "It's Zichen. Zichen is here." Shangguan Hong was clearly very excited as she looked forward. That was where the restriction was. It was impossible to see outside, and only sound could travel out. She began to call out to Zichen, completely forgetting herself. "Zichen." Dong Qing's expression changed as he stood up. "Haha, Zichen is finally here," Man Shi laughed loudly. Man Shi, on the other hand, laughed out loud, and then shouted towards the outside of the restriction. "Zichen is here, you're all done for." When Zichen appeared, he saw more than 20 corporeal realms. They were all from Yanba Castle. He had never seen them before, but the hunting badges they wore completely exposed their identities. Zichen tightened his grip on the black blade in his hand and walked forward step by step. His expression was calm, and his pace was relatively slow. Every step was the same distance. The late corporeal realm leader's expression turned ugly when he saw Zichen. He had a bad feeling and immediately asked, "Why are you here?" Looking at the group of realms in front of him, Zichen said indifferently, What you really want to ask is how I was able to make it here alive and where the others who were supposed to surround me went. The late-stage corporeal realm expert did not answer, but he already had a guess in his heart. Zi Chen smiled faintly and said, "Sorry they're dead. You guys came here together. I've already sent them away, and now I'll send you guys away." While they were talking, the heavenly thunder wings appeared on Zi Chen's back. The aura that was originally hidden was also released after the appearance of the heavenly thunder wings. Following that, the aura of the realm skyrocketed. In just a few breaths of time, Zi Chen's realm had been forcefully raised from the early stage to the late stage. The aura around him had become thick and powerful, causing the expressions of all the cultivators to change. These people were very arrogant, but each of them had the right to be arrogant. They more or less had some skills, so Zi Chen would not be careless and fight them with his early strength. He used the heavenly thunder wings as soon as he came up. In addition to the fact that Zi Chen placed great importance on these people, it also showed that he was going all out and did not plan on letting anyone go. Zi Chen could face dozens of realms calmly, but the two brothers behind him could not. Even though Zi Chen was releasing a powerful aura, the two brothers were still very nervous. The array flags in their hands were trembling. Zi Chen looked back at the two brothers and said, "You guys don't need to participate in this battle. Step back." The two brothers nodded and hurriedly took a few steps back. However, they still looked at Zi Chen with worry. Zi Chen walked forward step by step. The distance between each step was the same, as if he was taking a stroll. His expression was very calm. However, the calmer Zi Chen was, the greater the pressure he brought to the crowd. With each step he took, everyone felt as if someone was stepping on their chests. It was very stifling. They all took out their weapons and stared at Zi Chen warily. However, they did not dare to take the initiative to attack Zi Chen as a group. As Zi Chen approached, the crowd felt more and more pressure. One of the late-stage realms could not hold on any longer. His expression became crazed as he roared, "Kill! I don't believe that we can't kill him with so many of us working together." As he spoke, the crazed man charged toward Zi Chen. He held a sword in his hand. It was a true spirit weapon. As he charged forward, the spirit shadow of the weapon appeared, greatly increasing the weapon's attack power. Then he charged toward Zi Chen. The black blade in Zi Chen's hand also began to glow. The somewhat weak golden-eye beast spirit shadow appeared and then hid within the blade. The runes of the golden-eye beast on the blade began to glow. A powerful aura emanated from the blade. Zi Chen gripped the long blade tightly and took a step forward. His figure disappeared and then reappeared. He had already arrived in front of realms and slashed down with the long blade in his hand. A beam of light flashed across the black blade. Then, this beam of light collided with the sword light in front of it. However, there was no collision. The blade light swept past the sword light, the long sword in Realm's hand, and then the neck of Realms. Crack! The blade light suddenly disappeared. The sword light in front of Realms also disappeared. The long sword itself broke, and the spirit within the blade shattered. At the same time, Realm's head flew out of his body. His eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with shock and horror. In the next moment, Realm's life force disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Zi Chen had killed a person. This person's combat power was considered to be at the forefront of the group. However, he could not block a single attack from Zi Chen. Even his weapon was broken in one strike. This scene shocked the entire crowd. Even the two brothers were shocked. Zi Chen's cold eyes swept over them. He said indifferently, "You guys go and save him first." As soon as he finished speaking, the thunder wings on Zi Chen's back flapped. A trace of spatial power vibrated, and his figure disappeared once again. Just as Zi Chen's figure disappeared, a blood-curdling scream rang out from the other side. Everyone turned around upon hearing the sound and saw a head fly into the air. Another corporeal realm expert, had been killed. Following that, there was a loud explosion. This was the sound of Realm's spirit weapon shattering due to the death of its owner. Let's kill him together. Zichen had already begun his massacre. The oppressive atmosphere instantly exploded. The leader of the group roared and took the lead to charge towards Zichen. The others also woke up from their shock. At this moment, they dispelled the fear in their hearts. Their faces were filled with ferocity and madness as they charged towards Zichen. Everyone assumed a desperate stance. At this moment, all of them were giving up their lives. Their only goal was to kill Zichen by relying on their numbers. Unfortunately, although everyone's idea was beautiful, it was too difficult to realize it. Among those at the same level, even the alien race Mirage Dragon was no match for Zichen, let alone these somewhat extraordinary late realms. Puff! Zichen's expression was calm. His figure flashed and appeared in front of a realms expert as if he had teleported. The black blade in his hand slashed out as soon as it appeared. With a flash of blade light, a head flew into the air. Facing Zichen's attack, this late realms expert had no time to react. Zichen killed the enemy with one strike. However, before his figure could disappear, several powerful attacks arrived one after another and struck him. Battle armor appeared on the surface of his body. A light shield covered his entire body. All the attacks were blocked by the light shield. Clanging sounds rang out continuously along with the clanging sounds. These people were shocked to find that their all-out attacks were unable to break through Zichen's light shield. They couldn't even break through his defense. This scene made them feel incredulous. However, Zichen's figure disappeared again at this moment. When he reappeared, he was in front of the realm's experts. Puff! Puff! A pitch-black saber light flashed, and one head after another flew into the air. Zichen had started a new round of slaughter. Without seeing Zichen in action with their own eyes, it was impossible to imagine how terrifying Zichen was. Even if these people had seen images of Zichen's crazy massacre before, they still thought that they were weak. However, in their hearts, they only thought that these people were too weak and did not think that Zichen was very strong. However, after experiencing it firsthand, they had to admit that Zichen was indeed strong. Strong and terrifying. Haha, how is it? Now, do you understand the meaning of this young master's words? Miserable screams rang out through the array as Wu Xie's complacent laughter rang out. However, no one had the time to answer him at this moment. This was because everyone had decisively decided to run as soon as the massacre began. They couldn't compare to their opponent in terms of speed, they couldn't block their opponent's attacks, and they couldn't break through their opponent's defense. There was no point in continuing this battle. It would only cause more people to die. Retreat! Thus, after a loud shout, the realm's experts began to flee. Zichen naturally chased after them and killed them. The two brothers had already arrived outside the array and were thinking of a way to break it. However, when they saw the group of cultivators flee as soon as the battle began, they were deeply shocked. Zichen didn't chase them very far because Shangguan Hong and the others were still trapped. He only symbolically killed a few people who looked like array masters before retreating. Are you all okay? Zichen's voice rang out from outside the array. We're fine. Of course we're fine. What could possibly happen to us? Wu Xie spoke again. Zichen. Shangguan Hong's voice came next. Her voice was choked with sobs. I'm fine. Dongqing's voice was relatively calm. I'm not fine. I was almost beaten to death these days. Man sure was more honest and spoke the truth. At this moment, the four people in the array were all injured. Among them, the Undying Body's injuries were the lightest. During the time they were trapped, these people would come in and fight every day. Although they were training, once they had the chance, they wouldn't hold back. Fortunately, the four of them weren't ordinary people, so they were able to persevere. Boom! The two brothers spent a lot of effort and finally broke through the array. Zichen saw the four people. The four of them were covered in wounds and stained with blood. They looked very haggard. This caused his calm expression to immediately turn cold. Chapter 13:18. Shang Guanhong lay in Zi Chen's arms, sobbing bitterly. She was very sad and wronged. She had never been schemed against by anyone since she was young. She had never been wronged like this. This time not only was she schemed against, she had almost died. "Woo, woo, woo!" she cried very sadly. Her tears were like raindrops, drenching Zi Chen's black robe. Wu Xia curled his lips, but didn't say anything. After investigating Shang Guanhong for a long time, he had discovered that there was a problem with her beauty. He no longer held any hope in his heart. Perhaps because his injuries were too serious, Dong Qing's eyes dimmed, and he slowly lowered his head. "Zi Qin, thank you for saving us." Man Shi, on the other hand, scratched his head and then thanked him. "Are you all okay?" Zi Chen gently patted Shang Guanhong's back, then looked at Wu Xia and the other two. "It's fine. It's just a small injury. It's not a big deal. I'll be fine soon." Their injuries looked very bad, but it wasn't life-threatening. It was just that their spirits were too weak. If they had stayed any longer, their lives would have been in danger. Shang Guanhong was still crying. Zi Qin comforted her. It's okay. You're safe now." As if this was a rare opportunity, Shang Guanhong hugged Zi Qin tightly, crying without stopping. Zi Qin could clearly feel the strange expressions of the people around him. His heart moved, and then he said, "Are your injuries serious? Hurry up and treat them. Don't leave scars on your body. Look at you crying. You're almost like a cat. There are wounds on your face. Be careful that your tears don't get into the wounds and can't heal." With just 2 simple sentences, it sounded like Zi Qin was very concerned about Shang Guanhong. These words seemed to have some kind of divine power. Shang Guanhong's crying instantly stopped, and she immediately left Zi Chen's chest. Her face was clearly red, and her figure flashed, disappearing from the spot and entering her own reality space. This speed surprised the others, and then they looked at Zi Chen strangely. Zi Chen smiled awkwardly and said, "Everyone cares about their appearance, especially girls." When Go Win and Go Chang heard this, they looked at Zi Chen with great respect and worship, as if they had already regarded him as their idol. TSK, acting like a Casanova. Wu Xia curled his lips and then sat down cross-legged to heal his wounds. Man Shi's skin was coarse and his flesh was thick, but his spirit was very weak. Therefore, he directly sat down to recover his spirit. As for these injuries, they were nothing. Dong Qing glanced at Zi Qin. Zi Qin nodded at her. She also had injuries on her body, but was covered by a brand new black robe. Her figure flashed and entered her own reality space. It seemed that she was going to tend to her wounds. "Brother Zi Qin, what should we do next?" Go Wen looked at Zi Chen with admiration. "Wait," Zi Qin said. "What are you waiting for?" "Wait for their injuries to recover, then we'll kill our way out. Or wait for them to come in, then we'll kill them," Zi Qin said coldly. At this moment, Zi Chen's expression didn't change much, but his heart was filled with killing intent. It was not for anything else, but because these people had schemed against the 4 of them and caused them to be injured. Of course, there was also some killing intent. They had schemed against him. In the end, Ling Dong and the others didn't arrive in time. Halfway through, they encountered the escaping cultivators. "Big brother, this is too scary. Zi Chen is too scary." The leading cultivator had some tricks up his sleeve. Zi Qin didn't kill him. He ran back and complained to Ling Dong. He said how strong Zi Qin was and how terrifying he was, which made Ling Dong's expression turn solemn. "He's already very strong. I already said that if the formation can't trap him, it'll be very difficult to kill him. Even if we succeed, I'm afraid more than half of your people will die." "Now, Zi Qin isn't the only one in trouble," said Zhou Chong, who also had an ugly expression. Ling Dong said coldly, "If that's the case, our losses will be too great." Everyone retreat with me first." With that, Ling Dong retreated with his people. Wu Xie and the others were recovering, while Zi Qin stood there waiting for Ling Dong's arrival. Although he hadn't known Ling Dong for long, he could feel that Ling Dong was extraordinary. This kind of person wouldn't be afraid of him. Although he might not be able to win, he still had the courage to fight. However, they still hadn't come, which made Zi Qin feel a little strange. Maybe they're still scheming. Zi Qin smiled coldly. He didn't seem to care. He had 2 array masters by his side. Although the 2 of them looked a little immature, their attainments in array formation were relatively mature. After a few hours, Wu Xie and Man Sure opened their eyes and stood up. "Where are they?" "They're not here yet," Wu Xie asked. Zi Qin saw that they hadn't fully recovered, so he shook his head and said, "They're not here yet. They're probably waiting for us somewhere. There's still a lot of time, so let's talk after you've fully recovered." The 2 nodded and continued to recover. What followed was a long wait. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was very quiet. "Zi Qin, big brother, where are you from?" A restrained voice rang out. It was the older brother, Guwen. Zi Qin smiled and said, "We're all on the same side. Don't be so nervous. I'm from the Martial Sky Continent." "The Martial Sky Continent? Is that a low-level world?" Guwen asked again. "To you, it is indeed a low-level world." Zi Qin smiled. "Big brother Zi Qin, when you came to this world, how long did it take you to break through to the Earth realm?" Zi Qin's kind attitude made Guwen relax a lot. Zi Qin thought for a moment and said, "About 1,300 years. 1,300 years? How is that possible?" The 2 brothers widened their eyes in disbelief. It had to be known that Zi Qin had only used 2 years to break through from the early stage of the emptiness realm to the early stage of the corporeal realm. "It took me 1,000 years to break through." The 2 brothers couldn't believe Zi Qin's speed, but it didn't stop them from worshipping Zi Qin. 2 days later, Wu Xie and Man Shure's injuries had fully recovered. After another half a day, Shang Guanhong and Dong Qing came out one after another. Shang Guanhong wore tight clothes that accentuated her curvaceous figure, coupled with a well-fitting battle armor. She looked valiant and valiant. Although Dong Qing was still dressed in a loose black robe, his eyes were very bright. They didn't come. Shang Guanhong, who was prepared for battle, asked, "No, let's go find them." The group of 7 walked forward. Along the way, the 2 brothers led the way. The 2 appeared to be very careful, but they didn't discover anything out of the ordinary. Soon, they arrived at the place where Zi Qin had been trapped. This was the most likely place to set up an ambush. After the 2 brothers carefully investigated, they turned around and shook their heads at the others. Did they leave? Wu Xie was somewhat puzzled. "They can't have left," Zi Qin said indifferently. "Why?" "Unless they return directly to Yanba Castle, they have nowhere to go," Zi Qin said indifferently. "They can return to Huping City." This time it was Man Shure who spoke. "Even if they return to Huping City, I will still kill them." Zi Qin's voice became increasingly cold. The few of them could feel the thick, killing intent in Zi Qin's words. They immediately guessed the reason. Shang Guanhong's face clearly reddened. Further ahead, they reached a fork in the road. Just as the 2 brothers didn't know which path to take, a figure flashed past them. "Chase!" Zi Qin bellowed and was the first to chase after him. "Be careful, it might be a trap." Man Shure suddenly shouted. When everyone heard Man Shure's shout, they looked at him with strange gazes. Even he knew that it might be a trap, let alone Zi Qin. "What are you looking at?" "I'm not stupid." Man Shure glared. Wu Xie coughed softly and didn't say anything. Shang Guanhong covered her mouth and snickered. The others quickly caught up. The 2 brothers were clearly slower and were at the back. The younger brother, Go Chang, suddenly whispered, "Brother, is that big guy really stupid?" Gowen warned in a low voice, "Don't say anything. Just keep it to yourself." With Man Shure's strength, He could naturally hear the conversation between the two brothers. He immediately became angry. In front of them, the laughter of Shang Guanhong and the others could be heard. "Ah!" Man sure shouted angrily. He ignored the others and rushed forward, following closely behind. There was a late-stage corporeal realm cultivator fleeing in front of Zichen. His speed was very fast, but it couldn't be compared to the world's fastest speed. However, Zichen didn't chase after him to kill him. He knew that this person was here to lead the way. These people had completely tricked them, so it was naturally impossible for them to return to Huping City. Or rather, it was impossible for these people to return to Huping City while they were still alive. Zichen firmly locked onto his opponent. He could see every movement of his opponent. He wasn't worried that his opponent would try to trick him. As for luring him into a formation, that was even more impossible. Being followed by Zichen in such a leisurely manner, the cultivators in front of him felt extremely pressured. Fortunately, they would soon reach their destination. The cultivator saw a light in front of him. It was the exit of this world. Joy immediately appeared on his face, and he rushed out. However, just as he rushed out, his pupils suddenly shrank. Zichen, who had been behind him, had already reached the exit. He was standing in front of him with his back facing him, looking ahead. "You." The cultivator's expression changed drastically. He looked at Zichen in disbelief. Zichen didn't turn around, nor did he pay attention to him. His gaze was fixed in front of him. Ling Dong and the others were in front of him. There were dozens of corporeal realm cultivators. However, as long as they were in the corporeal realm, Zichen didn't care. At that moment, his attention was on Ling Dong. A person stood there. He wore flaming armor and stood there quietly. There was no aura around him, but he gave off a great pressure. "It's you," Zichen said indifferently. Chapter 1319. The person standing in front of Zichen was Chuanxing. He looked at Zichen and said, "You surprised me." Zichen replied calmly, "You surprised me too." Chuanxing said curiously, "You surprised me?" "That's right. I thought I would have to fight with the realms you brought. I didn't expect to run into you." Zichen said calmly, "Although this place has a suppressive effect on realms, I don't understand where you got the confidence to attack us." Chuanxing smiled and said, "You must be talking about Shangguan Mingxing. You can send messages here. You can inform him and have him wait for me outside." Zichen's expression changed slightly as he said, "It seems that you were prepared for this." Chuanxing smiled but didn't say anything. Zichen scanned the crowd and finally fixed his gaze on Zhou Chong. The realms of Yanbo Castle have all left. They also took the realms of Hunter's Castle with them. They still have the means to stop Shangguan Mingxing. It seems that all of this is because of you, right? Zhou Chong's expression changed. He was somewhat afraid of Zichen. Seeing Zhou Chong's evasive gaze, Zichen knew that he had guessed correctly. He said coldly, "I don't hate many things in my life, but I hate betrayal. As a citizen of Huping City, you actually colluded with the people of Yanbo Castle. Based on this alone, you must die." Zhou Chong's face turned pale. "Zichen, stop dreaming. Whether or not you can leave this place alive is another matter," Ling Dong said with a cold smile. Zichen glanced at Ling Dong, his eyes full of disdain. He then looked back at the realms of reality who had just led the way and said, "Since your mission was to lead the way, your mission is now complete. You can die now." With that, Zichen drew his blade. The pitch-black blade flashed and attacked the realms of reality. "Killing someone in front of me? You think too highly of yourself, Zichen." Chuanxing raised a finger, and a sharp beam of light shot towards Zichen. Zichen's slash did not stop, but the blade suddenly shone with light. The patterns on the blade shone brightly, and the golden-eyed beast engraved on the blade seemed to come alive. A powerful aura emanated from the blade. Sensing this aura from afar, Chuanxing's expression changed as he cried out in alarm. "Pooh!" The long blade slashed out and the finger radiance shattered. Then the long blade continued forward, cutting the corporeal realm weapon in half and sweeping past the opponent's head, annihilating the attack, breaking the weapon, and decapitating the enemy with just one slash. Manshur was the first to rush out and just happened to meet with the gushing blood. He let out a strange cry as the blood drenched his entire body. Chuan Xing's expression became very ugly. Zi Chen's attack was undoubtedly a heavy slap to his face, but because of this he had certain understanding of Zi Chen's combat strength. Little 7. Ling Dong shouted angrily, his face full of grief and indignation. The person Zi Chen just killed was not an ordinary corporeal realm cultivator, but their brother. Wu Xie and the others followed in. When they saw Chuan Xing, their expressions changed, and then anger appeared on their faces. So it was you who did this, calling us little heroes while scheming against us. You really are a scumbag. Shang Guanhong and the others were also very angry. During this time, Zi Chen had already sent a message to Shang Guanmingxing, but he had not received a reply. It seemed that he was indeed in trouble. They could only rely on themselves for the upcoming battle. Zi Chen looked back at the two brothers and said, "You two retreat." Before setting up the formation, the two brothers' combat strength was completely negligible. The two of them also knew their limits, so they nodded and retreated to a safe place. "You two focus on defense," Zi Chen ordered again. This time he did not wait for the four to nod and rushed forward with his blade in hand. "From the looks of it, could it be that you want to avenge this trash? Then come at me." Zi Chen smiled coldly and moved at extreme speed, disappearing from the spot. "How dare you!" Chuan Xing shouted and turned into a beam of light to surround Zi Chen. Whoosh! Zi Chen's body flashed with light and two figures appeared. They were two clones, one emitting golden light, the other shining silver. The two clones had the same strength as Zi Chen himself, the early corporeal realm. Both of them held a weapon in their hands, and then they worked together to attack Chuan Xing. As for Zi Chen's real body, after the clones appeared, he quickly dodged to the side and then rushed forward again towards the corporeal realm cultivators. His expression was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The black blade in his hand began to glow, and the patterns on its surface lit up. Boom! Chuan Xing's attack landed on the clones, and a powerful shockwave followed. The golden clones, along with the weapons in their hands, were shattered. Zi Chen arrived in front of a corporeal realm cultivator the moment the first clone was destroyed and the black blade in his hand slashed down. Uft! A head was chopped off and flew high into the air. Uft! Another head was chopped off and another cultivator died. Because the corporeal realm cultivators were gathered together, Zi Chen could kill one and then quickly kill the second one. By the time Chuan Xing realized that something was wrong, Zi Chen had already raised his black blade towards the third person. Boom! Zi Chen's silver clone exploded, and a powerful and terrifying force shook the area. Although Chuan Xing was powerful, he could not ignore this force, so he waved his robe. With a wave of his robe, the destructive force of the clone's explosion was completely neutralized. It was clear how powerful a domain realm cultivator was. However, Zi Chen also chopped off the third corporeal realm cultivator's head while his robe was still waving. As for the others, they quickly retreated after Zi Chen's 3 slashes. Zi Chen looked at Zhou Chong, who had already fled, and sneered. Then he chased after him with his blade. When Zhou Chong turned around, he happened to see Zi Chen smiling at him. He was already very frightened, and when he saw this cold smile, he was so scared that he almost collapsed to the ground. He almost rolled and crawled as he ran into the distance. Stop! Using the power of the domain, Chuan Xing immediately caught up to Zi Chen and slapped him in the back. Zi Chen seemed to have sensed it. The thunder wings on his back vibrated, and the power of space spread out in all directions. His body immediately disappeared. Boom! Chuan Xing's attack missed completely, causing the void to tremble. However, Zichen appeared on the other side and rushed towards Zhou Chong again. Zichen, you've angered me. Don't even think about killing another person. Chuan Xing shouted angrily and then released a powerful aura around him. The entire space trembled because of Chuan Xing's aura. Then a real world broke through this space and descended into this world. This was Chuan Xing's domain and also his world. It was a world formed by flames, and one could see many fire-type creatures in this world. The formation of a domain was closely related to the law that one had comprehended when breaking through to the Earth Prime level. Looking at the flames in this world, one could tell that Chuan Xing had comprehended the law of fire. Such a person could not be considered a top existence among the domain realm cultivators in Yanbo Castle. Chuan Xing was able to speak on behalf of Yanming in Huping City not because of his strength, but because of his strategy and calculations. In terms of strength, Chuan Xing was almost at the bottom of the domain realm cultivators. As the real world descended, Zichen felt an enormous pressure. The 3-meter space around him was stretched to its limit. Streams of law power slithered around him like agile snakes. Whoosh! Zichen used his extreme speed to start moving within a small area so that the descending power of this world could not lock onto him. He was confident that he could fight against a domain realm cultivator, but he did not have the confidence to fight in his opponent's world. Fortunately, this domain realm was not very large. It was only about 3 to 5 miles wide. Zichen could use his extreme speed to dodge. Die. Chuan Xing's expression darkened when he saw that Zichen was so slippery that even the domain realm could not take him away. He roared and pointed at Zichen with one hand. As his finger fell, the flames in Chuan Xing's domain realm began to riot. Then a fire-type creature rushed out and roared as it charged at Zichen. The fire-type creature had the power of a domain realm cultivator. In the eyes of ordinary realms cultivators, it was a powerful and terrifying existence. However, in Zichen's eyes, it was not even a domain realm clone. His body suddenly released a dazzling golden light. The black blade in his hand was also dyed gold. The blade, golden-eyed beast soldier spirit, let out a furious roar and completely merged with the blade. The black blade's aura became extremely terrifying. Then, Zichen held the blade and slashed at the fire-type creature. Puff! With one slash, the fire-type creature was cut in half. It did not even have time to cry out. That's not how you kill a fire-type creature. Chuan Xing suddenly laughed coldly. The split fire-type creature suddenly merged back together. Its aura became even more violent. At close range, it ruthlessly struck at Zichen's chest. Bang! With a loud bang, Zichen's body was sent flying. Chuan Xing smiled smugly. After being hit by a fire-type creature, even if a realm's cultivator did not die, he would be seriously injured. Looking at the distance Zichen had flown, it was even further than he had imagined. Wait! Chuan Xing, who was very pleased with himself, suddenly felt that something was wrong. He looked at Zichen again. He saw that under Zichen's cold expression, there was a hint of calmness. When he looked at the place where Zichen's body was beginning to descend, he realized that it was where the fleeing realm's cultivators were. Not good. Damn it. He roared angrily and wanted to rush forward, but he was too far away. He could not stop Zichen in time. Zhou Chong was very happy to see Zichen get hit and sent flying. However, when he saw Zichen coming toward him, he was not happy at all. Instead, he ran in the other direction in horror. Zhou Chong die. Zichen's roar suddenly came from the sky. Zhou Chong, who was flying backward, immediately steadied himself. As his thunder wings flapped, he disappeared. In the next moment, Zichen appeared in front of Zhou Chong. No, looking at Zichen in front of him, Zhou Chong screamed in horror. He turned around and ran backward. Chapter 1320. The black saber swept past, and Zhou Chong's head was chopped off without any accident. The various expressions on his face froze, and his headless body fell to the ground. Everyone around them saw that the situation was not good and ran away again. They looked at Zichen with increasingly terrified eyes. Chuan Xing felt his face burning. This was not the first time he had told Zichen that he would never let Zichen kill again. But Zhou Chang's death was like a slap to his face by Zichen. "Hey, didn't you just say that you wouldn't let Zichen kill again? Then what is this?" A sarcastic voice came from nearby. It was Wu Xia. "Retreat, all of you retreat." Chuan Xing took a deep breath and then shouted in a low voice, but he did not continue to speak arrogantly. Ling Dong and the others quickly retreated, but before they left, Zichen took advantage of the opportunity to kill 2 more people. Soon, there were only 6 living people left in this space. Zichen did not leave with Ling Dong and the others. Instead, he walked back with the black saber. "I thought you would take the opportunity to escape." Chuan Xing, who was standing in the air, looked down at Zichen and said coldly. Zichen sneered and said, "Run? Why should I run? Today, we will join forces to destroy the domain realm and create a miracle of our own." Yes, create a miracle. Zichen's words made the 4 people's blood boil, although the domain realm and the corporeal realm were a whole realm apart, and the difference between their realms was like heaven and earth. There were 5 of them, and 5 of them were extraordinary. If they really joined forces, they could still destroy the enemy. Shameless boasting. Chuan Xing mocked coldly. "Whether or not I am shameless, you will know soon." A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. He held the black saber tightly and shot directly toward Chuan Xing in the air. A stream of saber light slashed toward Chuan Xing. The latter snorted and punched at the saber light. Bang! A deafening sound came from the sky, and the blade light instantly shattered. However, Zichen also took this opportunity to flash to Chuan Xing's side. He held the blade with both hands and viciously slashed at Chuan Xing. Chuan Xing's reaction was very timely. He immediately turned around and struck out a dazzling fist light. The 2 collided once again in the sky. Boom! Surging energy swept through the area. Zichen's long blade spewed out an even stronger force. This force directly shook Chuan Xing. Both of them swayed and then retreated. Swish! Just as Zichen retreated, a beam of fire shot towards Zichen. He could only retreat again and again. On the other side, Zichen was already facing off against Chuan Xing. The other 4 were no longer defending. Instead, they were all unleashing powerful attacks. Man sure transformed, and his skin immediately turned black. Like a steel giant, he charged at Chuan Xing in the air. It had to be said that after his strength broke through again, Mansher's battle prowess had also increased greatly. Mansher, who stepped forward, almost dared to meet Chuan Xing's fist head-on. His fist was flowing with the color of black iron. It was not any weaker than a real spirit weapon. He punched towards Chuan Xing. Chuan Xing also responded with a fist. The 2 of them began to clash violently. The sound of fists colliding could be heard constantly in the sky. The 2 of them were evenly matched for a while. If it was only Mansher alone, Chuan Xing was very confident in killing him. Unfortunately, other than Mansher, there were 4 other people here. Wu Xia's vertical eye opened. A destructive beam of light fell. This was the speed of light. Chuan Xing, who was in the middle of the battle, could not dodge and was hit directly. There was a small hole in the flame armor on his body. It was just a small hole. It did not seem to be a big deal. However, Shang Guanhong took the opportunity and threw a green seed into the small hole. Then the seed was completely activated. Ah! Chuan Xing, who was in the middle of the battle, suddenly screamed. He felt the life in his body begin to drain away. After punching Mansher back, he looked down and saw a small grass growing on his body that absorbed life. He was furious. Then he grabbed the grass with his hand and tried to pull it out. Because the grass's roots were directly connected to his blood vessels and meridians, the pain that Chuan Xing experienced was unimaginable. Zichun used his extreme speed to appear and disappear unpredictably. While Chuanxing was busy pulling the grass, he flashed behind Chuanxing and attacked with all his strength. Zichen naturally used all his strength in this attack. A sharp and ear-piercing sound rang out. Zichen had slashed a large hole in his armor. It was almost scrapped. At the same time, a powerful force rushed towards Chuanxing. His body smashed forward. Die, I want you all to die. Chuanxing finally uprooted the grass and used his dermic powers to destroy it. Then he let out a hateful roar. The huge world pressed down on Zichen and the others. Retreat! Don't let the domain world get involved. Zichen shouted loudly and then dodged into the distance. You want to leave? It's not that easy. Flame spirit snakes rushed out of the flame world. These flame spirit snakes flicked their tongues and rushed towards Zichen as if they were real. These flame spirit snakes had domain power on their bodies. They were very fast and appeared in front of Zichen almost instantly. Then they surrounded Zichen. Looking at the spirit snakes around him, Zichen smiled coldly. The laws on his long saber began to change and finally turned into the destruction law. Puff, puff, puff. The long saber slashed and directly cut these flame spirit snakes. Then Zichen successfully rushed out of the spirit snake's encirclement. Chuanxing seemed to want to say something proudly, but his expression suddenly changed. This was because he realized that after the spirit snakes that Zichen had released were killed, the spirits in them seemed to have been damaged to a certain extent and could not be reformed. What kind of technique is this? Chuanxing asked in shock. Zichen naturally would not answer. Just as Chuanxing's attention was focused on Zichen, Wu Xie and the others naturally seized the opportunity to attack again. A wooden sword appeared in front of Shang Guanhong. Then she controlled the wooden sword with her mind and attacked Chuanxing. In comparison, beast tamer Dongqing, after losing many of her battle beasts, had fewer means to fight the enemy. Although she still had many battle beasts, they were undoubtedly some ordinary goods. In this kind of battle where the enemy was stronger than her, they could only be used as cannon fodder. Wu Xie's every attack could break through Chuanxing's defense, and Shang Guanhong's green light seed would cause a lot of trouble for Chuanxing. Then Manshi and Zichen's encirclement would make Chuanxing suffer a lot. Although Chuanxing was a domain realm elite, under the joint attack of the five of them, he almost had no room to resist and could only passively counterattack. However, every time he counterattacked, it was not enough to kill any of them. After a short rest, they could fight again. Chuanxing roared in anger, but to be honest, he could not do anything to the five of them. This was another miscalculation of Chuanxing's. He had always thought that Wu Xie was everyone's leader and believed what Zichen and the others had said. However, after today's battle, he realized that the only thing Wu Xie could rely on when compared to Zichen was his immortal body. However, if he really fought against Zichen with his immortal body, it was another matter whether he could break the rules and become immortal. Outside this space was the Hengduan mountain range. Ling Dong and the others all retreated, but they did not go far. Instead, they stood there and waited anxiously. This time their plan had failed. Before Zichen and the others were all dead, they would not return to Huping City. Even if they killed Zichen, they would leave immediately. As for Huping City, it was better not to return. Although Huping City was ranked last in Shantian Prefecture, this was their home ground after all. They should still keep a low profile. In another direction, Shangguan Mingxing was blocked by two domain realm elites. One of them was at the third stage, while the other was at the second stage. Initially, he was very anxious and wanted to fight them. However, after hearing Zichen's voice transmission again, although he was anxious, he was no longer reckless and crazy. Who exactly are you? Shangguan Mingxing asked indifferently as he looked at the two unfamiliar faces. The two men in front of him continued to remain silent. Shangguan Mingxing added, I'll tell the Castellan about what happened here when I go back. I hope that the two of you are not from Huping City. Otherwise, you should know the consequences of colluding with people from other cities to harm a senior hunter from Hunter's Castle. The two men in front of him remained silent, but there was a slight fluctuation in their eyes. Shangguan Mingxing looked at them and sneered. Do you know Zhou Chong? It's fine if you don't, but if you do, I want to tell you that he has been killed as a traitor. The expressions of the two men in front of him changed drastically. Shangguan Mingxing said coldly, Since the Zhou family has betrayed us, there is only one result: death. I've already reported this to the Castellan and to Lord Wu of Hunter's Castle. I hope that the two of you can still see the Zhou family from Huping City when you return. Ling Dong and the others were waiting anxiously when the space in front of them suddenly broke open and a figure rushed out. It's my lord. When they saw that it was Chuan Xing, they wanted to shout out loud, but just as the words reached their mouths, they saw another person rush out. The person who rushed out was Ziqin, who slashed at Chuan Xing with his saber. When the crowd looked at Chuan Xing again, they thought that he was running away. How was this possible? The crowd found it hard to believe because they could not imagine how a few corporeal realm elites could beat a domain realm elite. However, the scene before them was indeed Chuan Xing running away. Let's go. Ling Dong was decisive and signaled for the crowd to retreat immediately. At the moment, Zi Chen and the others were still chasing after Chuan Xing and had no time to care about them. Ling Dong and the others fled in the direction of Huping City because their lord was on the way back. As for Chuan Xing, he took Zi Chen and fled in another direction. The two domain realm elites who were intercepting Shangguan Mingxing suddenly heard a message. When they took it out, their expressions immediately turned ugly. The message said the same thing. If they did not return, the Zhou family would be destroyed. The two put away the message and turned to leave. Chapter 13:21. Because he had underestimated Ziqin, this plan was doomed to fail. After Ling Dong escaped, Chuan Xing thought that he could escape Ziqin and the others' pursuit. Even if he could not escape, Ziqin and the others would not be able to kill him. As long as he hid in his own realm, Ziqin and the others would not dare to come in. Chuan Xing's guess was correct, but he forgot about Shangguan Mingxing and the uncertain factor of the Zhou family. Similarly, he neglected the status of Ziqin and the others in Hunter's Castle and Huping City. After confirming that Ziqin had been set up by the people of Yanba Castle, the news was immediately sent back to Hunter's Castle in Huping City. This matter concerned the future ranking of Huping City. Even the Castellan would pay attention to it and ask about it. This directly led to the Zhou family receiving a warning that their clan would be exterminated. They immediately left, not even caring about Zhou Chang's life. Shangguan Mingxing, who was free, went to support Ziqin. With Shangguan Mingxing's help, a mere Chuan Xing was no longer a threat. Outside the Hengduan Mountains, Shangguan Mingxing blocked Chuan Xing, who was about to escape. The two of them were 2 whole realms apart, so the following realms battle did not last long before Chuan Xing was subdued. After subduing Chuan Xing, Shangguan Mingxing asked, "What should we do next?" Ziqin walked towards Chuan Xing with his blade, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "What are you doing?" Chuan Xing was covered in injuries, and he looked very pathetic. "Killing you," Ziqin said indifferently. "How dare you? I'm from Yanba Castle. Do you want to start a war between the two cities?" Chuan Xing questioned coldly. At this moment, Ziqin raised the saber in his hand, and then he slashed down. "Wait." Shangguan Mingxing tried to stop him, but it was obviously too late. He thought that Ziqin was just scaring the other party, but he did not expect him to actually attack. With a poof, Chuan Xing's head was chopped off just like that. At the same time, he broke the rules and destroyed his soul. "What's wrong? Do you think this person shouldn't be killed?" Ziqin put away his blood-dripping saber and asked. Shangguan Mingxing smiled bitterly. "Of course he deserves to be killed, but I stopped you from killing him after he releases his domain world. If you kill him now, His domain world won't explode, but will directly enter the void. Oh, there's such a thing. Zi Chen was stunned. He had never heard of such a thing. He remembered that he had obtained a domain fragment when he killed Huan Long Shangguan Mingxing, shook his head and said, "You haven't reached the domain realm yet, so it's normal that you don't know. Under normal circumstances, the best way to kill a domain realm expert is to place him in his own world and kill him. That way, after he dies, you will be able to detect his domain realm world." Zi Chen said somewhat embarrassedly, "Does that mean that my attack just now caused us to suffer a great loss?" Shangguan Mingxing corrected him. "It's not a great loss, it's extremely great. After all, domain fragments are the foundation of domain realm cultivation. You can't exchange for them with ordinary reality realm fragments." Shangguan Mingxing waved his hand and said, "But he's already dead, so forget it. Just be careful next time." Zi Chen nodded and said, "I do have to be careful. This loss is too great." Zi Chen had decisively killed Chuan Xing because he was worried that he would not have another chance to kill him after bringing him back to Huping City. Where are we going next? After killing Chuan Xing, the group felt no burden and began to discuss where to go next. "Let's return to Huping City first. This is no small matter. You will need some strong support," said Shangguan Mingxing. Killing someone from Yanbo Castle was a huge matter. It might even lead to a war between the two cities. The group took a flying ship and flew back to Huping City. Along the way, they sent a message to Ling Xing, who said that he already knew what had happened. At the same time, he indicated that Zi Chen and the others could rest assured because even the city lord had asked about this matter. Zi Chen was a little surprised that the city lord had asked about this matter. The flying ship was very fast because it was controlled by a domain realm cultivator. When Zi Chen and the others arrived outside Huping City, they happened to see Ling Dong and the others, who had escaped first. In addition to Ling Dong and the others, there were many experts outside Huping City. For example, the chief steward of Hunter's Castle, Lord Wu, Ling Xing, Ming Zhu, and the others were all there. There was also Yan Ming and the others from Yanbo Castle. Clearly, they had finished their business and returned. However, at this moment, everyone's expression was very ugly, indicating that they were in a very bad mood. There were many cultivators going in and out of the city gates, but after seeing the group of domain realm cultivators and the oppressive aura around them, they felt that something big was about to happen. So they all retreated far away. "Sir." When they saw Yan Ming, Ling Dong, and the others immediately had a look of joy on their faces. They then rushed toward Yan Ming. However, in the next moment, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard from behind them. At the same time, it was accompanied by surges of murderous intent. Ling Dong and the others felt that something was wrong behind them. When they turned around, they saw Zi Chen and the others, and their expressions changed drastically. "Kill!" The black saber appeared in Zi Chen's hand. He roared and rushed into the crowd of reality realm cultivators. The saber light flashed, and a cultivator was killed. Zi Chen officially announced the start of the massacre. Die. A murderous intent appeared in Wu Xie's eyes. The vertical pupil between his eyebrows opened, and he used his strongest attack as soon as it appeared. Bang! A cultivator was hit by the vertical pupil, and his body exploded. He died. Man Sure was like a steel giant. He directly rushed into the crowd and began to punch and kick. One cultivator after another was sent flying. Shang Guanhong was planting some tree men. When the cultivators in the distance saw the tree men appear one after another, they felt a chill in their hearts. Relatively speaking, in a battle of this level, Dongqing's role was greatly displayed. With just a thought, a passage appeared in front of her. Then, one after another, powerful battle beasts rushed out of the passage and joined the battle. Due to the increase in her strength, the battle beasts she had tamed were all existences second only to the king realm. Their battle strength was very strong. The battle started in an instant, and everyone felt a sense of astonishment. "Those people are from Yanbo Castle. Why are they fighting with the people from Yamba Castle for no reason? The surrounding cultivators were very surprised. They didn't expect that the people from the two cities would start a battle in front of so many domain realm cultivators. It was a battle to the death from the beginning. However, although they were very puzzled, they had to admit that it was a wonderful feeling to watch this kind of one-sided battle. Moreover, it was the people from Huping City who had the upper hand. Shangguan Mingxing, who was at the back, was also a little surprised. However, he admired Zichen even more. He was standing in front of them and knew that Zichen was the one who had decisively given the order. If it hadn't been for Zichen, the four of them would have at least hesitated for a while. This little fellow seems like he can't bear to be taken advantage of. Moreover, he might have been bullied because of my Shangguan Mingxing thought happily. During this trip, he admired Zichen even more and approved of Zichen as the son-in-law of the Shangguan family. Outside the city, the gloomy-faced cultivators were stunned when they saw the sudden start of the battle in front of them. These little fellows. Ling Xing stared at the front with wide eyes. They are really strong. Ming Zhu sighed inwardly. Good. Another steward couldn't help but praise Zichen and the others in his heart. Lord Wu's gloomy expression eased a lot when he saw that the five of them had returned safely. A trace of satisfaction even appeared on his face when he witnessed their combat strength in the following battle. Compared to the expressions of these people, the expressions of Yanming and the others grew increasingly gloomy. Under his signal, a domain realm expert stepped forward and shouted, "Stop!" His roar was like a clap of thunder exploding across the sky. The roaring sound caused the ears of the surrounding cultivators to ring. It was as though they had been struck by a sound wave attack. Some of them even fell from the sky. However, Zichen and the others were not affected at all. They continued to kill as they pleased and didn't even look at their opponents. "My lord, help! Help, my lord!" Faced with the encirclement of 5 people and a group of war beasts, these people couldn't escape at all. At this moment, they could only ask for help. "I said stop. Didn't you hear me?" Another cold shout rang out as the domain realm cultivator charged toward the battlefield. His expression was very cold. As he charged forward, he mobilized his power. A huge palm print immediately appeared in the sky and pressed down on Zichen and the others with a suffocating aura. "Get lost!" An angry shout rang out from behind Zichen and the others. Shangguan Mingxing soared into the sky and raised one hand to support the sky. His palm released a dazzling light that resembled thousands of lightning bolts. An equally powerful aura surged. The dazzling light turned into a huge ball of light. Under the light ball's reflection, Shangguan Mingxing looked like a god of war. The ball of light in his palm flew toward the sky and hit the palm print, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The palm print dissipated with a loud bang. The domain realm cultivator was also affected by the energy. His face turned pale, and he spat out blood as he flew backward. The collision between the 2 domain realm cultivators caused the scene to become extremely shocking. Shangguan Mingxing stood in the sky and stared coldly in front of him. He shouted, "Whoever comes forward will die." When the cultivators of Huping City heard his domineering words, they couldn't help but praise him in their hearts. However, his attitude made them wonder if a war was really going to break out between the 2 cities. Lord Wu and the others didn't stop Shangguan Mingxing when he attacked. This obviously meant that something was wrong. Yan Ming frowned and looked at Lord Wu, who was beside him, and asked, "What do you mean by this? Are you going to start a war between the 2 cities? Lord Wu smiled coldly and said, "If what we know is true, we can't rule out the possibility that you came here to start a war." "We want to start a war. That's right. Your people schemed against our seated contestants. Even the domain realm cultivators have interfered. Isn't this starting a war?" The short conversation proved Lord Wu's current attitude. At the same time, it also represented Huping City's attitude. Chapter 1322. In the eyes of most people, The most powerful force in a large city was the city's army, and the only force that could fight against the city's army was Hunter's castle. However, when one reached a certain level, they would learn some secrets. Not only did the city's army and Hunter's castle not have a hostile relationship, but their fates were also closely intertwined. The city's army represented the official power and the entire manor. This kind of official power was not allowed to participate in internal conflicts or private fights. This rule was applicable anywhere in the Jianwu continent. However, Hunter's castle was different. Although they were also under unified management, there was competition and killing in between. For example, the ranking of the 108 Hunter's castle only represented Hunter's castle, but it also represented Huping City's ranking. Therefore, in every city, the fate of Hunter's castle was closely related to the fate of the city. Because the city's army had many rules, sometimes Hunter's castle's power was even greater than the city's army. For example, in the current situation, if the two large cities went to war because of this, the main force of the battle would be Hunter's castle. The city's army would not participate in the battle, but of course the castellan could. Lord Wu's unyielding attitude not only represented Hunter's castle, but also the Huping city's castellan. Therefore, Yan Ming chose to back down and say that this was a misunderstanding. The battle had stopped. Yanba Castle's reality realm experts had suffered heavy losses, but there were still some powerful existences among them, which prevented them from being completely wiped out in a short period of time. Ling Dong and the others quickly ran over. There was no fear on the faces of the lucky survivors, only anger. Zi Qin and the others followed behind, their killing intent still rising. Yan Ming looked at Zi Qin, and the latter stared back at Yan Ming. The first time Yan Ming had seen Zi Qin, he had felt that Zi Qin was a somewhat scheming person who was overly cautious and low-key. However, the Zi Qin in front of him was a brilliant and dazzling existence. It had to be said that he had misjudged, just like Chuanxing. This directly led to the failure of the entire plan, and he had to pay the price for it. Where's Chuanxing? Both sides looked at each other. Yan Ming did not overwhelm Zi Qin with his aura and asked indifferently. Zi Qin threw out an object. Everyone exclaimed when they saw it. It was a head, and it belonged to Chuanxing. He schemed against us and died. Zi Qin replied indifferently. You actually killed him. Yan Ming seemed to be somewhat surprised. The expressions of Ling Dong and the others changed greatly, and the anger on their faces grew even stronger. If he didn't die, we would die, Zi Qin said coldly. Yan Ming discreetly glanced at Shangguan Mingxing, who happened to be looking at Yan Ming as well. He said indifferently, You must give me an explanation for scheming against my daughter. I cannot represent Huping City, nor can I represent Hunter's Castle. I can only represent my daughter and seek justice for her. If this matter does not satisfy me, I guarantee that you will not return to Yanba Castle alive. This time, not only did the corporeal realm experts' expressions change, but even the domain realm experts from Yanba Castle changed. Of course, their anger was greater than their fear. Please do not doubt a father's attitude towards his daughter, so please do not doubt the credibility of my words. Shangguan Mingxing calmly looked at the domain realm experts, who were suppressing their anger. Shangguan Mingxing's calmness made Yan Ming feel a chill. He did not doubt that Shangguan Mingxing would fight them to the death. Moreover, this was Huping City. Although Huping City's overall strength was much weaker than Yanba Castle's, it would not be a problem for Huping City to kill them. The anger on his face gradually dissipated, and he said indifferently, Since I said that it was a misunderstanding, I will naturally resolve it. This time, I can declare that Chuanxing's actions were personal and have nothing to do with Yanba Castle. All right, let's return to Hunter's Castle first, Lord Wu said indifferently. Everyone turned around and returned. Ling Dong and the others left quickly, afraid that Zi Chen's group would go crazy and kill again. Everyone left one after another, and the 5 main characters were now ignored. Of course, The many admiring gazes around them did not count. Shangguan Hong, I didn't expect your father to be so domineering, Manshur praised as everyone left. Of course he is my father. He has never let me suffer a loss since I was young. Shangguan Hong smiled proudly. Manshur scratched his head and said enviously, Sai, it's a pity that I don't have a father. Otherwise, I would be able to experience it. Wu Xia patted Manshur's shoulder sympathetically and said, You don't have a father? That's really pitiful. You will never experience this kind of kinship. Manshur stared at Wu Xia and said unhappily, You are comforting me. Of course not. I am mocking you. You are courting death. Manshur's other shoulder was patted again. This time it was Zichin. He smiled faintly and said, It's okay, I don't have a father or a mother either. Manshur let out a strange cry and said, Could it be that you are the same as me, a stone spirit transformed from a rock? Zichen's mouth twitched and said, I am a human, just an orphan. Manshur nodded and said, Oh, so that's how it is. Then you are more miserable than me. You were born without a mother. Zichen's expression froze. It seemed that he had come to comfort Manshur. Why did he suffer such a heavy blow? What happened next had nothing to do with them. As for how to resolve the misunderstanding, it was up to the two sides to slowly discuss. In fact, Zichen could already guess the details. It was nothing more than some compensation for cultivation resources. This was the most common and indispensable thing in the entire Zhan Wu continent. Just as the two sides were resolving the misunderstanding in Hunter's castle, the two realms who had stopped Shangguan Mingxing had already arrived at the city, Lord's Mansion. The two had already stood outside the city, Lord's Mansion, for 2 days and 2 nights. When the servants passing by saw them, they all had strange expressions on their faces. The city, Lord had summoned them, but he did not see them. It was not until the 3rd day that an indifferent voice sounded, Do you know your wrongs? We know our wrongs. The two answered in unison, You don't know your wrongs. A cold laugh sounded from within the mansion. In your eyes, Huping City is just a place for you to stay. There is no question of ownership. Therefore, you only see benefits. You are not wrong about this, so you will not admit your wrongs. However, I am different. I am the city, Lord of Huping City. This is my home, and I want to make my home better. Zichen and the others are extraordinarily talented and can be considered children with potential in the family. It is normal for people like them to be envied and schemed against. After all, geniuses also need to grow in competition. However, the city lord's voice suddenly turned cold. I will never allow my own family to attack their own. The two realms lowered their heads. Let's forget about this matter. Withdraw all members of the Zhou family from the city army. If this happens again, the Zhou family will no longer exist in Huping City. Yes, cold sweat dripped from the two realms' foreheads. Scram! Lord Wu's attitude was the same as the city lord's. In the meeting room, the realms from both sides sat in 2 rows. Lord Wu sat at the head of the table. Both sides had ugly expressions. Lord Wu said directly, The 5 of them are the future of Huping City. I need an explanation for this matter. Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding, Yin Ming said again. Zichen and the others worked together to kill the foreign invaders. This is a great contribution to the entire Zhanwu continent. During this time, several seniors were willing to die. They died with a clear conscience and died heroically. They did not hesitate to die to kill the foreign invaders. However, what did you do? You wanted to kill these 5 kids. You wanted to kill them for daring to attack the foreign invaders. Lord Wu stared at them and said coldly, I don't know if this is a spontaneous decision or if your intentions and goals were never pure. I am sure that we did not know about this matter. Chuan Xing's actions only represent himself. It has nothing to do with Yanba Castle, Yin Ming explained. Even if this is the case, you cannot escape responsibility, Ling Xing said. Of course. That is why I am trying to resolve the misunderstanding between us with the greatest sincerity. Where does your sincerity come from? Ling Xing asked Yan Ming. Sincerity comes from resources. You can just name a number, Yan Ming said with a faint smile. Ling Xing's expression was somewhat sorrowful. He said, You said that resources are a number. Do you think we lack numbers? The number of resources we have spent since the 5 of them grew up is astronomical. Then what do you want? Yan Ming asked. We don't want anything. In fact, we hope that what happened in the past never happened. We would rather it be like when you first arrived. I hope to see you speak righteously, to see you search for the foreign invaders, Yan Ming, who was not good at negotiations, could not help but frown as he listened to Ling Xing's endless chatter. He said, Use the tokens to show your sincerity. What tokens? Ling Xing suddenly asked with a pained expression. We are willing to take 5 more tokens from the Manor Realm, Yan Ming said. Ling Xing shook his head and said, Yamba Castle is vast and there are many geniuses. Leave these tokens to your geniuses. I really want to see them. The first time I see them, 10 tokens, Yan Ming said. I hope that you can speak righteously and stand on the side of justice. 20 tokens. Ling Xing looked at Yan Ming and was about to say something again. 30 tokens. This is the greatest sincerity I can show to resolve this misunderstanding, Yan Ming shouted, plus another 5,000 realm fragments. Ling Xing was delighted to hear this as well. 5,000? Why don't you go rob a bank? A nearby domain realm expert could not help but say, I want to go as well, but I don't know who is willing to be robbed by me. Ling Xing said with a cold smile. Deal. Yan Ming stood up and said, After the discussion, it was obvious that the people of Yamba Castle were sincere. Ling Xing was very satisfied, but he was not very happy. Chapter 13:23. After discussing the compensation, Yan Ming handed over 5,000 realm fragments on the spot. As for the 30 tokens, he naturally couldn't give them out. He could only give them out when they returned. After the misunderstanding was resolved, everyone decided to leave immediately. This time, they had completely lost. Not only did they have to pay a huge sum of compensation, but they also didn't know how to explain it when they returned. Why? Aren't you going to continue looking for outsiders? Ling Xing asked hypocritically. Yan Ming couldn't be bothered with him. He turned around and left with his people. The two sides met again outside Hunter's Castle. Ziqin and the others saw the group about to leave. Although the misunderstanding had been resolved, Ziqin and the others naturally wouldn't be nice to them. Ziqin, you're not bad. I hope to see you in the prefecture world. Ling Dong sneered at Ziqin. Ziqin shook his head and said seriously, Although you're not bad, I still hope not to see you in the prefecture world. Ling Dong mocked. Why? Are you afraid of dying? Idiot. Ziqin is afraid that he won't be able to stop himself from slapping you to death. Little brat, when you get there, no one will protect you. When that time comes, you should pray that you don't meet us, Wu Xia said disdainfully. Humph. Ling Dong snorted and turned to leave. He couldn't be bothered to bicker with Wu Xia. At first, he thought that Wu Xia was the leader and thought highly of him. Although he didn't like Wu Xia's flamboyant personality, it suited a leader's personality. However, after meeting Ziqin, he realized that Wu Xia wasn't reliable at all. Why? Are you afraid of dying? Wu Xia mocked him back and laughed complacently. Ling Dong, who had just taken a few steps, turned around helplessly and glared at Wu Xia. Why? Do you want to fight or die? The outcome will be the same, Wu Xia mocked him. Ling Dong shook his head seriously and said, I don't want to fight. I just want to tell you something. Wu Xia said proudly, If you have something to say, say it. Ling Dong suppressed his anger and said calmly, You're ugly. What? Wu Xia didn't seem to hear him clearly. I said that you are ugly, really ugly, ugly. Otherwise, why would no one like you? After Ling Dong finished speaking, he turned around and left, followed by the mocking laughter of the crowd. Ugly, very ugly indeed. Big brother Ling Dong, you're really honest. You actually told that ugly fellow the truth. Wu Xie felt like he was about to be set on fire. He felt like he was about to kill someone. Don't be impulsive. Man sure grabbed Wu Xie and said, Don't be impulsive. Wu Xie naturally knew that he couldn't fight here, but he was too angry. He just needed someone to comfort him. Since Man Sure was holding him back, he naturally wouldn't go forward. But before he could relax a little, Man Sure said again, They're not wrong. You're ugly to begin with. So this isn't considered an insult. So you can't act rashly. Pooh. On the side, Shang Guanhong and Dong Qing couldn't help but laugh. They both thought that Man Sure was really stupid and naive. As for Ziqin, he turned around and left. It wasn't clear whether he was laughing or not, but judging from the way he walked, it was probably very difficult for him to hold back his laughter. Everyone was laughing. Wu Xie was very angry, but Ming Zhu couldn't stand it anymore. He walked over and said, Don't mind it. They just don't know how to appreciate it. Well, he still meant that he was ugly. Wu Xie felt very sad. After that, everything calmed down. It was hard to say whether Huping City had profited or lost the compensation of 30 domain tokens. Because of this, the domain tokens that should have belonged to them would be confiscated layer by layer. They might not even be able to reach Huping City. But if they didn't fight for it, they probably wouldn't get anything when the time came. The compensation this time could only be said that they had obtained what was originally theirs. As for the 100 billion in compensation, which was 1,000 domain fragments, it was given to Ziqin and the other 4 in advance. Each of them had 1,000 domain fragments. The Zhou family had colluded with the people from Yanba Castle and taught Hunter's Castle a great lesson. Therefore, Lord Wu forbade Ziqin and the others from leaving the city alone. If they had to leave, they had to travel in groups. It was worth mentioning that Ziqin had to be one of the companions. Ziqin had undoubtedly become the leader of the 5. The other 4 didn't have any complaints about this. Even if they did, they would have been ignored. Next, Ziqin and the others had to wait for the domain tokens to be distributed before they could enter the domain realm. Hunter's Castle's mission regarding the lightning drop of life was still hanging high up in the sky. No one had completed it yet. Ziqin, on the other hand, entered Sky Number 1 to cultivate in seclusion after he returned. It was worth mentioning that the resources that Ziqin had given back then had all been returned. After this incident, his relationship with Hunter's Castle had become much closer, so he didn't fuss over these matters anymore. Shan Guanhong often visited Ziqin while he was cultivating in seclusion, but she returned disappointed every time. If Ziqin didn't agree to this matter, the others naturally couldn't express their opinions either. Therefore, they all pretended not to see anything. In private, some people were already discussing that Ziqin was cultivating in seclusion mainly to avoid Shang Guanhong. Gradually, this news spread like wildfire. Some people thought that Ziqin didn't like Shang Guanhong and that he already had someone else in his heart. However, some people thought that Ziqin couldn't possibly not like Shang Guanhong because she was as beautiful as a fairy. The reason he ignored her was that Ziqin had another hobby. Some people even guessed that Ziqin was interested in people like Wu Xie and Man Sure. While Ziqin was cultivating in seclusion, Hunter's Castle's gossip spread like wildfire. Ziqin didn't know about it, but Shang Guanmingxing was furious when he heard about it. Bullsh *T. Ziqin wouldn't be willing. He must be secretly happy in his seclusion. That kid is very shrewd. Shang Guanhong couldn't accept the rumors, so she went into seclusion as well. For people who had nothing better to do, gossiping about others might be the greatest pleasure. However, as the target of gossip, Ziqin was very busy. He still hadn't sensed where the bottleneck was, so he had to do his best to improve his realm and strive to break through again and again. Sky Number 1 cultivation room had become Ziqin's private place in recent years. Other people might cultivate in seclusion here for a month or 2, but Ziqin stayed here for several years. Not only did Ziqin need to improve his realm, but he also needed to use a lot of life energy to nourish the void tree and let it recover as soon as possible. In this way, Zichen's cultivation speed would be twice the result with half the effort. A year passed, and rumors were flying everywhere. It was very boring. Zichen's 2-meter realm expanded a little, but there was still a long way to go before he could break through. In the cultivation room, Zichen suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a hint of joy in his eyes. After several years of refinement and nourishment of life energy, the void tree finally came to life and became a priceless void tree. Zichen stood up and disappeared from the spot in a flash, after which he entered his own reality world. The realm was infinitely large, but there was only a 2-meter space. The rest was nothingness. Zichen stood in the 2-meter space. Beside him was a small emerald green tree. The tree was less than 2 meters tall, but its trunk and roots were very thick, close to a meter. The tree's roots were completely rooted in the void, and a lot of spatial energy was absorbed, then condensed into realm energy beside the tree's roots. The condensed energy was the realm's spatial energy. This was the miraculous part of the void tree. Even if Zichen stopped cultivating, the void tree would automatically absorb and improve his realm. Zichen sized up the emerald green void tree and watched it absorb the spatial energy. In a short while, it had condensed a realm that looked like a small grain of sand. It looked very small and unremarkable, but it must be known that Zichen's 3-meter realm was the foundation of everything in the future. Every little bit of growth required a lot of effort from Zichen. In the previous 4 years of seclusion, Zichen had only expanded his realm by 1 meter. But now, with the void tree operating normally, Zichen had an additional grain of sand in just a short while. Even if Zichen stopped cultivating, after a few years, Zichen's realm would naturally grow to 3 meters in size and then break through again. Of course, Zichen couldn't slack off when it came to cultivation. With the void tree and the heaven number 1 cultivation room, he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. He would also be able to achieve breakthroughs faster. Zichen was very satisfied with the void tree. Therefore, he took out the 2nd void tree from the purple gold gourd and placed it in his realm. Several years had passed, and Zichen hadn't paid any attention to the void tree. However, in the purple gold gourd's realm, the void tree had recovered quite well. However, it would still take some time before it could fully recover. After probing the void tree, Zichen exited the reality dimension. He had no intention of leaving before he had a breakthrough in his strength. As time passed, the rumors about Zichen gradually died down because it was too boring, especially when the person involved wasn't even around. They stopped gossiping about Zichen and focused their attention on the prefectural realm that was about to open. News came from Yamba Castle that 30 prefectural realm tokens were on the way. They should be able to arrive earlier than the other cities. During this time, Lord Wu sent messages to the other cities asking about the prefectural realm tokens. However, they were all told that a large number of tokens had been withheld this time and that they wouldn't be able to send many tokens. Lord Wu had expected this, so he asked Ling Xing to ask for more tokens. This was also considered as asking for their own tokens in advance. 2 years later, Zichen's 2nd void tree had fully recovered. At this moment, he had 2 priceless void trees in his realm. At the end of cultivation, it was even more difficult to increase one's realm. Zichen had originally thought that he would be able to break through in just a few years. But even with the help of the void tree, he still hadn't broken through in 3 years. Soon, another 2 years passed. Zichen had spent 8 years in seclusion this time. After 8 years, in addition to the previous few years, his realm had finally grown to the limit of 3 meters. The moment he reached the limit of 3 meters, Zichen's realm naturally broke through. There was no such thing as a bottleneck. After breaking through to the next realm, Zichen flashed into the reality realm. Chapter 1324. The cultivator in charge of the Sky 1 formation was still slowly filling the formation with reality fragments. He had been maintaining this posture for several years, ever since Zichen had entered seclusion. He had rarely rested during this period of time. After more than 10 years, he had gotten used to filling the formation and had long since figured out the frequency, so he could still be absent-minded from time to time. But today, he suddenly heard a series of explosions coming from within the formation. His absent-minded state suddenly jolted him awake. Then he saw the reality fragments in front of him begin to explode. "Aya, what's happening?" The reality cultivator cried out in alarm and hurriedly took out reality fragments to fill them up. Bang, bang, bang. Following that, another series of explosions rang out. This time, he wasn't able to fill them up as quickly as the fragments shattered. The cultivator's expression changed drastically as he cried out in alarm. "Everyone, quickly come and take a look. Is there a problem with the cultivation room?" Everyone rushed over when they heard the news, but when they saw the scene before them, their faces were filled with confusion and shock. Why is this happening? What do we do now? This was the first time the reality cultivators had encountered such a situation. None of them had any idea what to do. It doesn't matter if it's an accident or not. First, fill the formation. We can't stop the formation. Hurry and report to the master that there's a problem with the cultivation room. The leader of the reality cultivators rushed over when he heard the news and immediately gave orders. These cultivation rooms had all been built at great cost. If there was a problem, it would naturally be no small matter. This matter could only be dealt with by the domain cultivators. The one who immediately rushed over when he heard the news was Ling Xing. When he saw the spatial fragments shattering, not only was there no trace of worry on his face, there was even a trace of a smile. Everyone was puzzled. The reality cultivator leader cautiously asked, "Master, is this broken?" "Broken my ass. It's Zichen absorbing energy during his breakthrough." "Ha! That kid, it's only been a few short years, but he's already broken through again. Even this old man is envious of his breakthrough speed." Ling Xing laughed heartily. "Ah, Zichen is breaking through, but this commotion, it seems a little too big." Everyone found this hard to believe. One had to know that Zichen was only at the early corporeal realm, but his absorption speed was so fast that even the heavenly number 1 array had to expend some effort to supply it. More than 10 years ago, Zichen had caused a huge commotion. At that time, it had directly shaken all the higher-ups of Hunter's Castle. However, after that incident, the higher-ups had ordered that this matter be kept a secret. Not many people knew about that incident. This time, Zichen had made another breakthrough, which obviously attracted the attention of the higher-ups. However, this time no one complained. Instead, all the higher-ups had happy smiles on their faces. The smug Ling Xing naturally did not forget the important matter at hand. He pointed at the few corporeal realms and said, You, and you, all of you come over here and help. Next, no matter how many corporeal realm fragments you explode, you need to replenish them as soon as possible. In a moment, I will get someone to deliver corporeal realm fragments. Don't worry about the consumption, just replenish them. The group of corporeal realm experts nodded and immediately stepped forward to fill the array formation with corporeal realm fragments. Ling Xing stood to the side and watched. The sounds of explosions sounded like a beautiful melody in his ears. After a while, someone came to deliver resources. It was Ming Zhu. "How is it?" Ming Zhu asked Ling Xing in a low voice as he distributed resources that were enough to scare a corporeal realm expert to death. "See for yourself," Ling Xing said proudly. Explosions sounded in his ears. Ming Zhu looked in the direction of the sound and saw large swaths of corporeal realm fragments disappear. One corporeal realm fragment was equivalent to 10,000 law fragments. With just a glance, Ming Zhu saw more than 10 million resources disappear. With just a glance, his gaze paused for a few breaths. Nearly 100 million resources disappeared. Even though he had already guessed it, Ming Zhu was still shocked when he saw the resources disappear so quickly. This is really too extravagant. Ming Zhu could not help but sigh. He naturally did not dare to say that it was wasteful. At this moment, Zi Chen's status in Hunter's Castle was not something resources could compare to. It's already over 200 million. With just a few words, 200 million resources disappeared. This made Ming Zhu click his tongue again. Then he suddenly remembered something and said, when Zichen broke through, it took him 15 days and 10 billion resources. This time it won't take him 15 days, right? If so, 10 billion resources might not be enough. Ling Xing said calmly, of course 10 billion resources are not enough. Zichen used a void realm fragment to break through last time. The total value is 10 billion. If he uses the same amount this time, it will be 100 times more. That's 1 trillion resources. Ming Zhu gasped. The surrounding cultivators were almost scared silly. 1 trillion resources. What kind of concept was that? If converted to realm fragments, it would be 10,000 pieces. One had to know that they had only spent 6,000 pieces to buy a withered void tree. 1 trillion resources. 1 trillion resources. Ming Zhu realized that his voice was trembling when he spoke. It seemed like he did not have 1 trillion resources on him. Ling Xing sneered and said, why? Can't bear to part with it? Ming Zhu said seriously, these resources are provided by Hunter's Castle, not me. Why can't I bear to part with it? However, even if I have to, I'm willing to do it. Ling Xing looked at Ming Zhu with disdain. You almost turned hostile when you offered 10 billion resources. Now, you're willing to offer 1 trillion resources. It seems like you're also a snobbish layman. Ming Zhu was stunned. He did not know what to say. It doesn't matter if I'm a layman or not. In any case, we must continue to provide these resources. Hunter's Castle is willing to provide 2 trillion resources, let alone 1 trillion resources. A hearty laugh came from outside. It was Lord Wu. Everyone was shocked to see Lord Wu. However, most of them were busy and could not greet him. Lord Wu waved his hand casually and said, don't worry about me. Now, you just need to take care of this great array. Don't let it stop. Everyone agreed in unison. Ling Xing looked at Lord Wu and asked with a smile, why? You're here too. Of course. I want to see how my resources are going to disappear. This time, I might lose 1 trillion resources. I can only be at ease when I see them disappear. You should know that with so many resources, I might be able to fill up an ocean. Lord Wu joked and looked at the great array in front of him. Compared to Ming Zhu, Lord Wu's temperament and knowledge far surpassed him. He nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the resources that were continuously being depleted. He said, not bad. Only someone who can absorb resources at such an abnormal rate will have the ability to quickly break through the realm and possess unparalleled fighting strength. However, it seems that the speed at which the resources are being depleted is a little too fast. In just a few words, hundreds of millions of resources were consumed. It had not even been 15 minutes since Zi Chen broke through, but more than 1 billion resources had already been consumed. Looking at the speed of the loss of resources, Ling Xing looked at Mr. Wu and said with uncertainty, maybe you are right. I'm afraid that 1 trillion resources really isn't enough. The corners of Lord Wu's mouth twitched when he heard this. Then he pretended to be nonchalant and said, it doesn't matter. It's just resources. When Zi Chen breaks through to the domain realm, he can kill a few more domain realm experts. If 1 trillion resources is not enough for Zi Chen to break through, then give him 2 trillion resources. Ling Xing asked again, what if 2 trillion resources are not enough? Then we'll see when the time comes, Lord Wu said. Ming Zhu and Ling Xing laughed when they saw Lord Wu's expression. Zi Chen's breakthrough had caused a huge commotion. Not only had it alarmed all the higher-ups, but it had also alarmed the other 3 people who were cultivating. What's going on? Why is there such a huge commotion? Wu Xia walked out of the cultivation room because he had clearly felt the spatial power fluctuate violently. He thought that there was a problem with the array and decided to check it out. The spatial power had become extremely unstable, which had a huge impact on cultivation. Man sure walked out as well. The two of them arrived almost at the same time. When they saw that many people were there, they were very surprised. Everyone is here. Is the array broken? As they walked forward, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets when they saw the resources continuously disappearing from one of the arrays. What's going on? Man sure asked as he scratched his head. Wu Xie seemed to have thought of something and said in disbelief, "Damn it! Could this be caused by Ziqin? Could he have broken through again? Ziqin broke through? How is this possible? Also, could he have caused this? This is impossible. How can his absorption speed be so fast?" Man sure said in disbelief. Dong Qing, who had just arrived, didn't say anything. However, one could clearly see the shock in her eyes. Shang Guanhong had somehow found out that Ziqin was breaking through. She had also rushed over from her home to join in the fun. Just as she was shocked by Ziqin's terrifying absorption speed, she suddenly remembered what had happened last time. Last time, Ziqin had refused to tell her what was going on. Now that she saw the scene, she could vaguely guess what was going on. Ziqin stood in his own reality space. Just like the expansion of the virtual space, the reality space was expanding in the same way. A vast amount of pure energy was pouring in from the 3-meter space. Unlike last time, Ziqin was completely awake this time. He knew how many resources he had consumed in this short period of time. However, due to the uniqueness of his body, Ziqin required an astronomical amount of resources in order to fully form his reality dimension. After what had happened last time, he was certain that Hunter's castle would fully support him. When he broke through, he would have an endless supply of resources. For Ziqin, it was a shortcut to cultivation. Ziqin didn't want to miss this opportunity. I still have hundreds of billions of resources on me. I'll compensate them when I get out. If it's not enough, I'll compensate them later. However, I must break through this time. Ziqin made up his mind after careful consideration. Chapter 1325. Ziqin was well aware of how difficult it was to break through to the next realm. From the early stage to the middle stage, he had an endless supply of resources, the Sky No. 1 cultivation room, and 2 void trees. But it had still taken him more than 10 years. And that was only the early stage of the corporeal realm, which had only grown to a 3-meter space. Now, Ziqin needed to expand his 3-meter space into a boundless world. If he didn't take advantage of this shortcut, Ziqin would need hundreds or even thousands of years to reach the peak of the middle stage. Take the last time, for example. The 10 billion resources had allowed Ziqin's void realm to grow to its limit, from the middle stage to the peak of the middle stage. If Ziqin hadn't taken advantage of the shortcut and simply refined the resources, he probably wouldn't have been able to refine the 10 billion resources even after several decades. Now that there was an opportunity in front of him that could save him 1,000 years, he naturally wouldn't miss it. He could choose to break through first and owe the resources. After he broke through, he could spend several decades or even centuries looking for resources to compensate for it. This was because Ziqin could still train and improve his realm while looking for resources. After making up his mind, Ziqin sat cross-legged in his corporeal space and closed his eyes, allowing the pure energy to pour into the space and expand it on its own. The expansion of the corporeal space was the same as the void realm. It didn't require Ziqin to deliberately guide it. What Ziqin needed to do now was to maintain his original intentions. Time passed. Outside the formation, everyone stood quietly and watched the group of corporeal realm experts fill up the void realm fragments. The resources flowed like water, quickly flowing away. There were 5 corporeal realm experts helping out. They took turns working. Although they were busy, they worked in an orderly manner and absolutely wouldn't make a mistake. However, the 5 of them looked extremely nervous. Even though there was cold sweat on their foreheads, They didn't bother to wipe it off. This was because the environment around them was similarly oppressive. Apart from Lord Wu, there were 5 other stewards in the hunter's castle. These 5 stewards, along with Lord Wu, were all here, watching the resources flow away like water. At first, the 6 of them could still talk and laugh wittily and easily deal with the situation, occasionally praising Zichen. But in the end, as more and more resources were lost, the smiles on their faces gradually became forced. This wasn't because he was heartbroken over the loss of resources, but because he simply couldn't bring himself to smile. Shang Guanhong and the other 3 were also watching. They, who had been exclaiming from time to time, slowly fell into silence. At this moment, they were all wondering how Zichen had managed to refine and absorb such a huge amount of resources. One had to know that back then his 3-meter emptiness realm had already devoured tens of billions of resources, which was already very unbelievable. But now, who knew how many tens of billions of resources had been devoured? But where did these resources go? Time was still passing, and the atmosphere was becoming more and more oppressive. Everyone stopped talking. After an unknown period of time, one of the corporeal realm experts could no longer withstand the pressure and whispered, reporting to my lord, the resources are almost gone. This trembling reminder caused everyone to come to their senses. Xing was the first to ask, "What? The resources are gone?" "It's almost gone," Reality said carefully. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and bring someone to get it." Ling Xing turned around and said to Ming Zhu, "Oh, yes. Hurry up." Ming Zhu nodded quickly and immediately left with his people. The oppressive atmosphere eased as a steward asked, "Trillions of resources are gone just like that?" Another steward, who was unfamiliar to him, sighed and said, "It's gone. It's gone without even causing a ripple." Beside him, Ling Xing said, "Although there wasn't any ripple, we heard a noise." Lord Wu nodded and pretended to be relaxed as he said, "Indeed, we heard a lot of noise." These sounds could form a beautiful melody. When the others heard this, they all nodded in agreement. Behind the crowd, Manshur scratched his head and said, "Was there a melody? Why didn't I hear it? I only heard random explosions. It was very noisy." The domain realm experts all had a trace of embarrassment on their faces. Wu Xie glanced at Manshur in disdain and said, "Idiot, are you stupid?" What my lord meant was that even if the trillions of resources were wasted, they would still be able to hear the noise. But they heard so much noise, which is undoubtedly better than wasting it. Ahem. Lord Wu couldn't help but cough softly. He could only pretend that he didn't hear the conversation between the 2 and said, "The beautiful melody today is a sign of Zichen's extraordinary achievements in the future." That's right. Just the speed at which he absorbed resources is the fastest I've ever seen in my life, a steward agreed. They weren't just trying to convince others. They were trying to convince themselves as well. After a few exchanges, Manshur finally understood. He said in realization, "Why don't you just say that Zichen used a lot of resources to prove his strength?" I agree with that. A few years ago, Zichen was able to fight Chuanxing to a standstill. Now that he has broken through and absorbed a lot of resources, he should be able to fight someone at Chuanxing's level. Manshur's words caused the stewards' hearts to involuntarily move. If what Manshur said was true, and Zichen at the middle corporeal realm had the strength to fight against a first-stage domain realm expert, then the consumption of a mere 10,000 realm fragments was nothing. Ming Chu soon returned. Naturally, he had taken another trillion of resources this time. In his opinion, although these people wouldn't be so worried, they should still be serious. But the truth was that when Ming Chu came in, he found that everyone looked relaxed. What happened? Ming Chu was very puzzled, but he couldn't ask directly. Just like that, although the resources were still decreasing, everyone could accept the loss of resources when they thought of Zichen killing everyone after he came out. Boring, very boring. Finally, Wu Xie completely accepted and got used to the rapid loss of resources. He was no longer shocked. but he felt that it was very boring. He shook his head and turned to leave. Are you upset? Are you going to go into seclusion? Man Sure asked bluntly. Wu Xia, who was about to go into seclusion, twitched the corner of his mouth slightly. He then turned to glare at Mansur and said, Idiot, if I go into seclusion, I will break through to the domain realm. Then the domain realm won't have a chance to participate. Mansur suddenly widened his eyes and asked in disbelief, How can your cultivation speed be so fast? I can't be bothered with you. I'm going for a drink. Anyway, I'm not going into seclusion. If my cultivation rises too fast, Zichen will feel pressured. As if he didn't want to listen to Mansur's irritating words, he turned around and quickened his pace. Hey, you should be the one feeling pressured, Mansur said. But when he realized that Wu Xia didn't hear him, he quickened his pace and chased after Wu Xia. At the same time, he shouted, Hey, you should be the one feeling pressured. Wu Xia was very annoyed and used his footsteps to leave. Shang Guanhong was still there and refused to leave for a long time. She inadvertently discovered that Dong Qing was also there, but she was in an inconspicuous corner and very difficult to notice. What is she doing here? Doesn't she feel bored? Shang Guanhong was a little puzzled. 15 days quickly passed, and not much of the 2 trillion resources were left. However, the atmosphere was still very relaxed. 2 trillion resources sounded very frightening and was enough to scare many corporeal realm experts to death. However, if it was used on a realm, it would only be equivalent to 20,000 realm fragments. Although this number was still very large, it was still much more acceptable than 2 trillion. Moreover, at this moment, they already regarded Zichen as a domain realm expert. It was still acceptable that Zichen had used 20,000 realm fragments to break through to the domain realm. However, it seemed that the breakthrough this time was even more difficult. Zichen didn't show any signs of stopping even after 15 days. Soon, another day and night passed. It was also on this day that the 20,000 realm fragments disappeared. Continue, Lord Wu said in a low voice as he stared at the formation in front of him without blinking. He could spend more than 6,000 to buy a withered void tree. Naturally, he was willing to spend 5 times the price of a withered void tree to nurture a powerful domain realm expert. When the 3 trillion resources were brought over, Zichen was no longer a corporeal realm expert in their eyes. He was a domain realm expert just like them. However, Zichen was still a corporeal realm expert with domain realm combat strength. This would be of great benefit to their upcoming trip to the domain realm. This time, even if Hu Pingqing didn't obtain a token, he would still gain as much as he had in the past as long as Zichen's luck wasn't too bad. When the 17th day arrived, the 3 trillion resources began to be consumed. This time, it lasted another 5 days. After 22 days, the formation, which was like a bottomless pit, was finally filled with more than 2 trillion resources. I thought it would be 4 or 5 trillion. I didn't expect it to be only 2 trillion or so. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Lord Wu pretended to be relaxed. Suddenly, there was another series of explosions. The relaxed Lord Wu was immediately stunned. The others were also stunned. Could it be that it wasn't over yet? Was there going to be a new round? Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. This time, only a dozen or so realm fragments exploded. Then, the entire formation automatically stopped. It seemed that it had reached its limit after operating at top speed for 22 days. Now it needed a good rest. After 22 days, Zichen's corporeal space had undergone tremendous changes. The original 3-meter corporeal space had now become an infinite corporeal space. It had changed from a space to a world. This was a corporeal space. The corporeal space was filled with colorful lights. This was spiritual power, which was also the many laws that Zichen had comprehended. Ribbons fluttered in the air. Zichen could clearly sense a powerful force from the ribbons. Zichen seemed very small in this world. However, he was so tall and imposing because he was the master of this world. This was a world that belonged to him. Chapter 13:26. The absorption of energy naturally stopped, but Zi-Chun realized that his reality realm hadn't grown to its limit. How can this be? Zi-Chen couldn't understand this phenomenon, but he had to admit that his breakthrough had reached a higher level. This reality realm was filled with endless energy. The energy of an entire reality realm was enough for Zi-Chen to squander freely. Zi-Chen was very satisfied with this reality realm as he gazed at the vast and abundant energy. As for his realm, Zi-Chen sensed that he had indeed reached the peak of the mid-stage. However, there was still a slight gap before he could break through the so-called peak. However, Zi-Chen was naturally very satisfied that he had accomplished something that would have taken him hundreds of years to accomplish in just over 20 days. Afterward, he walked out of the reality realm. After a brief inspection of his body, he opened the stone door and walked out of the cultivation room. Although there wasn't a group of reality realm cultivators standing outside the cultivation room like last time, there were still quite a few of them. Lord Wu, Ling Xing, Ming Zhu, Shang Guanhong, Man Shi, Wu Xie, Dong Qing, and a few other domain realm cultivators were all present. Zi-Chen saw them as soon as he came out. He couldn't help but be startled. Then he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Did the commotion get out of hand again? Everyone smiled when they saw Zi-Chen's bitter smile. Lord Wu waved his hand and said in a carefree manner, "It's not that big." The commotion this time wasn't that big. It only consumed a little more than 2 billion resources. It's not that big of a commotion at all. Zi-Chen was startled when he heard this. Although he had guessed that it would consume a lot of resources, he definitely hadn't expected it to be that big. What kind of concept was 2 billion worth of resources? Zi-Chen asked somewhat embarrassedly, "Is it really okay? I still have some resources on me." "Why don't?" Seeing how adorable Zi-Chen was, everyone laughed again. Lord Wu said, "Of course it's fine. You should know that I prepared 5 to 6 trillion worth of resources for you to consume, and you've only used up a third of it." Zi-Chen naturally knew that Lord Wu meant that he didn't want him to feel too guilty. He looked at Lord Wu gratefully. Regardless of whether it was the 10 billion resources previously Hunter's Castle's protection last time, or the over 2 billion resources this time, it was enough to show the Hunter's Castle's attitude towards Zi-Chen. Naturally, Zi-Chen was very grateful. This was a kindness that he would remember in his heart. "Hey, Zi-Chen, you're really amazing. Your breakthrough this time really gave Wu Xie a big blow." Man Shi finally found an opportunity to speak. "Why me?" Wu Xie felt that he had been unjustly implicated. "Congratulations." Dong Qing came forward and congratulated Zi-Chen. "Thank you," Zi-Chen said with a smile. "I have time this time, so I can accompany you to find a battle beast." "You still remember?" Dong Qing's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. This was the content of the message they had exchanged many years ago. "I also have time." Shang Guanhong suddenly walked up and stood between the two of them. "All right, it's time for us old fellows to disperse. Let's give these youngsters some time. Zi-Chen, come visit us when you're free." Official Wu chuckled before he led the crowd away. Zi-Chen understood that Lord Wu wanted to know his combat strength after his breakthrough, so he nodded. After the group of domain realm cultivators left, the youngsters began to play and chat for a long time. Then Wu Xie suggested that Zi-Chen's breakthrough should be celebrated, so they all went to drink. Hunter's Castle was very large, and there was a tavern for its members. When Zi-Chen and the others came in, there were already many hunters here. "Zi-Chen, you've come out of seclusion. You're all here." There was another familiar face in the tavern. It was Wade. He was very surprised to see them. Zi-Chen's name had long been well known in Hunter's Castle. Now that they saw him in person, their expressions changed. Zi-Chen said with a smile, "I just came out of seclusion and met up with some friends." "All right, this meal is on me," Wade said. "How can I accept this?" And I don't need to be so polite, Wade said with a smile. Relying on his familiarity with Zi-Chin, Wade's status in Hunter's Castle also rose. At first, everyone was a little reserved, but after 3 rounds of drinking and completely relaxed, even Dongqing gradually became more talkative. As if out of respect for Zi-Chan and the others, some people tactfully left, while others entered the private rooms. Zi-Chen's group of 5 drank to their heart's content in the main hall. Zi-Chen, you may be in the limelight now, but let me tell you, when we reach the prefectural realm and there are dangers everywhere, it will be my undying body's turn to shine. Wu Xia had many empty wine bottles beside him. He was somewhat tongue-tied as he spoke. Zi-Chen nodded with a smile and said, Indeed, the undying body is very powerful. Of course, when that time comes, you will still need to rely on me. Wu Xia laughed proudly, then stopped abruptly and fell head first onto the table. Haha, you're already drunk at the beginning. With your alcohol tolerance, you still dare to talk about drinking all day long. Man sure laughed, then drank another bottle of wine and fell asleep on the table, just like that. Zi-Chen drank no less than the other 2, but he was still sober. When he was far more knowledgeable than them, Zi-Chan had trained his alcohol tolerance for more than 1,000 years, so naturally he surpassed them. Now, there were still 3 people sitting. Dongqing had already taken off her mask and was showing her true face. It seemed that because she was drunk, she looked even more charming. Sometimes she would drink with Zi-Chen. Shang Guanhong also seemed to gradually drink too much and became delirious. She kept holding Zi-Chen's hand, but she muttered softly until she finally fell asleep. This scene brought Zi-Chen back to the time when he was in the Wuji sect. It gave him an extremely warm feeling. After coming to this world for almost 100 years, Zi-Chan missed the Tianwu continent and the people in the Wuji sect. After so many years, he didn't know how the people there were now. He didn't know if anyone had broken through and reached the Jianwu continent. The next day, Zi-Chen went to find Lord Wu early in the morning. Yesterday, they drank until very late. In the end, it was he who sent the 4 of them to their rooms. What are your plans after breaking through? In the living room, Lord Wu personally poured a glass of water for Zi-Chen. I'll familiarize myself with my current strength and wait for the manor world to open, Zi-Chen replied. Lord Wu sat across from Zi-Chen and nodded. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. It's good to relax. When will the manor world open? Zi-Chen asked. Lord Wu shook his head. I'm not too sure about that. There's no specific time for the manor world to open, but it will only open after the token has been sent to the last city. Zi-Chen put down his teacup and said, With the last city, haven't the tokens been sent yet? Lord Wu's expression changed when he heard this. He sighed and said, No, it'll take some time. I'm afraid the number of tokens will be even lower this time. How can that be? Didn't Yanbo Castle pay us 30 tokens back then? Zi-Chen asked, puzzled. At that time, because of the conflict with Yanbo Castle, we did ask for that much and they agreed. However, the tokens have been sent for many years, and they still haven't arrived. I suspect that Yanbo Castle is deliberately going back on their word. This has to do with the city's reputation. Are they going to go back on their word? Zi-Chen asked, puzzled. This has to do with the manor world. No one can say for sure. Lord Wu seemed to be helpless in this matter. To put it bluntly, everything depended on strength. Huping City's ranking wasn't as high as Yanbo Castle's, so their overall strength was naturally weaker. That was why there was talk of going back on their word. Lord Wu gestured for Zi-Chen not to worry. Even if they went back on their word, Yanbo Castle wouldn't go too far. The tokens would be sent sooner or later. Sir, I'm very curious. What's in the manor world? Why aren't there any records of it in the ancient books? Zi-Chen asked. Lord Wu thought for a moment and said, The manor world itself is a special battlefield space. Many realms are sealed in that space. If you're lucky enough, you'll gain a lot. Aside from the rewards, there should also be danger. Lord Wu nodded and said, Indeed. Because it's a battlefield space, it's very strange. The most dangerous things in there aren't the battle beasts that live there, but the battle spirits that are formed from the remnant souls of dead powerhouses. Although these battle spirits only have the strength of the corporeal realm, the battle consciousness in their remnant souls were left behind when they were at the domain realm. Chin didn't know how strong the battle spirits were, but he could guess. He nodded and said, "Danger and opportunity coexist." Lord Wu praised, "Not bad. It's very dangerous there, but there are plenty of opportunities. The chances of breaking through to the domain realm are 10 times higher there than in the outside world. Almost everyone who enters the manor world is at the peak of the corporeal realm. Of course, there are also some special existences who go there specifically to train." In the end, Lord Wu reminded him, "Chin, there are many powerful existences in the other cities of the Shantian prefecture. Their methods are very unique, so you must not be careless." Chin nodded. He had encountered special existences like Wu Xie and the others in the weakest Huping city. Looking at the entire Shantian prefecture, there were naturally many more talents with special abilities. During this time, Lord Wu only asked Chin a few questions about his combat strength. After that, he chatted with Chin about his daily life. For example, he asked about his life in the Tianwu continent, what special friends he had, and how many female confidants he had. Chen was very surprised by Lord Wu's gossiping. He only gave a brief description of the situation there, but did not mention each and every one of them. Chen only mentioned 2 or 3 friends, which surprised Lord Wu. For example, the Longhu sovereign, the barbarian dragon, and the evil good monk were all extremely powerful existences. Even in the Zhanwu continent, they would have a place in the same realm. As expected of the Tianwu continent, it's really inconceivable. Lord Wu sighed repeatedly. He also felt that it was a pity. Chapter 13:27. Before Chen left, Lord Wu still felt that it was a pity and said that he would ask about the matter of connecting to the receiving ground. Chen smiled. At the same time, he expressed his gratitude. However, if he really wanted to succeed, Chen would definitely make a trip back personally. At that time, he would be at least in the domain realm, so this matter wasn't urgent. Since he knew where Dongqing lived, Chen went straight to Dongqing's place after he came out. There was a knock on the door, and Dongqing's surprised voice came from inside. "Who is it?" She didn't know anyone in Hunter's Castle, so very few people came to look for her. "It's me, Chen." Chen's voice sounded. Then Chen heard a lot of noise coming from the room. It was obvious that Dongqing was hurriedly tidying up the room. In fact, the room was already very clean. It was just that Dongqing was too nervous and didn't know what was important, which caused the extra noise. The door was quickly opened and Dongqing stood at the door. She was wearing loose pajamas, and her beautiful figure was faintly discernible. She looked at Chen nervously, and with surprise, she looked strangely attractive. Are you still drunk from yesterday?" Chen asked awkwardly. "It's just a little headache. Come in quickly." Dongqing moved aside. "That's not very good. Actually, I'm here to tell you something. You can just stand at the door." Chen was more or less embarrassed. If he had known, he would have come later. How embarrassing. "Come in." Dongqing turned around and walked into the room. Soon, the faint fragrance of tea mixed with the unique fragrance of the room wafted out. Chen had no choice but to walk in. Fortunately, this was a suite with a living room, so Chen didn't have to face Dongqing's room too awkwardly. "What do you want to talk about?" Dongqing handed the teacup to Chen, and Chen stepped forward to receive it. Their fingertips touched, and Dongqing blushed again. Chen smiled apologetically and said, "Actually, it's not a big deal. I'm preparing to go out and gain experience. Didn't you break through and need to find some beasts? I think we can travel together." Although she had already guessed it, Dongqing was still a little disappointed when she heard Chen say this. Perhaps in her heart, she was expecting Chen to say something else. "What's wrong? You don't want to?" Seeing that Dong Qing was distracted, Zichen asked again. Oh no. Dong Qing blushed and said immediately, I'm willing. Feeling that her answer was a little too rushed, Dong Qing hurriedly asked, But where are we going? I've already thought about it before coming. There's still a long time before the Manor Realm opens, and we have a long time to find beasts. So this time we'll look for some special beasts. Special beasts. Yes, beasts with extraordinary means. As for their grade, it's best if they're on the same level as swords and shields. Although beast tamers can tame many beasts, what we're about to encounter is a battle of individual strength. Ordinary beasts are almost cannon fodder, and we don't need cannon fodder at all. So, we'll look for special beasts with high potential and worth cultivating. Dong Qing looked at Zichen and asked, You also know how to tame beasts? Zichen shook his head and said with a smile, Beast tamers are unique to the Zhan Wu continent. Of course I don't know, but I have a few friends who are very good at it, and they're powerful beings themselves. Dong Qing naturally understood this principle, but she had never had the chance to find a special level war beast. Among those of the same level, almost no one could help her. As for the domain realm, it was impossible for them to serve her for a long time. Okay, but where are we going? Dong Qing nodded in agreement. This place is big enough for us to explore. There are king-level beasts roaming around, so it's very suitable for us to explore. Zichen took out a map and pointed at a large green area on it. This is the place where a group of domain realm cultivators went to explore last time. Dong Qing recognized this place with a single glance. This was because a steward had suggested that she go there to try her luck. It's there. The map was given to me by Lord Wu. He has agreed to let me take you there. We can set off at any time, Zichen said. Then when are we leaving? Dong Qing asked. Zichen looked at Dong Qing and said, Any time, but you have to be ready. At this moment, Dong Qing was still in her pajamas, so it was obviously not suitable for her to go out. She immediately panicked and hid in the bedroom. Then, Zichen heard a rustling sound. Dong Qing was quickly ready. This time, she was wearing a tight armor without a mask on her face. She looked radiant. Let's go, Dong Qing said. She wanted to see a hint of amazement in his eyes, but unfortunately there was none. The two left the room, but when they were about to leave Hunter's castle, they were stopped by someone. I say, you guys leaving alone like this is very much like eloping. A dissatisfied voice sounded. It was Wu Xie in front of them. Eloping? Isn't Zichen on good terms with you? Why did he elope with Dong Qing? Man sure scratched his head and looked at Shang Guanhong. Beside him, Shang Guanhong asked bitterly, Where are you going? Zichen smiled faintly and said, Didn't we agree yesterday that we were going out to train? But I also said that I want to go, Shang Guanhong said. Then let's go together, Zichen said and glared at the two of them. In fact, Zichen deliberately avoided Shang Guanhong this time, so he had someone inform Man Shi and Wu Xie beforehand. Even if Shang Guanhong wanted to pursue the matter, he could push the blame to Hunter's castle. But who knew that the two of them had a big problem with their conduct? They directly told Shang Guanhong and even brought her here. Man Shi was so stupid, he definitely wouldn't do that. It must be Wu Xie. That bastard's heart is extremely bad. Zichen thought in his heart. The five of them set off again. Shang Guanhong was unhappy. Zichen looked a little uncomfortable, and Dong Qing kept his head down and didn't say a word when Wu Xie and Man Shi kept looking at him. Wu Xie and Man Shi were the most relaxed. One of them was a thief and the other was a fool. Along the way, one was smiling slyly and the other was giggling foolishly. Hunter's castle specially allocated a flying boat for Zichen. It was engraved with the unique symbol of Hunter's castle, which represented the official symbol. It was even more advanced than the flying boat used by the Imperial Army. Zichen was the one driving the flying boat. Dong Qing and Shang Guanhong stood on either side of Zichen. Dong Qing was flanked by Wu Xie and Man Shi. I say, Dongqing, you look really good without a mask. Man sure suddenly said such a sentence for no reason. This directly attracted Dongqing's fierce gaze. Wu Xie at the side let out a strange cry and said with a smile, Dongqing, I'm very curious. Didn't you wear a black robe and a mask before? Why aren't you wearing a mask this time? Dongqing lowered his head and didn't say a word. It was obvious that his face had turned red to the roots of his ears. Zichen turned around and sneered at Wu Xie. He said, I'm very curious about the battle strength of the immortal body. I wonder if you can teach me. Haha, Zichen, you are provoking me. Okay, I accept your provocation. Wu Xie laughed. Zichen said, Dongqing, you take command of the flying boat. That's not good. Dongqing saw Zichen's slightly ugly expression and said with some worry, It doesn't matter. This guy really needs to be taught a lesson. Moreover, his strength has made a breakthrough, which made his self-confidence explode. If I don't beat him up, he really won't recognize his identity and status. Zichen said with a faint smile. Then, Zichen walked to the open area of the flying boat. Wu Xie followed with a rising battle intent. Obviously, he had acted so viciously along the way because he wanted to fight Zichen. Zichen and Wu Xie stood opposite each other. The other three people's attention fell on the two of them. Let's start. Wu Xie sneered. The vertical pupil between his eyebrows showed signs of opening. Swoosh! Zichen's figure disappeared in an instant. Wu Xie lost his target. His expression didn't change. He clenched his right fist and punched to the side. Pum! At this moment, a fist also punched toward Wu Xie. The two fists collided, causing an energy shock. Zichen's figure appeared. He stood still in the same place, but Wu Xie was forced back several steps by the punch. In terms of strength, Wu Xie was completely defeated. Wu Xie was unwilling to accept this. His figure flashed and disappeared. He wanted to compete with Zichen in speed. Zichen smiled coldly. He turned around and looked ahead, quietly. Wu Xie appeared after Zichen turned around. There was a hint of surprise on his face. His figure disappeared again. Zichen turned around easily again. After flashing more than 10 times, Wu Xie didn't find a chance to attack Zichen. His figure was always detected by Zichen in advance. After turning around again, Wu Xie didn't find a chance to attack again. He decided to retreat and use his strongest attack. However, at this moment, Zichen raised his hand. He put 2 fingers together and a golden sword energy shot out from his fingertips. Zichen controlled the sword energy and slashed forward. Puff! Wu Xie, who was just about to retreat, suddenly felt a special force around him. This force came from all directions, suppressing him and limiting his speed. His speed was greatly reduced. A hint of surprise flashed across his face. He could only raise his hand and use his energy to block the sword energy. The sword energy slashed down. Wu Xie's defense shattered. Then the sword energy slashed down again. This time, it cut Wu Xie's body in half. Everyone knew that Zichen was very strong. However, they were still shocked that he could cut Wu Xie in half with a single strike. Wu Xie's cry of surprise rang out. He seemed very flustered. In his panic, there was a hint of fear. Zichen, what are you doing? Wu Xie, who reappeared, looked extremely haggard. He felt like he had lost a lot of energy. It was just like when the black-robed beast tamer had slashed him dozens of times. Everyone found it hard to believe that Zichen had damaged Wu Xie's vitality with a single strike. Only Shang Guanhong's heart skipped a beat. She seemed to have guessed the reason. It was Zichen's law of destruction. The law of destruction could destroy everything in the world. It naturally had a strong suppressive effect on Wu Xie's undying body. Chapter 1328. Zichen had only said one sentence, which wasn't a threat. However, to Wu Xie it was. Zichen was threatening him and even wanted to kill him. His expression was extremely ugly. The strong confidence that had risen from his heart due to his breakthrough had been shattered by Zichen's sword just like that. He didn't have an advantage over Zichen in terms of strength and speed. Even his immortal body, which he relied on the most, was useless in front of Zichen. Looking at Zichen's indifferent gaze, Wu Xie tactfully shut his mouth and stopped talking nonsense. Just as Zichen had said, Wu Xie was a little arrogant after his breakthrough and couldn't look at himself in the eye. However, Zichen's sword had finally made Wu Xie realize his true self. After that, Wu Xie started to keep a low profile and stopped talking nonsense. The atmosphere between the five of them became harmonious again. Just as Zichen had said, Wu Xie needed to be taught a lesson. After a few days, the low-key Wu Xie became active again. However, this time he mainly wanted to know the secret of the power contained in Zichen's sword. Zichen naturally didn't want to talk to him. Being asked anxiously, he smiled faintly and said, "If you want to know, let me cut you twice, and I'll tell you." Wu Xie's expression changed, but in the end he gritted his teeth and agreed. He didn't believe that Zichen could kill him with just 2 slashes. However, when he saw Zichen take out the black blade, his expression changed greatly and he didn't ask anymore. A month later, the group arrived at this nameless area. The roars of beasts echoed through the light shield around the flying boat. Yan Ming and the others had run into trouble here. There were things in the depths that even domain realm experts were afraid of. There are king-level battle beasts here. Everyone be careful. Don't be careless. Zichen reminded them as they descended from the flying boat. The group nodded and followed him into the forest. From time to time, the roars of beasts could be heard from the depths of the forest. As the group moved forward, they would also discover some battle beasts. However, most of them were at the soldier level or the general level, so the group naturally did not attack them. Just like that, everyone followed the map given by Ming Zhu and went straight in. Bang! A deafening sound came from the forest, and the aftermath of the energy spread out in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wherever it passed, several ancient trees were snapped in half. A huge spirit-level beast was sent flying. In front of it, Man Sure had transformed into a steel giant. Haha! Looking at the fallen beast, he laughed complacently and walked forward, causing the earth to tremble. With a strong surge of power, he actually lifted up this peak spirit rank war beast and threw it into the distance. There was a loud bang, accompanied by the screams of the beasts. Along the way, several large trees were broken. Man Sure, who was at the late corporeal realm, had a complete victory over a peak spirit rank war beast. Man Sure was playing with the war beast. He was having a lot of fun, and his laughter kept ringing out. The others looked on in boredom. Not far away, Zichen suddenly said, "All right, let's go. Let's go." Man Sure, who was in front of him, was startled. He said, "We're leaving now? What about this war beast? Dong Qing doesn't need it. Are we not going to kill it? Your battle prowess is much stronger than it. There's no point in killing it." Zichen said without even turning his head. Man Sure scratched his head and his figure shrank. As for the war beast, it fled in panic. The group was already used to the scene because Zichen had already let many war beasts go. It could be said that Zichen had only killed one war beast along the way, and this was under everyone's strong request. They had already eaten all the meat on their bodies, and this war beast just so happened to be a good ingredient. When Zichen became ruthless, there was practically no one who could compare to him. Various methods emerged one after another, and he killed people like cutting grass and slicing melons. But sometimes when he was kind, he wasn't even willing to kill a beast, and that level of kindness was unbelievable. In the eyes of the group, Zichen was a contradiction. His actions were very strange, without any rules. You said you have friends in this field. What are they like when they tame war beasts? Dong Qing followed closely behind Zichen and asked, "Zichen, you have other beast tamer friends?" Wu Xie, who was following behind, was very surprised to hear this. Man Shi and Shangguanhong also looked at Zi Chen in surprise. They had never heard of this before. They are my friends in the Tianwu continent. They are not beast tamers, so I don't know if they can tame war beasts. But taming demonic beasts is very simple, said Zi Chen indifferently. Wu Xie asked, how simple is it? It's as simple as releasing pressure can make many proud demonic beasts surrender. Oh, I forgot to say they're not human. In the words of the Zhan Wu continent, they are higher life forms. What higher life forms? You have friends with higher life forms in a lower world. Everyone was surprised, and Wu Xie even screamed again and again. Higher life forms were very famous in the Zhan Wu continent, and each of them represented powerful strength. For example, Zi Chen's sword and shield combination was very strange, but compared with higher life forms, it was simply heaven and earth. Once a higher life form appeared, it was undoubtedly in existence that all forces would try to win over. Higher life forms were extremely arrogant. If you want to be friends with them, you need to have means comparable to higher life forms. You, a friend of higher life forms or them, not just one. Wu Xie's face was full of doubt. Are higher life forms rare? You have to know that the Tianwu continent is a mysterious place known as the Cradle of Life. Not only do I know 3 higher life forms, I also have a disciple who is a lightning life form comparable to a higher life form. What Zi Chen said was the truth, but it was actually a bit exaggerated. Although the Tianwu continent was very extraordinary, the probability of higher life forms appearing was also very small. For example, Longhu as a supreme beast who was obviously related to the ancient battlefield, and that place was obviously man-made. As for the flying divine tiger, he was closely related to the everlasting sect that was destroyed back then. The last one, barbarian dragon, was in a special space in the ancient road. Even the lightning spirit was related to the lightning divine palace. Although they all came from the Zhan Wu continent, they all had a lot of background, and most importantly, they were rare. He didn't know if the heaven-splitting battle ape was considered a higher life form, but his origin was also not ordinary. Zi Chen had never heard of the Saint Realm, so he thought that this realm must be related to the heaven realm. Therefore, each of them had an extraordinary background. Although Zi Chen had a lot of prestige among the 5 of them, and his words carried a lot of weight, they didn't really believe what he said about higher life forms. As they went deeper, Zi Chen would occasionally talk about the Tianwu continent. Of course, he would also occasionally talk about the topic of women. Zi Chen's attitude was very clear, and that was in the Zhan Wu continent he was wholeheartedly focused on cultivation. As for love, it was really too extravagant here. No other expression could be seen from Dongqing's face, but Shangguanhong's mood was down for a long time. It was better to be quick than to be in pain for a long time. This was also Zi Chen's helplessness. His heart really couldn't let go of too many things. And thinking about Zi Chen, who was brave enough to face difficulties only in the aspect of love, he would always shrink back and be submissive without the slightest decisiveness. In the blink of an eye, everyone had stayed here for 2 months, but in these 2 months, except for competing with the war beasts, they had gained nothing. What's the hurry? Good things won't appear so easily. We're more here to try our luck. If we don't see anything in 2 months, then we'll wait for 2 years. If 2 years don't work, then we'll wait for 20 years. You know, a useful war beast is worth thousands of ordinary war beasts. Zi Chen responded indifferently to Wu Xie and Man Shi's anxiousness. Soon, half a year passed, and everyone still didn't gain anything. Wu Xie finally became anxious. Zi Chen, are you doing this on purpose? We've been here for so long, but you don't let Dongqing tame a war beast. We haven't met the right one, Dongqing said next to Zi Chen, which could be considered as an explanation. How can there be no suitable one? Wu Xie said discontentedly, I've seen you being tempted by some war beasts several times, but Zi Chen didn't let you tame them. Shu, Zi Chen made a shushing gesture towards Wu Xie. What shu? I'm not shushing, I'm going to say it. Wu Xia's voice became louder. Idiot. Zichen looked coldly at Wu Xia, then stood up and pulled Dongqing, leaving in a flash. Follow me. At the same time, Zichen's voice sounded. Could it be that he found something? Shang Guanhong's eyes lit up, and Manshur immediately became alert. Zichen had already flown a few hundred meters away, looking very anxious. Wu Xia snorted and said, "Let's see how good your eyesight is." After saying that, Wu Xia also chased after him. Everyone's speed was very fast, but compared to Zichen, they were still a lot slower. Soon they lost track of Zichen, but after a few breaths, they heard the sound of battle. "Let's go." Everyone flashed and followed. After a while, they saw the target that Zichen was fighting. Wu Xia widened his eyes, his face full of disdain, and said, "Zichen has such bad eyesight. What is this thing? It's neither a pig nor a dog. This war beast is too ugly." Manshur scratched his head and said, "It does look ugly, but it's not weak. Look, it's actually on par with Zichen." In front of them, Zichen was fighting a big black guy. It was about 3 meters long and had a pig's head. However, its body looked more like a dog. Its black fur was like steel needles that shone with a cold light, and its mouth was filled with ferocious sawtooth fangs. Zichen stood in front of this pig and dog. His body was actually covered with a rare defensive light, and his expression was unprecedentedly serious. "This Zichen, it's just a pig and dog. Isn't he being too cautious?" Wu Xia said, puzzled. "A pig and dog? Take a good look at the ground. This is not a pig and dog, but a red-eyed pig demon." Shang Guanhong said unhappily from the side, "What, a high-level life form? A red-eyed pig demon? How is this possible?" Wu Xia was shocked, and then looked below the red-eyed pig demon. That was the place where the red-eyed pig demon's saliva dripped, but there was green smoke rising. A big hole had already been corroded by its saliva. Chapter 1329. Inside the corroded hole there was a black rock. The top of the rock was already full of holes, as if it was a wormhole. Although Wu Xia was not an artifact refiner, he could tell at a glance that the stone was a very rare artifact refiner material. Anything that was refined with it would be a top-grade weapon. How is this possible? Even the black jade crystal was corroded. Wu Xia cried out in shock. The saliva of the red-eyed boar demon is extremely corrosive. Not to mention the weapon refiner material, it can even corrode yuan qi and one's body. Shang Guanhong said, "This shouldn't be a real high-level life form, right?" Manshur scratched his head, looking at the red-eyed boar demon in front of him cautiously. Shang Guanhong laughed lightly. "Of course not. High-level life forms are extremely powerful. This should be a mutated beast that has the red-eyed boar demon's bloodline. However, we are really lucky to be able to find it." Dongqing was placed far away by Zichen. The red-eyed boar demon looked very ugly, but to be able to make Zichen treat it seriously, there was no need to doubt its strength. Dongqing even ignored its appearance and recognized the red-eyed boar demon's strength. Before Zichen came out, he had done a lot of research on beasts. Although some of the beasts that he met along the way were not bad, they were not worth nurturing. Until he saw this black guy. It had the same appearance as the red-eyed boar demon, so it was very likely that it had the red-eyed boar demon's bloodline. It was worth nurturing. As Zichen fought with it, he realized that this big guy was indeed not ordinary. Roar! The red-eyed boar demon roared threateningly at Zichen. This human in front of it made it feel some kind of danger. Following that, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard, which meant that other humans had arrived. Its cold eyes swept towards the other humans. Swish! Zichen made his move the moment the scarlet-eyed demonic boar turned its head. He activated his light shield and charged towards the scarlet-eyed demonic boar. With Zichen's speed, he was almost instantly in front of the scarlet-eyed demonic boar. However, in the next moment, Zichen was greeted with a puddle of stinky water with a fishy and sour smell. To be able to react so quickly, it was obvious that the black guy had made plans to attack Zichin the moment it turned its head. In the face of the corrosive saliva, Zichin dodged it. The light shield on his body began to tremble, and smoke rose from it. The whole light shield became unstable. Boom! Zichin rushed over and punched out. Golden fist aura shone between heaven and earth. The red-eyed demon boar was sent flying by the punch, and it crashed into several ancient trees. However, after it stabilized its body, it turned around and fled. It was not injured at all. Looking at the scarlet-eyed demonic boar that disappeared in a puff of smoke, the crowd exclaimed again, "Its defense is too heaven-defying." It was hit by Zichen's punch, but it was not injured at all. Zichin is also very heaven-defying. The energy shield that he created was not corroded at all. Just as they were sighing, Zichin chased after it. That big guy looked very difficult to deal with. It might be easy to kill it, but it would take a lot of effort to capture it alive. The crowd obviously did not like this kind of thing, so they did not have the intention to help. As for whether they were worried that the guy would run away, thinking about Zichen's extreme speed under the heavens, they really could not think of a reason why the guy could escape from Zichen's pursuit. On the contrary, Dongqing chased after it. She had to participate in this kind of thing. Very ugly but very strong. Manshur, who had not spoken until now, said seriously. After saying that, he looked at Wu Xie. Wu Xie's sharp senses guessed Manshur's meaning. His face darkened, and he said angrily, "Why are you looking at me?" "Nothing. Hurry up and help." The aftermath of the battle spread out again. It was obvious that Zichin had caught up with the red-eyed demon boar again. The other party's voice was very sharp and ear-piercing. Not only is it ugly, its voice is also very ear-piercing. Wu Xie shook his head. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the depths of the forest. Following this roar, it was as if a hurricane had appeared out of nowhere in the forest. The ancient trees swayed back and forth, and the branches and leaves emitted a paw-paw sound. Many fallen leaves were even swept up into the sky. This is the aura of a king-level beast. Everyone's expression changed greatly, and they secretly cursed their bad luck. They had encountered a king-level beast at this kind of time. The possibility of catching the red-eyed demon boar was almost zero. It had been almost half a year since they had met a guy with such potential. They did not expect that he would kill a king-level beast. "Hurry up and leave." A loud shout came from the forest. This shout came from Zichin. During this time, the aftermath of the battle was still shaking the forest. Everyone was obviously hesitant. "Human, I will give you a chance to leave." Suddenly, a thunderous voice sounded. It was common knowledge that king-level beasts could speak. However, what was not good was that the other party had indeed come for the red-eyed demon boar. The tyrannical aura that surged between heaven and earth blew Zichen's robes continuously. The fallen leaves that filled the sky swayed and flapped in front of his eyes, making him almost unable to open his eyes. However, his spiritual sense was firmly locked onto the red-eyed demon boar. Looking at the big fellow in front of him, it looked like a huge black mutt. However, the aura it emitted was somewhat similar to that of the red-eyed demon boar. Thinking about it, the two of them should be related by blood. It was just that the latter had mutated for some reason, or it could be said that it had awakened its bloodline, causing such a huge change. "If you leave now, you can live." The black mutt looked down at Zichin with an ice-cold gaze. At the side, the red-eyed demon boar looked at Zichin with a hint of mockery and ridicule in its scarlet eyes. Zichin had the courage to face a domain realm human, but facing a king-level beast, his courage was slowly being destroyed. Time did not allow him to think slowly. He only heard a loud shout, "You guys leave." After saying this, Zichin rushed towards the red-eyed demon boar. "You're courting death." The black mutt's gaze was like two cold bolts of lightning. In the next moment, it slapped out a claw towards Zichin. A huge energy claw with a destructive aura ruthlessly struck towards Zi Chen's head. At this moment, Zi Chen's attention was focused on the red-eyed demon boar. He completely ignored the claw. Just as the claw was about to hit him, Zi Chen flicked his hand and threw an item into the sky. It was a piece of jade that Ling Xing had given him back then. The engraved patterns on it instantly lit up. After feeling the pressure, it formed a huge light shield. The light shield was almost as big as a palm, blocking in front of Zi Chen. Boom! The claw fell and hit the light shield, exploding with a loud sound. Seeing the claw's power being continuously dispelled, the black mutt's gaze became extremely cold. Following that, a surge of power surged in. The light on the jade shone brighter and brighter, and the light shield on it gradually solidified. After a few breaths of time, the claw and the light shield on the jade shard exploded at the same time. The jade shard had blocked the attack for Zi Chen, but it had consumed all of its power. A crack appeared in the middle of the jade shard, and then it shattered and fell to the ground. The jade shard that Ling Xing had given him that could withstand multiple domain realm attacks was shattered by the black mutt's claw. In just a few breaths of time, Zi Chen, who had used all of his power, had successfully appeared in front of the red-eyed demon boar. A powerful force surged in his hand, and this force bombarded the red-eyed demon boar's head. The red-eyed demon boar did not expect that a human would actually launch an attack. Before the mockery in its eyes disappeared, it was caught off guard and was directly hit in the back of its head. It was as if it had been hit in a daze. It shook its head and its body was unstable. In the next moment, a black hole appeared in front of it, and the red-eyed demon boar fell into the black hole. Right at this moment, the black mutt's second attack came. The powerful force shook Zi Chen, and he turned around and ran. Bang! The second attack exploded in the sky, and its powerful force shook in all directions. Zi Chen was the first to be affected by the energy, and the light shield around his body trembled slightly before it shattered. However, just as the light shield shattered, a battle armor appeared on Zi Chen's body, and the rest of the energy impact was all blocked by the battle armor. Zi Chen's entire body used this push to escape into the distance. "Human, I will definitely kill you." Behind him, the black mutt roared, and then it turned into a black light and chased after Zi Chen. The heavenly thunder wings on Zi Chen's back began to vibrate at a high frequency. His body seemed to be teleporting, flashing in and out of the dense forest. After chasing for a while, the black mutt helplessly found that the human was getting farther and farther away from it. In the end, it even lost track of the human's tracks and aura. It was furious and roared towards the sky. After that, this king-level beast flew into a rage in this dense forest and looked for its child. Back to Zi Chen's escape, and he ran for tens of thousands of miles. During this time, in order to avoid being tracked by some kind of power, he even used his destructive power to scan his surroundings, destroying all possible tracking marks. After running for 2 days, Zi Chen started to send a message to the 4 of them on the 3rd day. When the 4 of them heard Zi Chen's message, they immediately retreated. They knew what Zi Chen was going to do, so they were naturally worried about Zi Chen. After receiving Zi Chen's message, they also rushed towards Zi Chen's direction. 2 days later, the 5 of them met up. "How was it? Did you catch it?" Wu Xie asked impatiently. The others were also surprised. It was obvious that if they caught this guy, once Dong Qing completely tamed it, their team would have another powerful force. Zi Chen nodded. "Where is it? Let's see." A black hole appeared in front of Zi Chen, and a black guy fell out of it. It was the red-eyed boar demon. After it appeared, it laid on the ground motionlessly. If it wasn't for its undulating chest, everyone would have thought that it was dead. Back when Zi Chen had kept it in his reality dimension, he had trapped it there. Once he was out of danger, he fought it again, knocked it out, and then sealed it. "Quickly keep it and slowly tame it. Let's go find our second target." Zi Chen looked at the extremely excited Dong Qing and said, "That king-level beast might still be looking for it. You still dare to go deeper. Just go in another direction and avoid it. Of course, before it's tamed, Dongqing can't let it appear in the real world. Just as Zichen and the others were gaining something, the token that Yanba Castle promised to compensate them finally arrived at Hunter's Castle. Chapter 1330. I only have these 5 tokens. The smile on Ling Xing's face immediately froze when he saw the early corporeal realm expert from Yanba Castle. I'm sorry. I was attacked by thieves on my way here. I risked my life and only managed to keep these 5 tokens. The rest were all stolen. The early corporeal realm expert stood in front of Ling Xing, his face full of fear as he apologized profusely. Because of his emotions, Ling Xing gave off an oppressive aura that made him feel suffocated. The tokens hadn't been delivered for many years. Ling Xing had long guessed that the people from Yanba Castle would play tricks. He'd also expected them to reduce the number of tokens, but he hadn't expected them to be so merciless. They'd only given 5 out of the 30 tokens they'd promised. An early corporeal realm expert being attacked by thieves was pure nonsense. Even an idiot like Man sure wouldn't believe it. The most despicable and disgusting thing about Yanba Castle was that they'd sent an early corporeal realm expert to deliver the tokens. He was basically cannon fodder. It didn't matter if he died or not, but they weren't afraid that he'd die halfway and fail to complete the mission. Although they had another way to get the tokens, they'd had a bad relationship with Yanba Castle last time. Coupled with the way Yanba Castle handled things this time, it was obvious that the other way would be suppressed to a certain extent. The person who'd come was only an early corporeal realm expert. No matter how angry Ling Xing was, he wouldn't lower himself to his level. As for killing him to vent his anger, that was even more unlikely. The people from Yanba Castle seemed to have taken this into account as well. Good, very good indeed. Ling Xing was furious, but he didn't explode in anger. He only nodded and smiled, saying good 3 times. His smile didn't seem fake at all. It was as if he really felt good. Ling Xing looked at the terrified corporeal realm expert and said, "You've done very well this time. You must be tired from the journey. Rest here for a few days. When we leave, I'll have you pay for the journey. You've worked hard." The early corporeal realm expert was flattered by Ling Xing's attitude. He had kept a low profile ever since he had arrived because he didn't want to be killed. It was obvious that he had already guessed that he would be cannon fodder. He thought that as long as he could survive, Ling Xing could do whatever he wanted with him. However, he was pleasantly surprised that Xing Haoxing had arranged for him to be paid for his journey. Ling Xing had someone arrange accommodations for the early corporeal realm cultivators. Then he went to find Lord Wu to explain the matter. Lord Wu was furious when he heard this, but 5 tokens were still acceptable. This time, even though Huping City would lose a lot of entry tokens because of this, it was fortunate that they had Zichen and the other 4. While there were fewer people, the quality of the entry tokens had increased significantly. Yanba Castle has gone overboard this time, but it's fine. If we're lucky enough to run into them in the prefectural realm, ask Zichen to take good care of them, said Lord Wu. Ling Xing smiled and said, "Indeed, that's what I'm thinking. If the opportunity is right, I'd be happy to see no one leave Yanba Castle alive." It was obvious that the 2 smiling old men were really angry in their hearts. "Since you've cut off my future path of development, I'll cut off your chances of survival." They believed that if Yanba Castle didn't gain anything from the prefectural realm, their future development would be greatly affected. In the nameless forest, Zichen and the others ventured deeper into another place. Dongqing hadn't successfully tamed the red-eyed boar demon yet, but they'd slowly become familiar with each other over the past few days. Taming it was only a matter of time. Ever since they'd caught the red-eyed boar demon, Wu Xia hadn't uttered a single word of complaint. Relatively speaking, they hadn't gained anything in the past 6 months, but catching a red-eyed boar demon as soon as they'd gained something was definitely a pleasant surprise. Moreover, this red-eyed boar demon was very strong. After it was completely tamed, its combat strength wouldn't be any weaker than theirs. Therefore, they'd gained a lot this time. This could be seen from the smile on Dong Qing's face every day. In order to avoid that King Tiamat, Ziqin and the others deliberately took many detours and stayed far away from it. After that, they continued to look for exotic beasts with potential. However, their luck seemed to have run out this time. After 2 years, they still hadn't found any combat beasts with great potential. Fortunately, after another 6 months, they found another unique combat beast. It was a small, winged Pegasus with lightning flowing around its body. It had a single horn on its forehead, and it looked very much like the legendary high-grade Aurora Pegasus. When it flapped its white wings, it was like Ziqin flapping his thunder wings. Flashes of lightning would flash. As for its speed, it was like a bolt of lightning. Seeing the small Pegasus, everyone was naturally surprised and happy. Their gazes became extremely fervent. However, before they could try to surround it, it disappeared. Its speed was like a bolt of lightning, far surpassing everyone. Even Ziqin couldn't catch up to it. Fortunately, Ziqin had the heavenly thunder wings. Relying on the heavenly thunder wings' increased level and the integration of the heavenly thunder wings and the 9 fleeting thunderbolts, he was barely faster than the Aurora Pegasus. The two quickly disappeared, one chasing and one escaping. Everyone chased after them, but they soon lost track of them. Just like that, everyone could only wait in place. Aurora Pegasus, that's an Aurora Pegasus. Wu Xie couldn't help but sigh. Although it's not a high-grade life form, at least it has awakened some of its bloodline. I hope Ziqin can catch it. Dong Qing prayed. This place is really strange. In just 3 years, we actually encountered 2 existences with high-grade bloodlines. Shang Guanhong said, if we can tame dozens of these existences, we won't have to fear anything in the Manor Realm. Man Shi chuckled. Wu Xie looked at Man Shi with disdain and said, Do you think these things are cabbages? 2 days later, Ziqin returned with injuries all over his body. Without a doubt, he had encountered another king-level combat beast. This place was very dangerous, even for Yanming and the others, let alone Ziqin, who was only at the middle corporeal realm. Ziqin's injuries were very serious, but there was a smile on his face. Everyone knew that he had succeeded and immediately cheered. Sure enough, he threw out an item from the corporeal realm. It was the Aurora Pegasus. This Pegasus had been sealed and had fallen into a deep sleep. When Dong Qing saw it, he almost cried tears of joy and thanked him profusely. One had to know that this item was truly priceless. It was comparable to a sword and shield. Next, Ziqin began to heal his injuries. While he was healing, he signaled everyone not to go too deep. Next, they just had to wait for Dong Qing to tame the Aurora Pegasus. The latter's speed wasn't slower than his, and it was obviously very familiar with this area. Therefore, the journey to find other special combat beasts was left to it. This time, it took 2 months to tame it. When the Aurora Pegasus appeared in front of everyone again, it was extremely docile. However, there was still some fear in its eyes when it looked at Ziqin. It had seen with its own eyes how powerful this human was. The Aurora Pegasus wasn't big, but it could be used as a mount. Its snow-white fur and elegant posture when it walked deeply attracted Shang Guanhong. Unfortunately, she wasn't a beast tamer, so it was very difficult for her to tame a combat beast. On the other hand, Dong Qing kept expressing his gratitude to Ziqin. You're always thanking me. I say, can you not be so polite? Why don't you repay me with your body? Wu Xie curled his lips. Soon, 2 cold gazes were cast from the side, and he quickly shut his mouth. Little thing, it's up to you now. Ziqin looked at the Aurora Pegasus and smiled, but the latter was so scared that it trembled. Dong Qing also clearly conveyed Ziqin's thoughts to the Aurora Pegasus. The latter had already recognized Dong Qing as its master, so it naturally wouldn't reject this request. It rubbed against Dong Qing's body, then turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared into the distance. At the side, Wu Xia muttered softly. Damn, it's also a little pervert. Xing really knows how to pick a place. When Dong Qing heard this, he thought about the little Pegasus's actions just now and blushed. At the same time, he secretly glanced at Ziqin. With the help of the Aurora Pegasus, the efficiency of everyone's search for combat beasts naturally increased. Just like that, they stayed in this dense forest for 13 years. In these 13 years, Dong Qing had gained a lot, and Ziqin and the others also had some gains, especially Ziqin. In these 13 years, he had gradually familiarized himself with his own combat strength. Sometimes he would even have a king-level combat beast as a sparring partner, so his improvement was great. Their original intention was to wait here until the domain realm opened, but in just 13 years, they had provoked too many king-level combat beasts. Because Ziqin was too slippery and coupled with his world speed, a king-level combat beast couldn't do anything to him. And when they were annoyed by the harassment, a group of king-level combat beasts actually started to team up and chase after Ziqin. Ziqin could barely handle one king-level combat beast, but when faced with a group of them, he could only helplessly run for his life. These king-level combat beasts were obviously in hot pursuit, determined to kill him. Ziqin could only choose to return. Do we have such a big grudge? Ziqin, who was running away, couldn't help but complain. Human, give me back my children. You took my children. Isn't that a grudge? Human, give us back our children, and we can treat you as a guest of honor. Ziqin's complaint immediately caused a commotion among the king-level combat beasts. What do you guys know? Your vision is only to become the king of a forest, but my goal is to conquer the entire world. I took your children away to train in the domain realm, to broaden their horizons. What do you know? Ziqin said unhappily. Die. Cunning human, you're asking my children to die. We'll kill you no matter where you go. Human, die. The king-level combat beasts, who were already angry, became even more furious. As king-level combat beasts, they naturally knew what kind of place the domain realm was. It was full of dangers and one could easily die there. Ziqin thought that after saying a few words, they would give up and let the little ones go on training. But who knew that they would react so violently? Helpless, he could only tell Wu Xia and the others to run first. Roar. Chapter 1331. When Ziqin heard this roar, he was so scared that he almost fell down. This roar contained a terrifying pressure that came directly from the depths of his soul. If he was closer, Ziqin believed that his soul would have been destroyed by this roar. When he turned around, he saw that the king-level beasts did not chase after him anymore. They only stared at him coldly and unwillingly. It was obvious that this roar was the cause. You can actually command king-level beasts. Ziqin was so scared that his expression changed drastically. He did not dare to stay here any longer and immediately followed the 4 people far away. He secretly swore that he would never come here again. He also finally understood why Yanming and the others returned empty-handed after coming here to investigate. To be able to command a group of king-level beasts, the person himself was not a stronger king-level beast, but an emperor-level beast that was even stronger than a king-level beast. One must know that an emperor-level beast was equivalent to a human realm lord who had crossed over to the 9th domain realm. Such an existence could even become the Shantian Prefecture's prefecture lord. Ziqin used 2 days to catch up with them. Everyone was very excited when they saw Ziqin. How is it? Does it feel good to be chased? Seeing that Ziqin had returned in one piece, Wu Xia joked. It feels good. Why don't you try it too? Ziqin smiled faintly. Wu Xia quickly waved his hand and said, I can't. I don't have your abnormal speed. Following that, he asked again, how about it? How many days should we rest this time? Ziqin said unhappily, we rest forever. What do you mean? You're not going anymore. Are you scared by a few king-level beasts? Wu Xia was stunned. The others also looked at Ziqin in confusion. However, Dongqing helped Zichen out of the situation and said, "Actually, we've already gained a lot. It's time to go back." Wu Xia muttered, "If we miss this village, we won't have this shop anymore." Zichen laughed out loud. "Have you ever seen a village? Have you ever seen a shop in a village?" Wu Xia was stunned and said, "It's just a saying. In the Zhan Wu continent, there are only tribes and mountain strongholds. There's no such thing as a village because there are no mortals in this world. We can't go to that place anymore. I'm afraid we'll lose all our gains." "What do you mean?" Zichen thought back to that roar and felt a lingering fear in his heart. "Do you know how I managed to escape the pursuit of a group of king-level battle beasts? This time it wasn't because I was fast, nor was it because I used a doppelganger. It was because I heard a beast's roar. It was that roar that stopped the king-level battle beasts from pursuing me. I suspect that it was the leader of the group." When everyone heard this, their faces changed greatly. Wu Xia exclaimed, "What? A roar stopped a group of king-level battle beasts? Then isn't it?" Zichen nodded and said, "Yes, if it's not an extremely powerful king-level battle beast, it might be an emperor-level battle beast. This time, it was really lucky that the other party gave up. Do you think we should go deeper?" Everyone shook their heads again and again. Wu Xia said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and run. Don't come back to this place for the rest of your life." The 5 of them took the flying boat and began to return. It took them 2 months to come here. Because there was still a lot of time to go back, it took them 2.5 months on the road. After the 5 of them returned, the first thing they did was to report their whereabouts to Hunter's Castle. They could see Lord Wu directly. After more than 10 years, Lord Wu was very happy to see Zichen and the others again. He invited Zichen and the others to his room and poured tea for them personally. After sitting down, Lord Wu asked with a smile, "How was your harvest?" "Not a small one," said Zichen. The others also had excited smiles on their faces. "This time we've obtained several battle beasts with high-level bloodlines, and all of them are at the peak of the spirit rank," Dongqing added. Lord Wu laughed and said, "That's great. This way, your safety will be guaranteed when you enter the manor world." Zichen put down his teacup and suddenly asked, "By the way, did Yanbo Castle give us the compensation they promised?" "You're talking about the entry tokens, aren't you?" Lord Wu's face turned gloomy. "Why, they haven't sent them yet?" Everyone was very surprised. It had been many years. Even if they walked, they should have arrived by now. Lord Wu sighed and said, "They did send them, but they only sent an early-stage corporeal realm cultivator to deliver 5 of them. They said that the others were robbed on the way." "What? Only 5? The people of Yanbo Castle are too much." Wu Xia was furious. Robbed? Even a fool wouldn't believe such a lame excuse. Man Shi was also very angry. Shang Guanhong and Dongqing's faces turned ashen. It was obvious that they were very angry after hearing the news. Zichen was the only one who looked calm. Wu Xia asked curiously, "You're not angry?" Zichen smiled faintly and said, "What's there to be angry about? Yanbo Castle's actions are clearly suicidal. Since they're willing to leave some entry tokens for their people to die with, then why not fulfill their wish?" Everyone was enlightened when they heard this. "Yes, that's right. Since they don't want to give us the tokens, then we'll kill a few dozen of them. That'll be the reward for the tokens." Wu Xia nodded. Zichen looked at Wu Xia with disdain and said, "Kill a few dozen of them? You have the nerve to say that? Then you mean—" Wu Xia was startled. "If the conditions permit, then naturally we won't let a single one of them go." Zichen said coldly. This was Zichen. When he was kind, he wouldn't even kill a single war beast. But when he was ruthless, he treated human lives like dirt. Lord Wu admired Zichen's personality very much. He originally wanted to tell them in advance, but now that he saw Zichen's attitude, there was no need to waste his breath. Finally, Zichen asked, "Have the proper channels passed down the tokens?" "Not yet, but it should be soon." After chatting for a while, Chen and the others left. Because they had been away for a long time, they were almost cut off from the rest of the world. Wu Xie and the others went to the center of the city after returning, while Chen returned to his room to cultivate. He hadn't encountered a bottleneck yet. As long as he cultivated, his strength would increase. In the past few years, the two void trees had also contributed greatly to Chen. They had been increasing Chen's strength at every moment. 10 days later, news reached Hunter's castle that the proper channels had sent down the tokens this time. When Lord Wu received the news, he immediately led his men out of the city. When he reached the outskirts of the city, he found that many domain realm cultivators had already arrived. The leader was a tall middle-aged man who looked very cold. He was the true city lord of Huping City, Mufeng. Lord Wu led Ling Xing and the others forward. The domain realm cultivators along the way made way for them when they saw them. When they arrived in front of Mufeng, the two of them nodded as a greeting. Mufeng gazed into the distance and said indifferently, "I wonder how many tokens there will be this time." When Lord Wu heard this, he laughed bitterly and said, "After what happened last time, I'm afraid there won't be many." Mufeng was silent for a moment. No one knew what he was thinking. After a while he asked, "How are their preparations?" "We're just waiting for the manor world to open. I hope they won't disappoint." Lord Wu said confidently, "Don't worry. I have high hopes for them. If their luck isn't too bad, they should be able to do something this time." "That's good." Mufeng nodded. Lord Wu looked at the domain realm cultivators behind him. Most of them were family members of Huping City, and they were waiting to get their share of the tokens. Hunter's castle will only send 7 people this time. There will be 3 more tokens, and they will be sent to the city lord's castle when the time comes, Lord Wu said telepathically. When City Lord Mufeng heard this, a bitter smile appeared on his face. He said, "It seems like this will be an extremely difficult and offending task." Lord Wu smiled and said flatteringly, "Our city lord isn't afraid of offending people." Mufeng laughed out loud. After a short conversation, everyone waited in silence. The domain realm cultivators behind them were more or less nervous. After a while, a huge flying ship appeared in front of everyone. This was Lu Guangqing's flying ship. Lu Guangqing's ranking in Shantian Prefecture was only one place higher than Huping City's. He was ranked 107th. 3 people jumped down from the flying ship. All 3 of them were domain realm cultivators. When Lord Wu and Mufeng saw the middle-aged man in the lead, they were slightly stunned. Mufeng was a little surprised because of this. "It's just a token. I didn't expect the city lord to come personally." Lord Wu smiled bitterly and said softly, "It seems like things are worse than we thought." Mufeng seemed to have thought of something, and his face darkened. City Lord Mufeng, Brother Wu. City Lord Lu Guangqing cupped his fists at the 2 of them from afar. Brother Lu. The 2 of them cupped their fists in response. Some of the domain realm cultivators behind the 2 of them revealed strange expressions when they learned of the middle-aged man's identity. After a simple exchange of pleasantries, Mufeng led the 3 of them back to the city lord's mansion. During this time, Ling Xing and the others returned while Lord Wu followed them. Other than Lord Wu, Huping City was accompanied by an armored commander of the city's army. His position in Huping City could be ranked in the top 3. In the hall, after everyone had taken their seats, City Lord Lu Guang stood up and cupped his hands together. With an apologetic look on his face, he said, "Brother Mu, Brother Wu, Brother Wei, I have come here personally to apologize to you." "Brother Lu, sit down and talk. It should be about the token, right?" Lord Wu asked. "Yes." City Lord Lu Guangqing nodded and sat down. Lu Guangqing and Huping City were ranked last and second from the bottom. Neither of them laughed at the other, so the relationship between the 2 cities had always been very good. In the previous few times, the quota tokens were also distributed equally after they were given out. Lord Wu and Mu Feng exchanged glances. Mu Feng nodded and asked, "How many tokens will there be this time?" City Lord Lu Guangqing sighed and said, "To tell you the truth, there were only 12 tokens when they arrived in Lu Guangqing." Chapter 1332. Originally, although embezzlement was common, the number of tokens could still exceed 100 each time they were distributed. After the two cities were equally divided, each city would have dozens of tokens. However, this time, only 12 tokens were passed down. Seeing the expressions of the three, City Lord Lu Guang said, "The tokens are abnormal this time. I sent someone to investigate. It is said that the people from Yanba Castle are behind this." Lord Wu's expression returned to normal. He said calmly, "It must be them. It would be strange if it wasn't them." Mu Feng smiled bitterly. "This time, Lu Guang City was implicated because of us." City Lord Lu Guang's ugly expression softened. He said, "It's hard to say who implicated who. It's our fault for not being able to move up in the rankings. It's normal for us to be suppressed. This time, we formed a team of 10. I carefully selected them. So about the tokens, clearly City Lord Lu Guang knew that Huping City had other ways to obtain tokens, so he could only give out 2. The commander of the city's army looked a little upset. However, he couldn't say anything at this moment. Although he never interfered in such matters, he knew everything. Mu Feng nodded and said, "2 tokens is good." Beside him, Lord Wu smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, our 2 cities aren't that far apart. Although we asked for 30 tokens last time, the people from Yanba Castle used the excuse of theft as an excuse and only gave us 5. In addition to the 5 tokens we originally received, there are only 10 tokens left." "How is that possible?" City Lord Lu Guang looked a little shocked. Clearly, this was different from the information he heard. "Here are 3 extra tokens. Hunter's Castle will send 7 people this time." Lord Wu took out 3 tokens that he had prepared beforehand. Seeing this, City Lord Lu Guang also took out 2 tokens that he had prepared beforehand. "Then I'll distribute these 5 tokens." Mu Feng shook his head and laughed in spite of himself. There were so many clans waiting, yet there were only 5 entry tokens. It was very obvious that this was going to be a very difficult matter to handle. Seeing Mu Feng put away the token, City Lord Lu Guang asked curiously, "How did you offend Yanba Castle this time?" Lord Wu sighed and said, "Because of an unexpected disaster." He waved his hand again and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Stay here for a few more days, and I'll introduce you to a few young people. Our 2 sides have few people to begin with, so we need to stick together. When we reach the prefectural realm, we can take care of each other." City Lord Lu Guang nodded. In fact, the reason he had come personally this time was not only to explain the matter of the token, but also to form an alliance. After all, there were only about 20 people on both sides, which was not even a fraction of the number of people in the other cities. On the same day, Zi Chen received an invitation. Wade stood at the door and said enviously, "Zi Chen, the city lord invites you to be a guest at the city lord's mansion." To the city lord's mansion as a guest. Zi Chen was dumbfounded when he heard that. He did not know the city lord, nor had he seen him before. Why would he be invited? "Yes, not only you, but also Wu Xie and the other 3. "Oh, right, even the brothers Go Win and Go Chong were invited." Wade's tone was filled with envy. It was obvious that he was not invited. Zichen thought about it for a while and understood the meaning of the invitation. Since the city lord invited the 7 of them, it must mean that all 7 of them would go. When Zichen walked into the hall, he found that the 6 of them were already waiting there. The 6 of them looked very excited to be invited by the highest ruler of Huping City. Zichen heard their discussion from afar. When the 6 of them saw Zichen, they immediately walked toward Zichen. "The city lord invited us. Let's go quickly." Wu Xie looked very eager. Zichen nodded, and everyone walked out of the castle. The city lord's mansion was one of the tallest buildings in the entire Huping City. It was not difficult to find. When the 7 of them reached the entrance of the city lord's mansion, they were stopped by the city guards. It was the city lord who invited us here, Man sure said, confidently. The city guards were all at the late-stage corporeal realm. They looked at the 7 of them in surprise. When they saw Zichen behind them, their expressions changed slightly. Everyone in Huping City knew who Zichen was now. The leader's indifferent expression also softened. He smiled faintly and said, "Since the city lord invited us, then show us the token. This is official business." "What token?" The few of them were clearly startled. "Here." Zichen came forward from behind with a golden invitation in his hand. Seeing the familiar city lord's seal on the corner of the invitation, the leader nodded and said politely, "That's right. Please follow me." The corporeal realm leader led Zichen and the others into the city lord's mansion. The entire mansion was very large. If no one led the way, they would definitely get lost. After passing through many corridors, their eyes lit up and they saw a grand hall. This was the hall where the city lord received guests. They could hear the hearty laughter coming from the hall, even from far away. "City lord, Zichen and the others are here." The corporeal realm leader stood outside the door and shouted respectfully, "Zichen is here. Let them in quickly." A deep and gentle voice rang out from the hall. Zichen and the others walked in under the signal of the corporeal realm leader. The hall was spacious and bright. There were many vivid carvings of dragons and phoenixes on the 4 walls. On the 2 sides of the hall were 4 giant pillars with 4 jade dragons carved on them. There were 2 rows of seats on the 2 sides of the hall. Zichen saw more than 10 domain realm experts. Lord Wu sat at the head of the table on one side. Ling Sheng and the others were next to him. At the end of the row was a general wearing battle armor with a stern and serious expression. Besides Lord Wu, there were also some people sitting on the other side. Since they could sit there, it was obvious that they were not ordinary domain realm experts. In addition to the people sitting, there were 2 men standing. Both of them looked to be upright, middle-aged men. Moreover, they had a dignified aura on their faces. It was obvious that they had been in a high position for a long time. When Zichen raised his head to look at the 2 men, they also looked at Zichen with a smile. "Zichen greets the city lord." Zichen saluted the man in loose robes with cupped fists. Then Wu Xia and the others followed suit and saluted. When everyone saw this scene, smiles immediately appeared on their faces. Mu Feng looked at Zichen and asked, "How do you know that I'm the city lord of Huping City? You've seen me before." Zichen shook his head and replied, "I've never seen the city lord before." "Oh, then how did you recognize me at a glance?" Mu Feng asked curiously. "Because the city lord is standing," Zichen answered honestly. Beside him, the other middle-aged man smiled and said, "Why? Don't I look like the city lord?" Zichen looked at the middle-aged man seriously. He was also wearing a long robe and had a gentle smile on his face. However, he naturally exuded the aura of a person in a high position. Zichen saluted and said, "Zichen greets the lord. You also seem to be in a high position, but you don't look like the city lord of Huping City." "Oh, tell me the reason," City Lord Lu Guang asked with a smile. "You seem to be less carefree, less casual, and less natural than our city lord," Zichen explained. Although the 2 of them both had the aura of a city lord, Mu Feng appeared to be more calm and casual because he was in his own city. The naturalness in his movements was not something city Lord Lu Guang possessed. "Oh, there's such a situation," City Lord Lu Guang said in astonishment. "That's just one of the reasons. The other reason is that I don't know any of the people sitting beside the Lord. However, I know a few of the people sitting beside the city lord. Naturally, everyone would subconsciously stay with people they are familiar with," Zichen said with a smile. "Huh." The 2 city lords also laughed when they heard this. Lord Wu said with a smile, "I've already said that he is very meticulous. This kind of test is meaningless." Between his smile, he was naturally very satisfied with Zichen. Wu Xie and the others beside Zichen also laughed. Only Man sure scratched his head and felt very complicated. He thought to himself, isn't it just one seat for each person? Why is there so much to pay attention to? Brother Lu, what do you think? Mu Feng said with a smile. City Lord Lu Guang praised. Let's not talk about other things first. Just this meticulous thinking is already very impressive. Mu Feng gestured for him to sit down. At the same time, someone brought chairs over for Zichen and the others. Mu Feng smiled and said, this time Zichen is our leader. His strongest point is not his intelligence, but his battle prowess. After praising Zichen for a while, Mu Feng suddenly remembered that he was too happy and forgot to introduce him. Thus he introduced, Zichen, come and greet City Lord Lu Guang. Zichen knew who Lu Guang was. Obviously, he had also guessed the other party's identity. After he stood up with Wu Xie and the others, he also bowed in unison. Little friend Zichen, this time, I'm not only here to deliver the command medallion. I'm also here to represent the people of Lu Guang in forming an alliance with you. When your two sides meet, I hope that little friend will take care of the people of Lu Guang. City Lord Lu Guang said with a smile. Zichen stood up and asked, I wonder how many people from Lu Guang will be going this time. Is the possibility of our two sides meeting high? We only have 10 people. The possibility of meeting is very high. City Lord Lu Guang said with certainty. 10 people. Zichen frowned slightly when he heard this. How could there only be 10 people in one city? At the side, Lord Wu explained. This time, when the command medallions arrived at Lu Guang, there were only 12 of them left. If it was distributed normally, each city would have more than 1,000 command medallions. But now, there were only 12 command medallions in both cities. Zichen immediately guessed the crux of the matter. He asked, It's the people of Yanbo Castle who are behind this. Lord Wu nodded. Everyone's mood became gloomy. Zichen, however, smiled and promised. It seems that the people of Yanbo Castle are really looking for trouble this time. Don't worry. If there's a chance, I promise that I won't let a single person from Yanbo Castle return alive. Hearing Zichen's promise, everyone's eyes fell on Zichen. No other expression could be seen from their faces, but their hearts were filled with doubts. Was Zichen confident or arrogant when he said that? Chapter 1333. After meeting with City Governor Lu Guang, both sides discussed some matters regarding the alliance. After that, they set up a banquet to welcome City Governor Lu Guang. There were only 7 realms present, but other than Zichen, who was still calm, the other 6 were very nervous. This was especially true for the 2 brothers, Go-In and Go-Chang. They were nervous when they saw Zichen, let alone when they were facing all the upper echelons of Huping City and City Governor Lu Guang. Why aren't you nervous at all? Shang Guanhong had appeared in front of Zichen. What's there to be nervous about? Zichen asked. Aren't you nervous? They are all domain realm experts with status. They are all at the 5th or 6th heaven. Shang Guanhong stared at Zichen with her beautiful eyes. Zichen shook his head and said casually, You'll get used to it. They were just domain realm experts. So Zichen really had nothing to be nervous about. This was because he had seen many existences stronger than domain realm experts in the Tianwu continent. He had even stayed with Xing Dao Li for 1,000 years. Although Shang Guanhong could not understand where Zichen's calmness came from, she was also influenced by Zichen. Her expression slowly became more natural. During the course of the banquet, everyone also discussed the ownership of the other 5 tokens. Because there were too many wolves and too little meat, they could only obtain them through competition. Of course, the people from Hunter's Castle were not allowed to participate. As for Zichen and the others, they had the quota tokens, so they were not qualified to participate. These 5 quota tokens were mainly targeted at some of the domain realm clans in Huping City. At the same time, They also targeted a portion of the city's army. Originally, the quotas were given out directly, but this time they had to compete to obtain them. Therefore, the competition was set to be held 3 days later. This period of time was used for registration. When Zichen and the others returned from the city governor's mansion, the news about the quota tokens had spread throughout Huping City. This showed how efficient it was. Zichen returned to his room to cultivate. He was not in the mood to pay attention to the competition in 3 days. 3 days passed quickly. The competition began, and the realms went up the stage one by one. This time, the commander of the city's army was in charge of maintaining order and determining the final quota. He sat at the head of the table and quietly watched the competition below. Quite a number of people from the city's army signed up, including He Zi and Wang Jun. The first match of the lot draw was He Zi. His opponent was also a city guard. Blackie had already broken through to the late corporeal realm, but the latter was still a veteran commander. Go ahead. Wang Jun patted He Zi's shoulder, indicating for him to rest assured. Immediately after, the two of them began to fight fiercely on the stage. Blackie's foundation was not bad. Even though his cultivation level was slightly lower, he did not fall behind in battle. This battle lasted for an entire 2 hours. In the end, Blackie won by a fluke. He Zi jumped off the battle platform excitedly and waved at Wang Jun proudly. Because there were many people who signed up, each person only had 1 battle per day. After He Zi won, the second battle would be held the next day. Another hour passed, and Wang Jun's name was called. He jumped onto the platform. The royal army was quite famous in the city. As soon as they stepped onto the stage, there were cheers coming from all around. In this battle, Wang Jun won easily. At night, the two of them drank in a restaurant and encouraged each other. I wonder how Zichen is doing now. He Zi suddenly mentioned Zichen. He should be in seclusion. This time, no one from Hunter's castle signed up. I think they already have a spot. Wang Jun began to pour wine. The battle lasted for a total of 6 days. In the end, the top 5 would be decided. Bang! A loud sound came from the battle platform, and a black figure was sent flying. On the battle platform, a young man stood indifferently, looking down at the black figure below. Beside him, a judge said coldly, He Zi's challenge has failed. He is disqualified. The black figure that fell was He Zi. He hammered the ground in annoyance, and when he stood up again, he seemed dejected. He Zi had lost. Wang Jun comforted him. Next was the battle for the spot. The winner would be decided in 1 battle. Wang Jun, Lu Wei, come on. As the cold words fell, the two of them jumped onto the battle platform. Big brother, do your best. He Zi clenched his fists and shouted from below. Many people cheered beside him, cheering for the two in the battle platform. Wang Jun and Lu Wei had known each other for a long time. Lu Wei was one of the few people who had followed Zhou Chong to the Hengduan mountain range without fear of Zichen after seeing Zichen's killing video. He had displayed extraordinary combat strength along the way. As the battle began, Wang Jun used all his strength. The battle was very intense, and it was also a stalemate. This battle lasted for a full 4 hours. Amidst the surging energy vibrations, Wang Jun was directly sent flying. The judge glanced at Wang Jun and said indifferently, Wang Jun is disqualified. Lu Wei wins. Wang Jun stood up awkwardly, seeming to have lost his soul. The qualification to enter the Manor Realm was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but he had missed it. Everyone cheered for Lu Wei. As for the loser Wang Jun, no one cared about him. The two brothers left, holding each other's arms. Their backs looked very lonely. Zichen, who was cultivating in his room, was forcibly called out by Shang Guanhong. When he came out, he found that Dong Qing was also there. What's the matter? Zichen looked at the two of them and asked in confusion. Shang Guanhong smiled and asked, Why? Can't I call you out for no reason? Yes, of course you can. Zichen quickly nodded. Since the last time they went to the nameless forest to train, Shang Guanhong had not discussed matters of a relationship with Zichen in depth with him. The two of them were just like ordinary friends. Dong Qing lowered her head as a blush appeared on her beautiful face. She said, "Actually, I was the one who asked Big Sister Hong to call you." "Oh, is that so? What's the matter?" Dong Qing shook her head and said, "Actually, it's nothing important. I just wanted to treat you to a meal and thank you properly." Zichen had helped Dong Qing the most during their stay in the Nameless Forest for more than 10 years. The prefectural realm's token has been issued. It might be open soon. I'm afraid I don't have time, so I called you out today. Dong Qing invited sincerely. Zichen nodded and looked at the two of them. He asked, "Just the three of us? How about Wu Xie and Manshur? It'll be more lively if you call them." Dong Qing lowered her head and blushed. "I'll inform you first, then I'll inform them." After Zichen agreed, she went to inform the two of them. On the way, Zichen coincidentally met the Go brothers and asked them to come along. The two brothers were a little hesitant when they heard that they were going to treat them to a meal. "It's not me. It's Dong Qing. You know him too. Let's go." Zichen led the two of them to a meal. It was supposed to be a small meal between the three of them, but it turned out to be a big gathering of 7 people. However, Dong Qing and Shang Guanhong were still very happy to welcome the other 4 people. Then, the group headed to the largest and most luxurious restaurant in Huping City. This restaurant was 7 stories high and was decorated magnificently. Young and beautiful women welcomed guests at the door. The 7 of them were led into the main hall and then into a private room. However, when the 7 of them arrived at the main hall, they heard someone crying. Moreover, it was a man. It was common sense for cultivators to shed blood, but not tears. Even women did not cry, let alone men. The crowd curiously turned their heads to look and saw that the ones crying were actually 2 burly men. The 2 of them seemed to have drunk too much. They seemed to have touched on their sore spots during their conversation, so it was inevitable that they would cry. "Aren't they your friends?" Shang Guanhong looked at Zichen when she saw the 2 of them. She remembered the 2 of them. She had seen them when she was following Zichen. They had helped her when they were in the 5 domains, but they left after that. Zichen nodded and said, "Yes, it's them." After saying that, Zichen walked towards the 2 of them. The 2 men attracted a lot of attention. When Zichen deliberately walked over, he also attracted the gazes of the diners. When some of them recognized Zichen, their gazes froze. How embarrassing. Didn't they just lose a fight? They're actually crying. They've angered Zichen. They're probably going to suffer, a cultivator muttered in a low voice. Then he put on an expression as if he was waiting to watch a good show. Although the others did not express their opinions, they guessed that Zichen was dissatisfied with the 2 of them crying. "What's wrong with you two?" Zichen walked to the side and asked, "What does it have to do with you?" Wang Jun looked up blankly. "Hey!" Z even shouted angrily. However, when the 2 of them saw the person in front of them, they were stunned. When they saw Zichen, the 2 of them seemed to have sobered up. They quickly wiped away their tears, embarrassment on their faces. "What's wrong with you two? Why are you crying all of a sudden?" Zichen asked. It's nothing. Wang Jun quickly waved his hand and said, embarrassedly, "We suddenly talked about something sad, so we were just feeling emotional." Beside them, a voice rang out, "What's sad?" "It's just that you lost a fight to Lu Wei and lost your entry token." "Entry token? What entry token?" Zichen asked in confusion. "It's the entry token for the Manor Realm," someone else said. Zichen looked at the 2 of them and saw that they both had their heads lowered. He thought about how high-spirited they were when they returned from outside. Now, they looked very dispirited. If it was something else, Zichen could help. However, the entry token for the Manor Realm was really... Suddenly, a thought flashed through Zichen's mind. He remembered something. Then he used his spiritual thoughts to search the spirit ring. As expected, he found a token hidden in a corner. With a flash of light, Zichen took out the token. This was the token he had obtained after killing Wamang. Many people had died in order to obtain this token, including the schemes between brothers, as well as the honey trap. Sorry, I only have this extra one on me. With that, Zi-Chin put down the token. While the two of them were still in shock, Zi-Chin turned and walked away. Chapter 1334. The fact that Zi-Chan was friends with the two of them was already very surprising. However, what was even more surprising was that Zi-Chin had suddenly taken out a token. After all, there were only 5 tokens in the entire Huping City this time. Although the other tokens had already been decided, there were not many of them in total. It was still very shocking that Zi-Chin could take out an extra one. Just as Wang Jun and He Zi were stunned, many people woke up from their shock. The gazes these people looked at the token became very fervent. Even if they wanted to obtain the token, they could only think about it in their hearts. They did not dare to take action. In the entire Huping City, there was currently no one who dared to challenge Zi-Chen's dignity. Big brother, this. He Zi was still in disbelief when he looked at the token. Due to being drunk, Wang Jun had just lost his composure. However, after seeing the token, he completely sobered up. He recovered his usual calmness and said in a deep voice, "This token is too valuable. We can't accept it." With that, he took the token and brought He Zi to Zi-Chin. "Where did you get the extra token?" "In the private room." Everyone looked at Zi-Chin in confusion. This time, there were only 12 tokens in the entire Huping City. This was something everyone knew. However, where did Zi-Chin get the token from? "I snatched it. Back then, I was still a mere Earth Yuan cultivator. I used my life to snatch this token," Zi-Chin said indifferently. "You managed to snatch a token at the Earth Yuan level." When they looked at Zi-Chin again, their eyes were filled with curiosity. It was obvious that there was a shocking story behind this. "Tell us, what happened?" Shang Guanhong asked closely. "That's right. What's going on here?" Dong Qing's beautiful eyes were also filled with curiosity. Zi-Chin paused, just as he was about to start from the beginning. Wang Jun and He Zi walked in. "Zi-Chin, we can't accept this. It's too precious." Wang Jun placed the token in front of Zi-Chin as soon as he entered. Everyone looked at Wang Jun with a strange expression. They found it strange that Zi-Chin had given the token to him, because everyone knew how precious the token was. If it was auctioned in Huping City, it would probably fetch a sky-high price. Even so, the family that obtained the token would owe Zi-Chin a favor. However, Zi-Chin had actually given the token away. However, what they did not expect was that the two people who had just cried bitterly because they had lost their qualifications actually resisted the temptation of the token and returned it. Sit first. I was just about to tell you the adventure story of this token. Come and listen." Zi-Chin looked at the two with a faint smile and signaled the staff to arrange seats for them. The two of them sat down, but because of the extraordinary existence around them, they felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles. "Back then, I had only just entered the Earth Yuan realm. When I first arrived in this world, I was sold. Oh no, I was sent to a small tribe." Zi-Chin started the story with this. Wu Xie asked curiously, "Even if you are only at the Earth Yuan realm, you have the strength to match a Void realm expert. Who was so bold as to sell you?" "It's a gift. It's him. No one buys Earth element in that place," Zi-Chin emphasized. Then he pointed at He Zi and smiled. Since he dared to give Zi-Chin away, the others looked at He Zi with eyes full of admiration. He Zi lowered his head in embarrassment. There was some awkwardness on his face. The tribe I was in was called the Rich Python tribe. The one who had the token was the tribe leader, Rich Python. He was at the early corporeal realm. Back then, 10 of his brothers came to that area to work hard and successfully establish the Rich Python tribe. But Zi-Chin seriously recounted what had happened back then, the various schemes during this period, the mutual distrust between the brothers, and the tragic deaths of Old and Jesse in the end. The story quickly came to an end. Everyone fell into deep thought. None of the people present had ever encountered what Zichen had told them. In fact, they had never even heard of it. For an unknown object, he had actually used his own woman as bait and killed his own brothers afterwards. Such a bizarre story could almost be written into a fantasy novel. Wang Jun and He Zi both knew of that small tribe, but they never thought that such a thing would happen in that tribe. Moreover, it was all because of a token. Wang Jun lowered his head and looked at the token that Zichen had used his life to snatch back. He felt that the token was boiling hot and very heavy. Sigh, or should I say that you are a schemer? We can't even imagine what you have encountered. Wu Xie sighed, but his expression was full of admiration. Zichen was indeed extraordinary to be able to kill 2 corporeal realm experts and steal the token under such circumstances. Manshur and the others nodded. Because of Hunter's Castle, they only knew how to cultivate and had never encountered any schemes. The first time they had encountered such a scheme was when Zichen had brought them and Mirage Dragon on a mission. Mirage Dragon had schemed to drive a wedge between them and Zichen, but they had foolishly fallen for it and were very resistant to Zichen. If Zichen hadn't taken a step back in order to advance, they probably wouldn't have had such a perfect cooperation. If that's the case, I can't take this token. Wang Jun pushed the token to Zichen. Zichen looked at the medallion on the table and sighed. I lost my life because of it, but it's useless now. Take it. Consider it my thanks to all of you. I'll be the leader of this expedition into the Manor Realm. No matter which one of you goes, I'll do my best to protect you. He Zi looked at Zichen gratefully and said, Give it to Big Brother. I'm still not strong enough. I'll only be a burden even if I go. In the end, the token went to Wang Jun. After that, plates of delicious food were served. The dishes were colorful and fragrant. Everyone was very happy with the meal. They drank a lot during the meal, and some of them were even sent back. Now, all they had to do was wait for the Manor Realm to open. During this time, Zichen went to look for Lord Wu to learn more about the Manor Realm. It's useless for me to explain too much to you about the Manor Realm. You'll naturally understand some of the rules there. Lord Wu said, Everyone will be given a token to enter the Manor Realm. The Manor Realm is very big. It's like a giant circle. All of you will appear on the periphery of the circle, but you'll also appear in different places according to your ranking. Without a doubt, we're ranked last, so we'll appear in the worst places. Zichen was very confused. The way to enter the Manor Realm is related to the ranking of the city. Could it be that it's man-made? Lord Wu looked at Zichen with admiration and said, Of course. There's a Manor Realm in every manor. Do you think it's a coincidence? It's man-made. It's just that it's built on an ancient battlefield. And then Zichen asked, Could it be that everyone has to move towards the central area? Along the way, there will be rewards. Of course, there will be rewards, but everyone who enters the Manor Realm has the intention of breaking through. It's easier to break through to the domain realm there. As you go deeper, if you're lucky enough, you'll sometimes find some masterless realms. It's easier to comprehend the mysteries of the domain realm in those masterless realms. Of course, if there's anything good in there, it'll be yours. What would there be in the Manor Realm? Whatever that cultivator had obtained in his lifetime, there would be something in there. Lord Wu said in the end, the Manor Realm is very strange. There are still many secrets that haven't been discovered yet. For example, we still don't know the meaning of the number on the token. Lord Wu patted Zichen's shoulder and said earnestly, Anyway, it's up to you to explore and bring back some confidential information. Huping City's ranking has always been low, so I don't have anything valuable to give you. I hope you can bring back something valuable. Zichen nodded. He could hear the bitterness and helplessness in Lord Wu's words. Thinking about it, Yi Fuqian had worked hard to increase Huping City's quota, but he didn't seem to have succeeded. As everyone waited in anticipation, the Manor Realm finally opened. At first, Zichen was worried that he wouldn't know what to do if he missed the opening. However, When the manor realm opened, he realized that his worries were unnecessary. The token in his spirit ring began to vibrate very quickly. Then, the token rushed out of the spirit ring. Chan walked out of Hunter's castle with the token in his hand. The others followed him out. Chan walked out of Hunter's castle with the token in his hand. A pitch-black crack appeared in the sky, corresponding to the token. It was the passage to the manor realm. Go on. Lord Wu and the other stewards walked out and looked at Chen encouragingly. Chen nodded at the crowd. Holding the medallion in his hand, he stepped into the crack. At the same time, Wu Xie and the others followed closely behind Chen and entered the manor realm. Man Shi, Dong Qing, Guwen, and Gu Chong followed one after another. Hong in the Shangguan family's mansion, Hong's mother's eyes reddened when she saw her daughter standing under the pitch-black crack. Tears rolled down her cheeks uncontrollably. Why are you crying? I'm going to look for an opportunity, Shangguan Mingxing reprimanded her with a choked voice. But I don't know how many years I'll be gone. Also, Hong's mother couldn't help but cry again. Shangguan Hong usually went to places that were less dangerous. However, she was going to the manor realm, which was a dangerous and mysterious place. Naturally, she was worried about her daughter's safety. Father, mother, I'm leaving. Shangguan Hong wore a light armor that covered her entire body. Her long black hair was tied into a ponytail. She looked very neat. She bowed to her parents and turned to leave. The same scene played out in the entire Huping city and the entire Shantian prefecture. One after another, rifts appeared in each of the 108 cities. A person entered each of the rifts. After thousands of years, the manor realm is opening again. I wonder how many people will return this time. Similar exclamations could be heard in almost every big city. Whether we succeed or fail this time depends on Chen. I hope he doesn't disappoint us. Lord Wu looked at the place where Chen had disappeared and couldn't help but sigh. Huping City had been suppressed for too long. They desperately hoped that a leader would appear and lead Huping City to new heights. They had wanted to give up the position of old MO for a long time.